Dear esteemed guests, speakers, colleagues, and participants from around the world, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the 7th International IHUD Conference, The Integral World, the Bridge to Global Sustainability and Harmony. My name is Joachim Michael Wehne. I'm a Gestalt therapist and counselor working online with clients from all over the world. And my expertise is the collective intelligence of groups. And I'm honored to serve you as your moderator for this first part today. As we gather again, we are not simply continuing a conference. We are deepening a shared journey, a journey into understanding the interconnected nature of human life and the role each of us plays within it. Yesterday, we explored multiple dimensions of this integral perspective, from the individual to society to humanity as a whole. And today we continue unfolding this exploration, moving further into the relationship between health, perception, responsibility, and human development. At IHUD, we approach science, education, and human development not as separate domains, but as deeply interconnected dimensions of one living system, humanity itself. And today, we invite you to not only to listen, but to reflect, to connect, and to engage in a meaningful dialogue with each other. Before we begin, just a few practical notes. There's a translation, of course. This conference is available in English, Turkish, and Russian. To select your language, click on the global icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and then it will show your language. Q&A. After each presentation, we will have a Q&A session. If you'd like to ask a question, you can first raise your virtual hand and turn on your camera to ask directly, or type your question in the chat either on Zoom or YouTube for those being with us in the live broadcast. There will be a coffee break. We will have a 10-minute break from 4:30 to 4:40 European Central Time, and the conference will conclude at 2020 Central European Time. If you'd like to see the full program, the link is now being shared in the chat. So now, it is my great honor to once again invite our director, Professor Ephraim Eliav, to open the second day of our conference. Ephraim, for those joining us today, Professor Eliav is a leading researcher in quantum chemistry and the director of IHUD. As many of you know, his work bridges science, education, and human development, guiding the vision of IHUD toward a more integrative and unified understanding of our world. Today, we are privileged to continue this journey under his guidance. Professor Eliav, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Joachim, for this really great presentation. Let me share my screen. Okay, so good day, dear friends. Welcome back to the day 2. Yesterday, wow, we have listened to 10 presentations, 10 voices, one shared question. How do we become a humanity that lives like the integrated system we actually already are? We laid the foundation together, the inner world we shared between us, the living world, the world of meaning and art. Today, we put on the work clothes again. Sustainable medicine will start our journey, and this is for our holistic future. Then we will transfer to the mutual responsibility for peace from a woman's perspective, and we will pass to reframing as a skill of perception, wholeness as a condition for a mature personality, then to the psychology of unity. After that, we will talk about employee engagement built on a connection, a true story from Block 66 of Auschwitz that I believe will reframe your sense of what humans can carry. And our wonderful closing roundtable bringing 5 different perspectives onto a single shared conceptual ground. Quite a Sunday ahead of us. I'll only ask one thing of you today. Keep yesterday's chat conversation going. Some of the most beautiful exchanges happened between sessions, messages crossing time zones in real time, ideas finding each other. That is where the real chemistry of an IHUD conference happens. So let us begin. I hand the floor to our great moderator and to our first speaker. Please, Joachim.
Thank you so much, Professor Elia, for your inspiring words and for setting the stage for today's discussions. Yes, we want to find our chemistry. We want to find our connectedness. So please, let's go ahead with this, what Professor Elia told us. And now we're ready to begin our first presentation. For those who just joined us, I'd like to remind you that simultaneous translation is available via Zoom interpretation feature. It's the globe on the lower bar side. Please post your questions in the Zoom or YouTube chat or raise your hand if you'd like to ask directly after the presentation. So now we begin with a topic that lies at the very foundation of human well-being, our health. Because the way we understand healing reflects how we understand the human being as a whole. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Diekman, a medical doctor, lecturer and specialist in traditional and complementary medicine, currently affiliated with Cyprus International University and pursuing advanced research in this field. Her work focuses on integrative healing approaches, particularly homeopathy, exploring how the body's natural self-regulatory mechanism can be supported through holistic and sustainable methods. Dr. Ipek Nudan Diekman adopts a holistic approach to health by integrating her professional knowledge, clinical experience, and personal expertise. Her mission is to support individuals in achieving a healthier, happier, more peaceful, and safer life, and to contribute to the development of this vision through her work. With a multidisciplinary perspective combining medicine, neurobiology, and systems thinking, she brings an important contribution to the future of healthcare. Today, she will present Sustainable Medicine for a Holistic Future, the Systemic Healing Mechanisms of Homeopathy. Please join me in warmly welcoming her. Please, Dr. Diekman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share my presentation. So, dear presidents, distinguished members of the IHUD organizing committee, and esteemed participants, it's truly an honor and privilege to be here today. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the IHUD team and especially to the president for the kind invitation and the opportunity to contribute to this meaningful dialogue. IHUD represents more than a conference, it represents a shared vision. A vision that seeks harmony between science, humanity, and sustainability. Today, I'm delighted to present my talk entitled Integrative Approaches in Healing, the Role of Homeopathy in Strengthening Human Resilience within the Integral World Framework. In this presentation, I will explore how health can be understood not merely as the absence of disease, but as adaptive organization within interconnected systems, and how integrative models may contribute to strengthening this adaptive capacity within the broader integral world perspective. Thank you for your presence, and I look forward to sharing this journey with you. Today, I would like to invite you to rethink health. Health is not merely the absence of disease. It's the expression of a living system capable of adapting to changing conditions and continuously reorganizing itself. The human body is not a fixed structure. It's a dynamic organism that constantly seeks balance, responds, and recalibrates. However, we now understand that human health, or more precisely, human adaptive capacity, is no longer solely an individual matter. Global stressor, environmental changes, and societal transformations demonstrate that human health cannot be separated from its planetary context. Modern immunology and homeopathic dough converge on a single fundamental principle: the regulation of endogenous healing mechanisms. The immune system, together with its neuroendocrine network, represents the core biological expression of the self-regulating intelligence. Resilience is not merely the suppression of symptoms, but the system's capacity to reorganize under stress and restore balance. In the integral world perspective, healing means re-establishing systemic harmony across biological, physiological, and ecological dimensions. We are witnessing a convergence of crises. Chronic inflammatory diseases are increasing globally. Trauma exposure has become widespread. Environmental destabilization is affecting psychological stress regulation. At the same time, pharmaceutical residues are now measurable in water systems and soil. This is not simply a medical issue, it's a systems level instability. According to the World Health Organization, chronic diseases, which classified as non-communicable diseases, account for approximately 43 million deaths annually, representing nearly 3/4 of global mortality. These diseases are long-term, slowly progressive, and closely linked to behavioral and environmental stressors. Chronic illness today is not merely biological. It's relational, ecological, and systemic. For the first time in modern history, emerging data suggests that in some regions, younger generations may have a shorter life expectancy than their parents. Chronic inflammatory and neurodevelopmental disorders are increasing in childhood. In adults, lifestyle-related and immune-mediated diseases now dominate health statistics. This landscape suggests that a medical model based solely on symptom suppression may not be sufficient for long-term health improvement. If health is understood as the adaptive self-organizing, capacity within interconnected systems, then therapeutic models must aim to restore regulatory balance. If the problem is chronic dysregulation, the therapeutic goal should be regulatory restoration. From a sustainability perspective, medicine should be evaluated not only by short-term clinical outcomes, but also by its long-term ecological, economic, and societal impacts. Therapeutic systems that operate through regulatory stimulation rather than material intensity may have the potential to reduce environmental burden while simultaneously supporting adaptive resilience. In this sense, sustainability is not an external addition to the healthcare within the integral world framework. It becomes an intrinsic criterion of responsible healing. Today, chronic diseases are increasingly defined not by acute pathology, but by systemic dysregulation. Prolonged stress responses disrupt immune, endocrine, and autonomic balance, weakening the organism's adaptive capacity. For this reason, health models must evolve beyond intervention-based approaches towards models that actively support regulation and adaptation. This perspective is consistent with the World Health Organization's call for integrated, person-centered, and sustainable health frameworks that recognize the interdependence of human, societal, and ecological systems. The integral world framework reflects this understanding by viewing the world not as fragmented, but as an interconnected whole in which human beings, society, nature, and even levels of consciousness are dynamically related. The World Health Organization's Global Traditional Medicine Strategy 2025-2034 presents a global vision for positioning evidence-based, traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine within sustainable, person-centered, and integrated health systems. This global vision conceptually aligns with the integral world approach, which understands health not merely as a clinical outcome, but as a balanced and sustainable organization among human beings, society, and ecosystems. In recent years, healthcare systems have become increasingly dependent on pharmaceutical interventions. However, adverse drug reactions and treatment-related complications contribute significantly to morbidity and mortality. At the same time, although national health budgets allocate substantial financial resources to medications, the prevalence of chronic diseases continues to rise. This mismatch between cost and health outcomes suggests that system priorities and long-term sustainability must be re-evaluated. If we are questioning the long-term sustainability of pharmaceutical-dependent healthcare systems, we must confront a deeper reality. The biological effect of pharmaceutical substances extend beyond the individual body into water systems, soil, and broader ecosystems. Current wastewater treatment technologies are unable to fully eliminate these residues. As chemical intensity increases, the impact of healthcare interventions extend beyond individual psychology and diffuses into environmental systems. Therefore, not only the economic burden of healthcare systems, but also their ecological footprint must be critically evaluated. Without planetary health, the sustainability of human health is not possible. If we speak of the integral world, we must also consider the ecological consequences of treatment as an essential component of healthcare depends on restoring balance between human and ecological systems, then we need to explore regulatory-based therapeutic models with a low ecological footprints that prioritize systemic harmony. Homeopathy is positioned as one of the regulatory around this principle. Homeopathy is a therapeutic method developed 1796 by the German physician, pharmacist, and chemist Samuel Hahnemann. It's based on specific laws and principles. The term homeopathy derives from the Greek words homeos, similar, and pathos, disease. Its fundamental principles include similia similibus grantor, like cures like, individualization, and the use of minimal doses. Homeopathy adopts an individualized, patient-centered approach to assessment and aims to stimulate the organism's self-regulatory capacity. In this framework, therapeutic action is understood as the modulation of biological response rather than direct pharmaceutical suppression. For over 200 years, homeopathy has been practiced worldwide and continues to exist as part of the complementary and integrative health care systems. Although homeopathy has historically been defined by the principle of like cures like and its individualized approach, its clinical logic is more clearly understood through a regulatory perspective. Within this framework, symptoms are not viewed as isolated problems, but as expressions of a systemic imbalance. The remedy is considered an informational stimulus intended to activate the organism's self-regulatory mechanisms. The ultimate goal is adaptive rebalancing, with the focus placed not on individual symptoms, but on the overall response of the system. Within the vision of the integral world, sustainability is not an option. Healthcare must protect not only the patient, but also the planet. By employing ultra-low material doses, homeopathy implies minimal pharmaceutical residues and a reduced ecological burden. It's positioned as a complementary and system-supportive approach within multidisciplinary care. Healing should not harm the systems upon which it depends. The fundamental question, therefore, is whether regulatory stimulation can measurably strengthen adaptive system organization. Our central question is this: can resilience be supported by activating the organism's intrinsic self-regulatory mechanisms? The idea we are discussing today is not new. Nearly 2,500 years ago, Hippocrates, widely regarded as the father of medicine, stated that treatment aims to restore the body's balance. in one of the foundational texts of Hippocratic medicine, epidemics, the statement, the same things that cause diseases also cure them, represents a significant conceptual turning point in the medical science. Whether an agent produces disease or healing depends on its dose and on the condition of the organism. What ultimately matters is not merely the substance itself, but the response of the organism to that substance. This requires a shift from an approach focused on molecular presence to a perspective that examines system-level reorganization. Rather than asking which material component is detectable, we ask how a biological system reorganizes under informational stimulation. This system-based approach aligns with the integral word framework, which defines health as adaptive organization within interconnected human and ecological systems. Within this conceptual framework, the studies presented in the literature are designed to investigate whether homeopathic preparations are associated with measurable changes in biological system behavior and indicators of resilience. Emerging exploratory research begin precisely at this point. In recent years, exploratory research has examined whether system-level behavioral changes can be observed in association with homeopathic preparations. Rather than relying solely on theoretical assumptions, these studies aim to identify measurable physical indicators. The emphasis is placed on the adaptive responses of the system. It's important to note that these findings are preliminary in nature and should be regarded as exploratory investigations rather than definitive conclusions. Some theoretical interpretations propose that homeopathy operates through a resonance-like regulatory principle. Within this perspective, health is understood as a system functions as an organized and coherent whole, whereas disease is interpreted as a disturbance or alteration of systemic patterns. The concept of simillimum is therefore viewed not merely as symptomatic similarity, but sometimes as a potential correspondence or matching between system patterns. In this context, a study conducted by the German biochemist Dr. Karin Langer, known for her system-level measurement research, investigated under controlled conditions whether measurable physical traces, such as delayed luminescence signals, are associated with homeopathic preparations. Observations suggested that homeopathic remedies may carry physical energy and information, potentially reflected in their magnetic and photonic properties. These findings are exploratory and hypothesis generating in nature. Today, do not confirm a final mechanism. However, they contribute to the scientific discussion on whether at the system level to subtle physical stimuli. Biomedical science has traditionally focused on molecular presence. However, complex biological systems are defined not only by their but by their reflects developments in systems biology, approached as a measurable regulatory field, not as isolated molecular events, but as organized system behavior. The next logical step is to explore physical methods capable of assessing measurable pattern differentiation and adaptive coherence at the system level. The droplet evaporation method is a technique that analyzes the physical organization a liquid exhibits during the drying process rather than focusing primarily on its chemical composition. In a study reporting statistically distinguishable pattern differences between biocomponent homeopathic preparations, droplet evaporation method was proposed as a complementary tool for assessing system-level physicochemical characteristics under controlled conditions. Fast Fourier transform is a mathematical analysis method that transforms the spatial organization within an image or signal into frequency components. Rather than identifying chemical content, it makes the mode of system organization visible. In a study applying this method to evaluate system organization, the highly dilated homeopathic remedy sample exhibited a more distinct, radially organized, and symmetrical pattern extending from the center outward. In contrast, the tap water sample displayed a more irregular, less symmetrical, and lower coherence distribution. Within the context of the study, this difference was interpreted as an exploratory observation, suggesting that measurable pattern differentiation in the physical organization of droplets may be possible. Within this framework, homeopathy is considered a system-level regulatory stimulus, but to help restore coherence. The observed pattern differentiation brings into focus the measurable dimension of adaptive organization in biological and physical systems, establishing a conceptual parallel with the integral world framework, which understands health as system-based and adaptive organization. At the same time, this perspective is directly connected to sustainability. Regulatory balance and adaptive coherence may reduce dependence on high material intensity interventions, thereby lowering environmental burden and supporting the long-term stability of both human and planetary systems. In this sense, coherence is not only a biological concept, but also a foundation principle of sustainability. Sustainability in healthcare does not refer solely to financial balance. It also encompasses environmental protection and social responsibility. The whole person health framework emphasizes the interconnected dimensions of well-being rather than isolated symptoms. Preventive approaches aim to strengthen adaptive capacity before irreversible pathologies develop. A future-oriented healthcare strategy must take into account both planetary health and the holistic development of the human being. Global health strategies are increasingly recognizing the role of complementary approaches within regulated frameworks. The WHO encourages member states to integrate safe and evidence-based traditional medicine practices into their national health systems. Expanding therapeutic diversity may reduce overdependence on high-cost, high-impact pharmaceutical models. Ultimately, sustainable healthcare requires the balance and evidence-informed integration of innovation, prevention, and ecological responsibility. From a sustainability perspective, healthcare should be evaluated not only by its clinical success, but also by its ecological impact. Therapeutic models that operate with low material intensity and minimal chemical burden may constitute an important component of sustainable medicine. Reduced pharmaceutical residues and limited resource consumption help decrease environmental burden while supporting system resilience. Ultimately, sustainable healthcare requires a balanced integration of effectiveness, safety, and environmental responsibility, because healing should not harm the systems upon which it depends. If sustainable healthcare requires balancing therapeutic benefit with ecological responsibility, then the question arises, how should this balance be positioned within a holistic framework? The integral world perspective offers a conceptual foundation for such integration. Homeopathy builds a conceptual bridge between systems-based biology, adaptive resilience, and ecological responsibility. Its individualized treatment approach and minimum dose principle are conceptually aligned with the principles of whole person health. Ultimately, the future of healthcare may depend not only the technological advancement, but also on integrative models that promote adaptive harmony between individuals, communities, and the planet. Within the integral world framework, can be positioned as part of an interdisciplinary and sustainability-oriented dialogue. The internal world framework calls for interconnected, sustainable, and system-oriented models of healthcare. When ethically integrated, homeopathy may contribute to regulatory resilience, potentially supporting adaptive capacity while reducing the ecological burden associated with pharmaceutical interventions. All these conceptual frameworks, scientific observations, system-level measurements, and sustainability discussions ultimately convergence on one fundamental point: the need to rethink healing as the restoration of adaptive harmony between humans and the planet. Human beings, society, and ecosystems are not separate. Within the integral world, healing is understood as the re-establishment of between human biology and planetary ecology. We are making the limits of science transparent. Before I conclude, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the teachers who transmitted this knowledge across generations. I share a historical image from early homeopathic hospitals and schools as a symbol of continuity between past and future. May we move forward with wisdom, responsibility, and compassion, and may we contribute to the world. I wish you all a healthy and meaningful life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Dr. Diekmann, for this inspiring talk and lecture for us to give us a deep insight. And we are pretty much over time here, but at the same time, we want to honor that there might be a really pressing question. If there's a pressing question here, oh, I see Ernest raising his hand, so please go ahead.
I would like to express a huge gratitude. It was an amazing presentation. Not a question, but just a compliment. Thank you so much. Great job, well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. But we have a question, I think, from Alexandra, please.
Thank you so much. I would like to express gratitude. Thank you so much for the talk. You showed amazing research, which showed the key principles. This is very exceptional nowadays.
There's I think there is some internet problem. I couldn't hear properly. Sorry, I have internet problem. I'm sorry.
Okay, good. So can you hear us now, Dr. Diekmann?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, there's no problem here.
Sorry, I have a little bit internet connection problem. I think so here. Just leave me here. There's some connection problems.
We hear you. We hear you now.
Alexandra,
thank you so much.
I can get now, Alexandra. Now it's okay.
Would you like to repeat, Alexandra?
Alexa, I'm so sorry. There was an internet problem. Please.
Yeah, great. Can you hear now?
Yes, it's okay.
You heard? Okay. So that was super great. You showed the modern research on homeopathy, and your conclusions so resonate that we are not against the traditional medicine. We just go along with trying to make all the system lighter and not spend so much resources on the medicine and go with other possibilities. What I see is we have so many specialists here in the institute, very coherent in our goals. I think we're almost close to a big project together because we can join to construct kind of system approach on various levels, on the level of the deeper information level where homeopathy works, on the levels higher like psychotherapy, like many of us also are in, and going even higher. So I think we have a lot to do in future in collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your joining. Thank you very much. And we will do maybe a big research.
We will continue the work. Thank you so much, Dr. Diekmann, for this insightful and meaningful presentation. And as we continue, we now shift from healing the individual body to understanding the role of responsibility in shaping peace within society. So here it's now my pleasure to introduce Professor Lale Tana, whose work highlights the essential role of responsibility, empathy and connection in building sustainable peace. Her perspective brings attention to how human qualities such as care, balance and inclusion can contribute to harmony at both individual and societal levels. So let me introduce her. Professor Dr. Lale Tana was born in Izmir and graduated from the American Collegiate Institute and then from dental faculty in the Gazi University. She received the doctorate degree in orthodontics in 1994 and became a professor in 2008. She is still working as a full-time professor at the Department of Orthodontics, dental faculty, and has been the head of a department. She also has been in charge of the Department of Orthodontics, and she is head of department there. She currently is the dean at Cyprus International University of the dental faculty. She additionally gives lessons on body language and patient communication in dentistry to dental study students, besides the undergraduate and postgraduate courses. She has many publications and presentations, has given lectures to dental students and assistants of orthodontics at the dental faculty, Aristotle University in Greece. She speaks advanced English and French and gives conferences on holistic life and awareness and system healing and awareness, and applies sessions as well as training courses. So please join me in welcoming her presentation. Professor Tana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this introduction. Let me share my screen first, the presentation. Okay, I hope you can see. Everything is okay. Okay.
Yes, we can see.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, and everyone, I'm really thankful to everyone who has joined this great Congress and who supported all our translators. I really want to thank them all. And we are here together today to talk about sustainable peace from the perspective of a woman. Peace can only become a reality if gender equality, economic equality, and universal fundamental rights and freedoms are guaranteed. Now, Virginia Woolf in 1938 said, "As a woman, I have no country. As a woman, I want no country. As a woman, my country is the whole world." Here we see Woolf presents an integral view of a woman and an embracing attitude towards humanity. The promotion of peace offers a significant perspective for the sustainability of social harmony. A woman's character is more responsible, stable, and consistent, capable of enduring long-term challenges, qualities derived from the natural ability to carry and develop life, whereas men tend to excel in short-term initiatives. Even this interpretation alone provides an important perspective regarding peace and its sustainability, defining women as foundational figures in the construction of a non-violent society. Woman, as the earth itself, pays the price through her body and the wars waged upon it. She pays the price for many things she did not cause alone, particularly due to the wars, famines, and climate crisis created by male dominance. According to Delaney, just like a woman, the village must be preserved as a closed entity and kept under supervision. The villagers are expected to secure safety, order through their own internal mechanisms. For the villager, the land of the village is protected like a woman's body or womb. Delaney argues that the door or threshold symbolizes the restraint of the impure and dangerous outside by the pure and protected inside. Another macro-level metaphor applied to women is that of the black hole. A woman resembles a black hole Everything flows from her and towards her. The metaphor of the black hole elevates women's position from the micro to the macro level. Delaney encodes the land of paradise as woman. According to her observations, the happiness of paradise is frequently associated with pleasure derived from the female body. Associating a woman with the land of paradise thus signifies not only a movement from the micro to the macro level, but also a shift from the material to the spiritual realm. The analogy between woman and the earth appears in numerous religious and mythological narratives. Mother, woman, and the earth are regarded as equivalent in the context of productivity and fertility. Eliade describes Mother Earth as a cosmic model of feminine generative power. He interprets this archetype as the source of woman's magical and religious prestige, and consequently of their social preeminence. The hunter-gatherer Paleolithic women had the opportunity to observe nature, plants, seeds, and soil, leading to the development of an intuitive understanding of nature. The transition to agricultural production was then possible. In this and subsequent periods, women were respected for their wisdom concerning nature. The ability of women to give birth is one aspect of why women embody such a strong sense of natural responsibility and the quality of placing others before themselves. They possess a more instinctive sense of nature. This capacity is constructive rather than destructive. It is oriented towards sustaining life and preserving what is existing. For this reason, in many cultures, women have been positioned as symbols of fertility, peace, and harmony. From the earliest periods of human history, humanity's relationship with nature formed the foundation of religious belief systems. Vital elements such as earth, water, and the sun were gradually sacralized, and the concept of the feminine principle identified with productivity materialized in the figure of the mother goddess across many civilizations as a symbol of fertility, abundance, and an integrated way of life with nature. In Anatolia, as well as in Mesopotamia, the Aegean, the Eastern Mediterranean, and neighboring cultures, traces of mother goddess belief have been examined through archaeological findings, iconographic elements, myths, and ritual practices. Figures known by various names such as Cybele, Kvaba, Hipat, Arena, and Rhea underwent transformations across time and space, yet preserved their essential attributes as symbols of fertility, multiplication, and the sustaining of life within humanity's collective memory. The Anatolian mother goddess Cybele stands before us as a powerful representative of fertility, peace, and harmony. The figurines at Çatalhöyük, Turkey, provide archaeological evidence that even thousands of years ago, women were regarded as central figures in fertility, harmony, and social transformation. The Cybele may be positioned as a maternal and peace-bearing figure, ensuring the continuity of communities and have guided the women of modern social life. In ancient Greece, Demeter was the goddess of agriculture, fertility, and the seasons. She symbolized the productivity of the earth and humanity's peaceful coexistence. The descent and return of her daughter, Persephone, to and from the underworld represent the cyclical nature of the seasons and the continuity of life, a cycle symbolizing harmony with nature and peace. In Mesopotamia, Ishtar stands as one of the most powerful mythological examples of the identification of the female figure with fertility, peace, and the continuity of life. This capacity supports life in opposition to the destructiveness of war. From Mother Goddess cults to contemporary women leaders, women's harmonious relationship with nature, pursuit of equality, and authentic partnership with peace have occupied a central place throughout history. Historically, studies on the continuity and sustainability of peace show that men have predominantly held positions in decision-making mechanisms, both nationally and internationally. In Turkey, women made great sacrifices to create an enlightened republic in the footsteps and under the guidance of the great leader Atatürk, and to avoid becoming slaves to the Allied powers. Turkish women participated with all their strength on the front lines and behind the lines, supporting the struggle by establishing associations and fighting alongside men. In 1935, Atatürk, the great leader, facilitated the organization of the International Women's Congress at the Beylerbeyi Palace in Istanbul, Turkey, bringing together world-renowned women and writers. He also determined the form that Turkish women's relations with women around the world would establish, stating, "You can be sure that Turkish women will work for world peace and security by extending their hand to women around the world." Now, let's listen to the major opinions of the Life Sphere Group on the subject of women and sustainable peace. Kadın ve toplumda sürdürülebilir barış konusuna devam ediyoruz. Tarih boyunca kadın her zaman toplumda çok önemli bir yer tutmuştur. Kimi zaman ataerkil yapılarda bu toplumdaki kadının önemi yadsınsa da ya da aza indirilmeye çalışsa da kadın her zaman toparlayıcı, birleştirici, üretici ve sonuca, çözüme erdirici olmuştur.
Anadolu kadını ataerkil bir yapıda yaşıyormuş gibi görünse de Anadolu'daki kadın ve tüm dünyadaki kadınlar aslında görünmez bir yönlendiricidir.
Her zaman bir adım öteye yönlendirir kadın. Kadınların öteye yönlenmesi aslında kadınlar arasındaki şefkat bağının bütün dünyaya aktarılmasıyla olur.
Kadın yaşamın ve barışın taşıyıcısıdır.
Kadın aynı zamanda dönüştürücüdür. Yaşamdaki tüm kaosları kadınlar kendi o içgüdüleriyle, sevgileriyle dönüştürebilir.
Kadının toplumda bağ kuran, birleştiren ve denge sağlayan gücünü ortak bir niyet etrafında harekete geçirerek yıkımların içinden yeni ve daha adil bir düzen inşa edebilme potansiyeliyle filizlenir.
Kadın barışın teminatıdır, toplumu birleştirir, aynı zamanda da ilerletir ve tüm topluma gerçeği gösterir.
Teşekkürler. Now, this is the list of the main themes of the Life Sphere Group on the subject of women and sustainable peace. Let's go over it. Women have a vital place in society, but this has been denied in patriarchal communities. Women consistently remain unifying, integrative, productive, and focused on reaching solutions. Women in Anatolia, and indeed across the world, are actually invisible guides. A woman always directs one step further. This forward guidance is achieved by transmitting the bond of compassion among women to the entire world. The woman is the carrier of life and peace and the guarantor of peace. She is a transformer and can transform all the chaos in life through their instincts and love. She unifies, advances, and reveals the truth to the entire society. By mobilizing the woman's power to establish bonds, unify, and provide balance around a common intention, the potential to build a new, more righteous system from destruction begins to flourish. Throughout history, the female body has been identified with natural cycles and endowed with cultural meanings, particularly through its capacity for fertility. When the peaceful nature of women converges with the cyclical order of nature, it offers a powerful model for social peace. The parallel between the menstrual cycle and the phases of the moon has provided a foundation for associating women's biological rhythms with the cosmic order. The moon's renewal is a symbolic counterpart to the female fertility cycle. The earth possesses a cyclic structure. Through seasonal transformations, the soil undergoes processes of yielding crops, resting, and regenerating. The woman's inclination to nurture and raise has been explained through analogy with the earth's nurturing and maturing of seedlings. Following the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, women assumed the effective role in political decision-making mechanisms to ensure the sustainability of peace. Women's representation in parliament reached nearly 60%. This is the highest rate of female representation in the world. In 2003 in Liberia, the non-violent resistance movement women of Liberia Mass Action for Peace played a critical role in ending the civil war. Under the leadership of Leymah Gbowee, recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, women organized sit-ins and compelled the parties toward negotiation, demonstrating that women can become active agents of peace through nonviolent resistance. United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2000 clearly establishes that women must be active subjects in peace processes, not merely symbolic figures, but participants in decision-making mechanisms. This resolution constitutes the first international document recognizing women not only as victims of war, but also as agents and decision-makers of peace. For this reason, it is regarded today as one of the most significant reference points for sustainable peace. In patriarchal societies, hegemonic masculinity, characterized by its authoritarian, competitive, and aggressive nature, is valued or tolerated by women. It is precisely these kinds of gender relations that prepare societies for war. Conversely, militarization and war produce patriarchal gender relations. In such an analysis, transforming gender relations is necessary to achieve and maintain peace. Women are regarded as agents of peace, also because they are among the groups most affected by war. They are compelled to protect their homes, families, and children as they experience the destructive consequences of conflict in their daily lives. For them, peace is not merely an ideal, but a necessity for survival. Women disproportionately bear the economic, social, and psychological burdens of war. This reality strengthens their inclination to advocate for peace and to take active roles in conflict resolution. The humanitarian organization CARE reports striking statistics concerning women. Globally, 150 million more women than men experience hunger, and 60% of those who die from hunger are women. Such data underscore the natural sense of responsibility women feel toward their families, children, and communities. Peace is therefore not optional, but essential for women. The 21st century is a period in which power, sectarian, ethnic, and religious conflicts, and terrorism have reached their peak, driven by the hegemonic ambitions of powerful states. In the Middle East, where peace still seems far off, the situation is worsening, with numerous lives lost, families torn apart, people injured, buildings burned and destroyed, and hopes shattered. And this disproportionately affects women, because women not only fight on the front lines when necessary, but they are also the direct recipients of the trauma experienced during the war. In conclusion, the historical reality that women have been carriers of peace has become even more visible today. When women's voices are silenced, the conscience of society is silenced. When their visibility increases, the roots of peace deepen. Therefore, a sustainable future must be built upon women's authentic partnership with nature, society, and peace. The presence of women is the strongest guarantee of peace's continuity. Women are the subjects of peace, and peace is inherent in women's nature. With this awareness, beyond all our differences, we raise our voices together as women for immediate and sustainable peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Tana, for this deep, insightful presentation and actually call for action. This is what I'm hearing here, a call for action for all of us. So yes, let's hear what are questions. I see Ernest is raising his hand. Will there be more questions? Let's just start here with you, Ernest, and let's see if there's more. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Raleigh. Impressive presentation and very touching. I think it's not only impressive by himself, the materials that you made the research, but the message that is here and the impact of the world, it should be really huge. I have a question. Actually, I know since you are one of the founder members of IHUD, okay, and very active, okay, and thank you very much for your great superior job with us. I know that you are involved in a lot of activities, and on one of the slides that you mentioned, that the ladies or women, okay, their representation in the world, like on political levels, it's reaching the best case up to 60%. In IHUD, we have ladies representative close to 85%, based on my rough calculation just quickly. So my question will be, since we can see on the screens, okay, that the vast majority are ladies, why you would see how to bring this level from 60% up to 85%, and try to bring the whole world leadership, okay, that the vast majority of the world countries, roughly like 187 countries approximately, okay, that 85% of them, the ladies will be actually the leaders and will be the prime ministers and the presidents of these countries. Okay, same like Japan. You can go back a bit to history to Indira Gandhi, okay, India, Mayor in Israel, Margaret Thatcher in UK, okay, Angela Merkel in Germany, okay, that ladies that make huge impact and huge change in the world. So what do you think about it? Maybe to take your presentation and put it in practice and try to promote it to the whole world, that 85% of the leadership of the world will be ladies, and by your presentation, peace in the world will be just like a blink of the eye. What do you think about it? I know that is a tricky question, but you know what, I'm still challenging you.
Well, the best thing I can say is we can never be alone. We have to be supported by men. So thank you for raising this question. We together as men and women build and construct all the facilities and everything in this world, but we have to remember the nature, the originality, the creativity, and how women can deal with this. So women have mystical, maybe disguised powers in the concept of dealing with the creativity in nature. That's what I believe, and that's what can be outdriven as the outcome of the presentation. So we have to use this. We have to get the benefits out of this, because the world needs, humanity needs this. But of course, we have been created as men and women, and this is not by chance. So we have to support the world. We have to support our mental and spiritual behaviors. And we have to teach humanity, guide humanity together. But you are right, since we are 85%, as you have quickly counted, as you have declared, of women here, we have this capacity, and I'm sure of IHUD women with full capacity can change the world, can bring peace to the world, and can create the lost, let me say, lost coherence with the nature. So this is a good assumption, and this is a real strong belief, and I'm sure we are all aware of our responsibilities, and thank you for guiding us here.
Thank you so much for your guidance here. Thank you so much, Professor Tane. And this is such a big, deep issue, and we will have to work on this, keep on working on it. Thank you so much. And I will be happy to now shift the perspective from here to another really deep conversation that is presented by our next presenters, by Ms. Anna Ilieva-Georgieva and Ms. Baglana Yendibaryeva. So today's next presentation explores how shifting perception can transform challenges into opportunities for growth. Ms. Georgieva joins us from Bulgaria. She is an engineer and economist with a multidisciplinary background in telecommunications, education, and finance. She holds 2 master's degrees, one in communication equipment and technologies from the Technical University of Sofia, and another in accounting and control from Veliko Tarnovo University. Her professional path spans teaching, financial management and leadership roles in international accounting and green energy sectors. Today, she is the owner and managing director of companies specializing in electronics, software production and accounting services, bringing together technical expertise and strategic vision. Welcome to our conversation here. And she is joined by Ms. Baglana Vendivayeva, an accountant based in Kazakhstan, whose work reflects a strong analytical approach combined with a growing interest in personal development and communication processes. Together, they bring a unique combination of structured thinking and human-centered insight. Their joint perspective offers a practical and accessible approach to understanding how we interpret reality and how changing that perspective can open new possibilities for growth, resilience, and connection. So please, we have the next presentation called Reframing as a Skill for Broadening Perception of the World. Please, the floor is yours.
Приветствуем всех участников конференции. We are glad to see you and saying gratitude and greetings to our attendees. And we have the presentation with the name of the Reframing and the Skill of Bordering Perception in the World to the Positive Way. Reframing is a skill for bordering perception of the world, change the point of view from one to another to the positive way and change the frames. Reframing is necessary to change the emotional, reduce stress and emotional resistance, see hidden opportunities, make the decision more consciously, develop emotional and cognitive flexibility, integrate personal experience into the holistic version of the world. It is important to see what helps us reframing to expand our perception, reduce emotional tension, and find a new way of interacting with the situation. But in order to understand why isn't it possible, it is important to see what exactly are changing in the process of reframing. What are the frames? Frames are nothing other than stereotypes that is a stable altitude towards a given phenomenon formed under the influence of historical, social opinion, and prior experience. There are hundreds and even thousands of such stereotypes, positively and negatively affecting. The first, most clear and definitive use of the word stereotype is a scientific term associated with the name of American sociologist, political scientist, and journalist Walter Lippmann, who introduced the concept of the stereotype into the sphere of the social political discourse by presenting his theory of public opinion in 1922. Stereotypes and the space of reframing. The author of the concept calls stereotypes the ordered, schematic, culturally determined by picture of the world in a person's mind, images of consciousness, which save efforts when perceiving complex objects in the world and protect one's values, positions, and rights. There are patterns of perception, filtering and interpretation on information adopted as a historical community by recognizing and understanding surrounding world. One and same experience has been definitely to change the angle of view. This is a space of framing, the art of changing meaning by changing the frame. Types of the reframing. Reframing by expanding of narrowing frames, reframing of meaning in a situation, reframing of context in a situation, single word reframing, reframing of speech strategies, reframing of outcome, and reframing of all the results. One of the same event can always be viewed from the different perspective. In our lives, it's a rule where exist two basic frames, the problem frame and outcome frame. This means that any event can be viewed either on obstacle creating a problem or as an opportunity and solution leading to the result. For example, the work of American cartoonist William Ellie Hill, My Wife and Mother-in-Law. In your focus, on the right side of the picture, you see an old woman with a facial feature. However, if you look at her from the distance, you can see instead of old woman, a young, elegant girl. The picture itself does not change, only our focus of attention changes. The reframing of meaning is changing to the perception of situation from negative to positive in reality. This is transition to a deeper level of understanding. Everything is not as it seems at a first glance. When you change in the frame of perception, you stop reacting automatically. You begin to see causes and effects. Look deeper than appear on the surface. Reframing in context of the simplest type. You can see there is a bad, not good, and you can see the problem to both fish. So you can see the cause and the result of the situation. You may see the whole reality and the thinking, what's going on. The reframing of the context. The reframing of context in the simple type, you take an object of reality or an event that the habituality, perspective, and negative context. For the boy can protect the sister. This may not be to decrease the negative reaction or to find more positive way of solution. The reframing is not only for positive view, interpretation of the situation, of more changing of the surface or first glance interpretation to the proper condition. What is behind our frames? You may lose the automatical reaction. You may see the cause and the result. You may see the logic of the thinking. You may see the more deep meaning of the situation. The fact is the same. The meaning is different because it meaning not as meaningful as before. Something could be at that stage of our development. The reframing is not illusion, but it is more deep understanding of the reality. Reframing of the contest is the simple type. You take an object or reality or an event as a habitually perspective only into the negative context. You can use but on another hand, which is Russian sounds zato. For example, rain itself is neither bad or not good. It plays experience through rain bring joy. However, a wedding feast outdoor the rain may cause unpleasant feeling. But on another hand, such a wedding will be remembered by anyone for a long time. So it might be romantic and positive way. We can find another samples of the reframing, but on another hand, as I said regarding wedding, all the guests had been said, but reframing of the inside. But on another hand, now you are clean in front of each other, and this is the gift from the sky. Dear guests, you are wet, but on another hand, you turn to be the people who attended the wedding, which is in a new way, and you'll never forget about it, and you will be popular. But on another hand, you had a new experience of the organization of the ceremony. One single word reframing of meaning. For this, we take a word expressing a certain idea or concept and find a synonym for it that gives a positive or negative shade to the original term. Money could be like a well-being, success, means, responsibility, corruption, and etc. All these words or phrases create different frames to the concept of money, thereby outlining various potential point of view. Playing with the frames. We can play with this frame patterns, replacing a negative statement with a positive one. How can we change the perception? In particular, stupid can be naive, innocent, absent-minded, economical in thought, irresponsible, can become free-thinking, flexible, or uninformed. It could be sourceful. The samples of single-word context framing of personal traits. Somebody played a role, not really successful. He's acting in a theater, but now, on another hand, I can become more skillful in speeches and action. So, in another hand, is a key for changing of the perception of the reality.
Рефрейминг речевых стратегий– это способ говорить так, чтобы не давить, а расширить мышление человека и его выбор.
The framing of the strategy, instead of direct meaning, you would use the word how, reframing of the speech strategy, and encouragement to look into interesting for future, shifting attention away from the problem. For example, you could say to a colleague, in a case of a mistake directly impacting the ego, next time you need to do this way and that way. Or you could say, what do you think would happen if you did it this way? Allow yourself to try this approach next time. Reframing through choice and awareness. What do you think would happen if you try to do it this way? Allow yourself to test this approach next time. Reframing of outcome. Reframing of outcome, shifting focus from the failure to value, experience, or progress. This is when you consciously change the way you interpret that happens in order to see in a more useful, constructive meaning. The essence of this speech strategy lies on shifting the center of attention and consequently the perception of the situation from one object to another, from one set of experience or goal to another, while the content of the verbal frame remains unchanged. On speech strategies of Sleight of mouth. At the level of syntax, in the speech strategies, the rule of preferring linked transition between sentences, and if, because, and yet, and even if, etc. Seen as smooth transition from one sentence to another, produce a smooth shift to a new paradigm. The use of these conjunctions allow the brain to maintain an economical energy mode and easily transition from one perception to a new one. Why do conjunction works this way, for example? The cause of negative thinking is stereotype of semantic load that are transmitted from generation to generation and archived in memory. The outcome does not determine value. Its interpretation determines growth. Patterns and sleight of mouth. The structure of phrases that appears in a person's speech, regardless of context, in the form of a template is called a pattern. The term sleight of mouth reflects the similarity of these patterns with card tricks. Sleight of mouth helps us become aware of the filter and maps of the pattern that blocks the distort perception in the world and potential possibilities, and this also changes habitual frames. In general terms, pattern can be characterized as a change of the linguistic frame. The meaning or essence of a word or sentence change, which correspondingly affects beliefs. As a rule, the change of the frame is carried out either with a new context using the word but on another hand, or with a new meaning using in reality this is. Types of reframing summary. Reframing by expanding of narrowing frames of time, situation.
Переосмысление эмоций. Джеймса Гросса, который разработал основы теории
among the most well-known and frequently cited authors who have studied remaining reframing and emotional regulation along with the key scientific words. Kevin author James Gross. Neuroscience of reframing. Reframing activates the prefrontal cortex and reduces the activity of amygdala, which means the prefrontal cortex takes over the management of the emotional reaction, calming the amygdala, which is responsible for the fear, anxiety, and instantaneous automatic reaction, reframing, engaging thinking, and reducing the automatic anxiety response. Work, emotional regulation, conceptual foundation, cognitive restructuring, calm down, describe the situation, analyze your mood, identify your automatic thoughts, find objective evidence, find contradicting evidence. Cognitive restructuring, determine fair thoughts, monitor your current mood. When the interpretation changes, the flow of an anxious signal decreases the lead for the reduce of fear, decrease of impulsive reactions, calmer reception of the situation. When we use reframing, it's strengthening connection between brain areas responsible for the meaning. It reduces the activity of fear system. It improves emotional resilience and changes the internal background of interpretation. Creation of the new connection. When the rephrase a situation, applying reframing will activate the neutral path bypass route. We change old ones to automatic, reactive being to be supplemented by the conscious one.
Так как активирует новые нейронные пути. Окружение создает безопасное пространство для экспериментов с новыми
Reframing sometimes requires acknowledging that your previous point of view was limited. The group environment creates the safe space of the experimenting the new frames. Neurobiology says that the activity of the amygdala, which is responsible for the fear and stress decrease, allowing the new interpretation to be perceived more easily. In the group environment, you can immediately test where the new frame works in the practice, how behavior was changed, how the other react, how communication changes.
Ранее мы говорили, что рефрейминг
Previously, we
помогает
discussed
изменить
how reframing
восприятие
helps
и
change
снизить
one's
стресс.
own perception and reduce
Теперь важно
stress.
увидеть, как это работает в
Now,
группе.
let us see how
Эффект
these changes works
усиливается
not
в
only
группе.
individually, but
Мы
also in the group
обычно
environment.
воспринимаем мир через собственные привычные фильтры. Но в группе
So,
появляются другие точки зрения, и
we
они
usually see
расширяют
the
нашу
world through our
видимость
habitual
ситуации.
frames, filters
Каждый новый
developed over
взгляд
the years.
помогает
When we are
заметить
in a
то,
group,
что
new
раньше
points
было
of view
скрыто.
appears.
Это
The
запускает
perspective of others
нейронные
help us
изменения. Мозг
see
начинает
what
быстрее
was
находить
previously invisible.
альтернативные
Each
смыслы.
new
И в
perspective
результате
triggers internal
изменения
changes. The
одного
brain
человека
search for
могут
alternative
постепенно повлиять
interpretation
на всю
faster.
группу.
A change in one participant gradually changes the entire group. This is how a domino effect arises in perception, behavior, and communication. The group creates new realities of perception. One person sees a limited way. A group creates a new realities of perception. We have already examined why the group environment is important and how new point of view trigger the domino effect. Let us now see how this works in practice when each participant actively uses their new frames and shares
Практический
when
цикл
the
работы за круглым
them with the
столом
groups.
представляет собой
Practical
переосмысление
cycle
участниками
of the
личных
roundtable work.
ситуаций, формирует новые
Each
взгляды.
person
Участники делятся ими без
chooses situation
оценки
or
и
habitual belief of
определяют лучшие смыслы
reappraisal.
в общий
Each
фрейм,
participant
который
formulates their
усиливает
new
понимание
perspective or
и
new meaning of the
устойчивость
event.
группы.
We share new interpretation, listening to other without judgment. We combine the best ideas into collective frame that strengthen understanding and emotional silence. What changes in perception? How did the emotion and behavior change? Which is the new frames can apply going forward. After new frames are formed and consolidated, it's important to see that
Рефрейминг помогает
what effect
разделить
this has
негативные
on the entire group,
интерпретации,
how the
увидеть
changes
пользу в
of the
ситуации,
one participant
снизить
spread throughout the
напряжение и
system.
сохранить способность
Working in
действовать,
reframing in the group
опираясь на
environment
более точное
accelerate the
и
process of
осмысленное
reappraisal,
восприятие.
make interpretation deeper, reduce stress and fear, amplifies the integral effect, the change of the one person influence to the entire system. A new frame of thinking becomes real only when it has been tested in a contact with the others. It should be noted that every language has its own verbal frames with different semantic loads, and what can be used in one language may be ineffective or counterproductive in another. Reframes are needed in order to stop getting stuck on negative interpretation and begin to see real benefit in a situation. They help shift the focus from problem to opportunity,
Такая
reduce
игра,
the
как
internal
рефрейминг в
tension,
группе,
and
помогает
restore the ability
использовать
to
силу
act.
окружения для
Game
расширения
reframing in a
мышления.
group. How to use the
Необходимо
power
для
of the
игры
group
от 3
environment
до
for
10
expanding of
участников и
thinking.
одного ведущего.
Required 3
Ведущий
to 10
дает
participants and
ситуацию,
facilitator,
например,
a
я
circle,
на
or
экзамен.
a
Каждый
one-line
коротко
chat.
говорит,
Online
как
chat.
он видит
The
ситуацию,
facilitator gives a
оправдываясь
neutral
без
or problematic
рефрейминга.
situation. For example, I made a
А
mistake
теперь
on my
каждый
exam.
участник
I was not
должен
supported by my team.
переформулировать
I failed by my
ситуацию
presentation.
через rечевые
Each
и
person bravely
языковые
says
связки,
how they see
о
the
которых мы
situation in a
говорили
usually
ранее,
way without
как
reframing,
«но» или
but
через
each
«зато»,
participant
через
must
«как»
reformulate
или
the
через
situation
«если
through
бы».
but, or through but on another
Например,
hand,
я
зато, or
провалил
through
экзамен,
how,
но
or through
теперь
if.
понимаю, как
Game example.
готовиться лучше.
I failed the
Или
exam,
я провалил
and then
экзамен,
I failed the
зато
exam,
получил
but
опыт.
now I understand how to prepare better. I failed the exam, but on another hand, I gained experience. How can I use the experience in going forward? Each participant improves the previous reframe, adds new meaning, expands the interpretation. Final reflection. The group answers. What new frame emerged as a result? How did the perception of the situation change? One situation equal to many meanings. The group environment means an accelerator of new interpretation. We do not change events. We create a new way of seeing them together. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation about how to reframe, how to see the reality in a new way, in a different way, and how to work together in this. Thank you so much. So please, who has a question in regards to this presentation? We are happy to hear that. And the first is Ernest. I think we have more. Mariam also wanted to ask. So we start with Ernest and then we keep going. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Superior presentation. I will be very short. I will touch only one point. You mentioned that one of the points is actually to conversion from a problem to an opportunity. It was one of the slides there. And that is exactly pretty much my expertise, my field of quality control. Okay, when typically like a company gets a customer complaint, okay, if you are a well-organized organization, you are work on unity and connection. So the meaning you are taking it, you are learning it, you study it, you respond to it in a professional manner, and you actually turn all this customer complaint into an opportunity, not only into a thank you letter, but moreover, you are retaining your customer, you are getting your money, and you are getting a referral for your excellent service. For the other hand, okay, if you are going into panic, and only from the world customer complaint you already panicking, and they start to yell all over the whole world, okay, and destroy all the connection in the internal framework of communication, you create a problem. So my question will be, to bottom line, okay, can reframing be defined as a sort of connection to the top level, the right person regarding the right decision? That would be my question. I hope that I explained myself approximately. Thank you so much.
Maybe to allow our translators to keep doing their great work, can you please just say your question in one sentence now again, Ernest?
Yes, the question is, can reframing be considered as a top connection level of decision makers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Баглан, либо я начну, либо ты. Во-первых, рефрейминг очень
Firstly,
помогает
reframing is very helpful to see the general point of view. This is the point of connection of interest of one and another person, let's say in a business, when there are two countries have a negotiation, so that the goal is for the win-win situation, and reframing is very helpful for that. So each person, each country's side would get the valuable end result, success and satisfaction. I would add that our emotions depends not on the situation, that depends on our interpretation, our perception, which means the reframing change the perception and change the reaction.
Thank you. And there's another question from Rebecca. Please, Rebecca, go ahead.
Спасибо большое за ценный доклад. Очень близок мне по теме. И у меня вопрос такой. Скажите, как вы помогаете людям использовать рефрейминг так, чтобы он не искажал восприятие, а наоборот, приближал к более глубокому пониманию происходящего?
How you change reframing for not deviating of the reality, but to accepting the reality in proper way.
сделать в окружении,
You
как
can do
вот
it
тренеры
with your surrounding,
рассказывали о
with your
игре
society.
применении таких
Something that you
или
use the
тестов,
games
которые
in
помогают
your
разобраться
surrounding, your group, using
в
tests
своих
which would help
ощущениях
you
и вывести
to
человека
understand your
на
own
какое-то
feelings
новое
and
состояние.
turn the human being
Речь не о
to
позитивной
accept the
трате
proper
позитива,
new
а о
reality.
пользе.
The meaning
Чему
is
это
not
учит
positive
и
just
что
for
мы
being
можем
positive.
сделать и что
This
можем
is what we
улучшить.
learn how to accept the proper reality, how to understand different way and had a proper reaction to the reality and perception in a proper meaning.
Thank you for this insightful answer. And yes, please, Grigori, please go ahead with your question. Please, Grigori, Notkin, please, you can raise your question.
Гриша.
Be a problem, technical issue.
Да, вот
No
представили
problem.
слово, а я не мог включить микрофон. Спасибо. Во-первых,
Sorry,
хочу
I had a
поблагодарить
technical
за
issue.
замечательный доклад,
Thank
очень
you so
важный
much. The
для
very
многих людей.
important the
Вопрос такой,
presentation, very
в
informative.
сегодняшнем
The
конфликтном
question
мире,
is,
когда идут войны,
currently when we have wars, conflicts, viruses, epidemics,
большой безработицы,
there is a danger of
робототехника, искусственным интеллектом,
absolutely
как
losing
помочь
work
людям
because of the
через
robotic
рефрейминг
detection,
ощутить себя более
robotics.
устойчиво в этом
How we
мире.
can use
Очень много
reframing to
депрессии
feel
и в очень
ourselves
тяжелое
more
состояние
stable,
психологически
to
люди
be
проживают.
both feet on
Возможно
the
ли с
earth
помощью
in
этой
our new
методики
reality.
замечательной
How we
улучшить
can use
это
this
состояние, более
methodology of
оптимистичный
reframing
взгляд
to
на мир?
make it more
Спасибо.
positive way of thinking, to be more optimistic, to look to the
Анна, ты
future.
скажешь, я начну. Да, сколько времени нужно для того, чтобы научиться рефреймингу, да, так
It
если можно
takes
сказать.
time to
Важно
learn
любой
how to
навык
use
освоить быстро,
skills of
но
reframing. The basic
автоматически
skills
этот метод
quite
станет
quick,
тогда
but
только, когда
automatically
его
this skill, this
использовать
option would
постоянно на
turn to be
практике. И
like
можно
a breathing
применять
when you use it
групповые
permanently at your
работы,
practice.
игры, это очень
You have to
эффективно
use the
с
group, you
применением
have to
рефрейминга.
have a games and interaction using reframing. As I understood the question was how to improve the condition of this our world. The condition of our world through the reframing. We can do it when we demonstrate by our sample how we do accepting the situation. You share the way of your point of view with other people. With the exactly situation, you may find another solution of exception and perception. You not change the reality. You demonstrate that there are few options of the exception and perception of the reality. The way of your view, the way of your point of view, the thoughts will change the reality for yourself and surrounding.
So we have one more minute, and maybe this is enough time for another question here that I'm having is, I wonder about what are the underlying principles, but here I see that there's a participant wanting to ask. I think we want to give the participant rather the chance. So please go ahead. You just raise your hand. Go ahead.
Да, спасибо.
Thank
Великолепная,
you.
совершенно изумительная
Perfect. Very
презентация.
amazing,
Хочется
impressive
спросить, а когда
presentation.
мы
I would like to
начнем
ask
этому
you,
учиться? Какие
when we
курсы, что
start
у
to
вас уже
learn how to
есть,
use
чтобы
these
мы
skills?
сами начали
Do
это
you
практиковать
have
дома, в
currently
семье, с
courses
коллегами, на
running,
работе и так далее?
ongoing, or
Спасибо
in
огромное.
perspective, so we can use it in our family, near, surrounding,
Есть курсы,
society, work?
ну не знаю,
We do
будет ли
have
там
courses.
приглашение, есть группа людей, которые этим
I believe we
занимаются,
may have
применяют
the
это на
invitation
практике
link.
и помогают людям, которые
There is a
приходят
group of people who is
для
using this in
того,
practice.
чтобы
So
познать
to use
больше о
this
себе.
knowledge to improve the skills.
Там применяется
experience and make it in advance so we can apply these methods of reframing in our simple life, material life, and surrounding with the nearest surrounding and job, family,
Thank you
neighbors.
so much.
Thank you so
We have
much.
to check and see. We ran out of time. I think we should keep moving here. And thank you so much for this enriching presentation here. We will keep moving with it. Thank you. And now we move even deeper into the inner structure of the human being toward the concept of wholeness. I am very delighted, and it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Svetlana Yaschuk. She holds a PhD in psychology and works at Brest State University, focusing on personality development and conscious transformation. Her work explores how developing inner wholeness allows individuals to build more balanced relationships and interact with the world in a more mature and integrated way. Through both research and practice, she investigates how self-perception influences behavior and social systems. So I'm very delighted to now introduce to you Dr. Svetlana Yaschuk with the presentation of the idea of wholeness as a condition for the development of a mature personality. Please, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, уже по всей вероятности вечер всем.
Good day,
Я рада приветствовать
possibly evening to
всех на
everyone.
этой
I'm
удивительной
happy
для
to welcome
нашего пространства конференции.
to this
Еще благодарна
conference.
за то, что
Thankful
некоторые просто уже
to
знакомые,
some of
родные
the
люди, которые
people that are familiar,
слышат про нас уже который
that
год.
come to us
Почему? Потому что,
several
даже, может быть,
years
у
in a
нас
row.
меньше презентации немножко будет на этот раз, а
And maybe we
больше
have
сообщения о
a little
нашей
bit less
работе. Потому что
of a
получается,
presentation,
что
but
6
more
лет, я бы сказала, с точки зрения психологии, мы
information.
ведем
Because for
такой
the last 6 years, I would say,
longitude. Что значит longitude? То есть это реальные люди,
we've
которые
had
участвуют в нашем
longitude.
проекте,
What is
приходят
longitude?
к нам
It's
на
people
обучение.
that come
И
to
вот
us to
только
study,
на 6-м году
and
нашего
only
взаимодействия
after 6 years of
получается,
our
что
working
появляются уже
together,
какие-то результаты, которые
we see the
позволяют
results that we
сказать, что у нас
can
есть свой подход к
say that we have
пониманию
our own
вот
approach
именно
to
целостного
understanding
развития
of
личности. И поэтому,
wholeness
знаете,
of
когда была
of a
заявлена
person.
тема
So
об
this theme
интеграции
of
личности,
integration of a
которая
person,
является интеграцией вообще
the
мира,
integration of the whole
переводная
world,
личность уж как-то близко мне, потому что это работа с людьми, с
it's
конкретными
the
людьми.
work that's close to me with
И, в
certain people,
общем-то, это действительно мост
and
и ключ к тому,
it's a
чтобы
bridge
вообще
and a
весь
key
личность и
to
весь мир стал устойчивым и гармоничным.
connect
Поэтому, вы знаете,
a
заявленная тема
person with the
конференции
world.
настолько
And this theme
бренд,
of the
соответствует
conference
того, что мы делаем.
is
Просто,
such
понимаете, внутри сердцу
is
хорошо от этого
so
всего.
close to what we're doing to
Почему
our
мы
hearts.
из
So
чего мы исходили?
we came from
Исходили мы из
a
таких
point
принципов, работая с
of a
людьми.
principle of
Начинали мы
working
6 лет, у
with
нас идут
people
наборы в
for 6
группы, у нас
years.
есть уже
We have
2
groups.
уровня обучения.
We have 2 levels
И
of
исходили из
education.
того, что
And
закона такого, что у личности внутри,
we
то есть, да,
have
условный
this
внутренний мир
law
человека,
of how
он
this
будет
inner
так
world of a
влиять,
person is
воспринимать и
constructed.
окружающий мир. И сегодня вот
This is
некая
how
информация,
they would
которая вообще-то
interpret
откликается
the
сегодня,
reality.
что действительно про тот же рефрейминг, про речь, о том, как мы вообще излагаем материалы. Но чтобы излагать, надо определенным
Teach how
образом
we
мыслить.
put out the
Поэтому мы
information and
остановились
our
на том, что
thoughts.
первый закон, что будет внутри
We came from
человека,
this law
так он и
of
будет
what
отражать
is
этот
inside the
окружающий
person.
мир.
This is
Так
how the
что,
person
как говорится,
interprets
это первый
the
и, как
outside world.
говорится, основной такой момент.
And
То есть
the main
надо было работать
moment
с внутренним миром
is we need
личности.
to work with the
Почему?
inner
Потому что
world
когда
of a
внутренний
person,
мир
because when the
сгармонизирован,
inner
человек
world
становится
of a person is constructed. A person can work with any circumstances in a different way, but it's not easily understood to us. And how do we work with a person? What do we suggest to the person? And what are the components to to introduce a person to himself? It's not simple, but often people don't often people don't accept this, and they need help. So we needed to touch upon this world in a different way. So then we understood that when we touch upon the inner world of a person, and we achieve this harmonization, we needed to understand what components are the main components to achieve this wholeness of a person. And so this wholeness would make the person stable in this changing world. And it's true. With AI and robotics, there are many questions that would help the person to be a person, and to be on a level of containing the inner world. And there's another principle. If it's even person, one person can influence thousands of people. And so we developed a program that we looked at. One of the principles we were telling about our system in our previous meetings with you, and we had yearly work. It never stopped. And our students that finished our course, we showed you the results that came out of it, and we wanted to show you more now of our results with examples of our participants, because today we changed a little bit. It's the people are broader today, and we started to feel that these results, we want them to show. We hope that soon this work will be completed, and from the scientific approach to translate it to the language of mathematics and numbers. So when we turn to this question of wholeness, we turn to the research that understood what is wholeness, different approaches, definitions, and the approach is, if we're talking about wholeness, we're talking about a harmonical oneness of a person, where the thoughts and the feelings are included, and most importantly, they need to be integrated.
у которой сгармонизированы вот эти составляющие,
который
So
характеризует
we're talking about a
личность.
person
Речь здесь
who
идет о чем?
has
Здесь идет о чем, что такая личность, это в первую очередь характеристика,
firstly
это она характеризуется уважением к
is
себе, и
characterized
она характеризуется
by loving
адекватной самооценкой.
oneself,
У нее есть четкое понимание своих
has an
ценностей, своих
understanding
принципов. Она
of its
способна к
principles,
самоанализу и анализу
of its
своих
values,
поступков и действий. И, в принципе, это тот
able to be
человек, который способен к
valued, and a
самопроявленности,
person who
самореализации и
can
несению ответственности.
self-realize
Что
and
как
carry
фактор, я бы сказала, для
carry a factor
современного человека является
of a person
непреложным, потому что
that,
каждому человеку, независимо от его статуса, роли,
regardless of the status
необходимо
or
четко
role,
осознать и нести ответственность за любые свои
needs to be
действия с
responsible
любого
for
уровня. Нету
their own
маленьких либо
actions
больших уровней.
on different
Наша
levels.
группа — это только часть мира, и
Our
одна
group
небольшая
is
доля — это
just a part of
люди,
the world. It's
которые
small, but
оказались
these are people that
способными
are able
познать свой внутренний
to
мир,
realize
раскрыть
their
его
inner world,
по-иному, и оказывается, это оказывает влияние на
and
окружающий мир.
apparently it
Поэтому,
influences
в
others.
общем-то, мы еще смотрели точку зрения философского и интегрального подхода. И
And we
больше
looked from
всего
different
нам
approaches,
в этом
and
определении этого понятия, в этом подходе нам
mostly in this
открылось, знаете,
approach,
какой момент, что
we
рассматривается
saw that
здесь целостность как
uh,
качество, вот понимаете, как
we're looking at the
качество,
wholeness as a quality,
качественно, то есть
quality.
единство в
So
человеке вот этих составляющих, обладающих
the oneness in a
качественностью.
person
И здесь были
uh,
выделены такие
has this
составляющие,
quality,
как дух.
and
Что такое дух
we
определяется
looked
с точки зрения вот
at
подхода
the soul
интегративного подхода и
uh,
философского. Дух —
from
это
the
стремление
philosophical
человека к
approach,
лучшему.
and it's
Здесь выделяется разум. А вот это, если
it's
мы
the
говорим о
desire of a
разуме, это
person to
способность
something
человека
higher,
качественно, логически, хорошо мыслить.
the
Осознанность — это
ability
то, что
of
человек
thinking
в каждом
logically,
моменте должен осознавать, где ты находишься, что ты
and the
делаешь,
person
почему
needs to
поступаешь.
understand
Ты
where they
должен
are,
понимать, что тебя
who
мотивирует.
they are, what
Ну и,
motivates
естественно,
them,
тогда мы говорим,
and
что если с этой
we're
точки понимать целостность
from that
человека,
point we're
то
talking
тогда
about
встает
wholeness of a
такой
person.
момент,
Then
что вот это качество нужно,
this
оно
quality
появляется, когда все составляющие
is
будут
acquired when
интегрированы,
all the
не
components
будет
are
что-то то,
integrated,
что будет выходить
and
вперед и будет самым
they will
важным,
have
но
something
приводит к
something
гармонии человека, к
important that will
балансу.
lead to
Ну и
a
в
harmony of a
принципе, если
person.
говорить о практическом, на чем
And
мы
if we're talking
тоже в своей
practically
практической программе,
in our practical
для
program,
наших участников мы пришли к выводу. Мы
our
взяли 4
participants,
составляющих,
we realized that we
которые
took 4
взаимодополняющие
components that
и
are
необходимо должны были
adding
быть
to each
созданы
other,
нашими участниками на курсе. Это тело. Мы
and
как раз
these
сегодня
are
говорили
a
об этом.
body. We talked about
Это,
it today.
ну, речь идет, это наши эмоции, это
It's
наши
our
мысли
emotions
и, конечно же,
and
энергия.
our thoughts and
Почему
energy.
энергия? Потому что
Why energy?
фактически для человека его
Because a
энергетический потенциал,
person's
когда он испытывает депрессию,
energetic
агрессию,
potential, where
либо
they
любые
feel
другие состояния
negative emotions,
негатива, любви и так
aggression,
далее, они как раз
lack of love,
разбалансируют человека,
they
и
balance the
поэтому
person,
он теряет энергию.
and the person is losing
Даже
energy.
после того, когда человек
Even
гневается, у него
after,
происходит мощное. Либо он переживает, он теряет энергию. Поэтому в
even after
нашей
that, they lose
программе
energy.
мы
So in
уделяем
our
этому
program, we
внимание. Но
paid
так как у
attention to
нас
this,
реально конкретные, нам нужно было понять,
but
как же эти
we needed to
составляющие
understand
осознаются нашими участниками в нашей программе.
how our
Поэтому мы
participants
провели
realize this,
эксплуатацию,
and
исследование, диагностику.
we
Причем это было
conducted
немалое
a
количество людей,
diagnosis,
это не только в
and it
нашей
wasn't a
программе,
small
это
number of people.
литература, научная практика ориентированная.
It
И
was in
мы
practice
вывели
and
на
in
этом
science,
мостре,
and
о котором мы вам единожды, рассказывали, говорили, что у
we
нас
talked
есть
about
такие
this
составляющие. Мы
before with
поняли,
you.
что для современного
We
человека, так как
realized that
уже
for a
у нам
modern
6 лет, мы
person,
еще такие
we're still young. We're only 6 years old.
Значит, и получается, что мы выделили, что у человека,
But
в общем, в его составляющих,
we
когда еще
realize
до
in a
работы
person,
встреч с ним, ну и при
even
встрече мы
before
это
that, before we're
выясняли,
meeting,
большое количество страхов.
there's a lot of fear.
Как вы понимаете, что человек, у которого есть... Мы сегодня говорили об этом, о том, что у
We talked about
современного
today that
человека
a modern person
есть чего
has
бояться.
what to
И эти
fear.
страхи, конечно же, не придают
And
человека ни к
these
устойчивости, ни
fears
к
don't bring a
гармонизации.
person
Они
to
приводят,
stability.
напротив, к
They bring a
дисбалансу.
person to
Любой
a
страх,
lack of balance. Any fear
на уровне что телесном, что
on a
эмоциональном,
body
в
level or
общем-то,
emotional level,
в мыслях, в наших убеждениях лишает человека
in our
энергию. И, в
thoughts,
принципе, если говорить о
they drain a
психосоматических
person of
исследованиях,
energy,
то
and
страхи вообще приводят
and
к
fears
заболеванию
bring
клеток.
to
Потому что
even
сначала мысли,
sickness of a
потом
cell,
эмоции, а потом
because
идет
first
клетка.
um,
Клетка задает
thoughts, then
последнюю,
emotions,
но
and
она налична,
then
когда
the
у
cell.
человека
The
твердо
cell is the
этот
last,
страх, который
but
на него влияет.
it's affected by this
Выбрасываются
fear.
определенные вещества, когда человек боится,
When a
меняется
person has
картина
fear,
радости,
they
картина внутреннего состояния, картина его
produce
эмоций.
different
Поэтому при работе со
chemicals,
страхами
and
мы, в
while
общем-то,
working with
это был
fears,
первый момент работы
this
со
was the
страхами,
first
естественно, с подхода
moment
нашего. Когда мы
from our
показывали
approach
нашим участникам
when we
нашего
were
курса,
showing our
как это
participants
происходит, как
how
можно
it happens,
по-другому
how
взглянуть.
they
Но
can
я
look at it
должна вам
differently.
сказать, что,
But I gotta
безусловно,
tell
эти
you,
страхи, несмотря на то, что мы прорабатывали,
the
показывали,
fears
под
don't
каким углом
disappear
зрения надо
immediately,
рассмотреть
even
это,
after our
каким
working with
образом
them.
мысли и так далее. Не
We
так
need to show them
стало
how to look at
однозначно,
it
когда у
and
человека
how to
есть
think
опыт,
about it.
когда он видит внешний
And
мир, услышать
then
внутренний
when the
свой
person has
потенциал и увидеть свой, почувствовать свой
experience, then they
ресурс.
can
Ресурс,
hear
который
their
идет
own
от
potential.
высшего, из области сердца, оно это
Um,
совпадает. Поэтому не все сразу. И
so
вы,
not everything at
вот
once,
хочется
but
сказать, что
I want to
есть
say
такой страх, о котором мы
there's
тоже
such a fear
говорили,
that
говорили
we also talked about.
на предыдущих встречах. Есть такой
Uh,
страх, о котором говорила Луи
there's
Билма, и она
a
считала,
fear
что в основе
who Louis
вообще
Bilma talked
жизнедеятельности
about, that
человека
she
лежит
thought
такой страх. Страх называется
that
«страх меня не любят».
this
И
fear of
получалось, что
being not
участники
loved,
даже
and the
уже к окончанию
participants,
курса,
even by
они,
the end of the course,
прорабатывая его,
working with
приходили
it,
к выводу, что
they
даже при
concluded,
проработке, при
even
знании, как
with
это делать
working on
практически,
it and knowing
оказывались
how
в
to do it
ситуации,
practically,
что в какие-то
they were
моменты
in a situation
что-то
that
понижало их ресурсы. И мы приходим
something
к
would
выводу,
lower their
что
resources and
даже
they were able to
ресурсные
do it.
состояния человеку необходимо
So,
поддерживать. И
so
вот
we
как
need
раз
to maintain
то, о чем
this
сегодня
level.
в этом пространстве, я говорю, достаточно красивом, мощном
And
пространстве,
in
потому
this
что просто по
space,
ощущениям создается
uh,
такая
we
мощная энергия,
we feel this
но
strong
в
power,
этом
strong
ежедневном
energy,
своем
where a
моменте, в каждом
person
моменте жизни ему необходимо
in a
вот это
certain
вот
point of life,
поддерживать
they need to
и
maintain
уметь
this
для себя
and
понимать и
be
осознать,
able to understand
каким образом это делать
how
и
to do it
отвечать себе на вопрос, что
and
происходит со мной
answer
в
your
этот
own
момент.
questions, what's
То есть
happening to
получалось,
me in
что
this
для того,
moment.
чтобы человека,
So
даже получив ресурс, его
uh,
поддержка ему
a
нужна
person, even
постоянно.
having all the
Поэтому у
resources, they
него
need a
есть
constant
многое, и в
support.
первую очередь он сам, и
And
возможность встречи с собой
so
и выяснения
they need
причин.
to work with
Для этого у
themselves.
нас есть специальные практики, которые
We have
позволяют,
certain practice
в
that
общем-то,
we can
это делать
that
на
allows
уровне
the
внутренней
society
встречи с
to
самим
do
собой.
it,
То есть это встреча с самим собой.
to allow
Что
this
еще
meeting of
вы
a
обратили
person
внимание?
with
Достаточно
themselves.
мощно
And
целостность человека разрушалась
we,
не только страхами, но еще
so
обидами.
the person
По
wasn't
сути, в своей
destroyed
жизни
by
человек
only
может
fears,
быть обиженным сам,
but also a
его может
person
тоже обижать.
can be
И обиды могут
hurt by others,
проникать прям вкроить человека на
and
длительное
it can
количество времени,
actually affect
отравляя его внутренний мир.
people's blood
Ну, естественно, а когда
and
отравлен внутренний мир, такой
and
человек
and
может
inner world, and
отравить и свой
of
внешний
course,
мир. То
at
есть
that
я
point,
бы
the person
просто
can
сказала, что то, что внутри, то и
ruin
снаружи.
the outer
Как
world.
внутри выстраивается человек. Поэтому,
So we start
опять
with
же,
what the
мы
person is inside,
прорабатывали, в общем-то,
and we worked
фактически мы, в общем-то, работали и в этом направлении.
in this
И 100
direction,
лет мы видели, каковы результаты были нашей
and we
работы.
saw the results of
Знаете,
our work. And by the
что
way,
интересно, у нас
what's
есть
interesting,
практика, когда
we
нужно,
we have
в
practice
общем-то, получить
where
ресурс любви отца и
we
матери
teach
и, в
people
общем-то,
to
то есть
acquire
фактически встречу со
resources of
своей семьей,
love
со своим родом
of
для
their
того.
family, father,
И
mother,
среди соучастников нашего
and the
проекта
participants
неоднозначно все получалось.
and participants
Оказывается,
were
мы
successful in that.
можем с детства проносить
So we
какие-то
can, from childhood, we
моменты
can
и
bring out
можем простить и принять то,
these
что по
moments,
отношению к нам
and
делали наши
we cannot forgive
родители. И вы знаете, это
our
было
parents
мощное
for
преодоление,
their
когда люди преодолевали это
attitude
и
towards
говорили,
us, and
мы стали
and
добрее, мы
we
стали
saw how
больше,
people that
мы
were able to
понимаем, как
overcome that fear,
устроен мир.
they became
Потому
uh,
что нам нужно
better,
понимать, что каждый из нас,
kinder,
каждый человек прошел
and they,
школу социума.
we
Мы
need to
сегодня
understand
даже
that all of
разговариваем о
us
том, что
went through
социум
this
сегодняшний мир тоже
school
неоднозначен.
of society,
Поэтому для того, чтобы вырасти до такого уровня, надо
and
растить
for us to
себя.
grow to that
И
level,
растить
we need to
себя
grow
можно
ourselves,
только
and
прорешая те внутренние
we need to grow
составляющие,
ourselves
гармонизируя те внутренние
by
составляющие, которые у тебя есть.
deducting this
Ну а
inner
вообще-то
qualities,
изюминкой на торте оказывается
and
чувство вины.
of
Знаете,
course
страхи,
this
обиды, в конечном
feeling
итоге,
of
если
guilt
выстроить такую
was
цепочку
very
желаний у
important.
человека, в конечном итоге он приходит к тому, либо мир устроен не так, и
The
все виноваты
person would
вокруг,
come to a
те
conclusion that
люди,
either the
которые рядом с
world
ним,
is
то окружение.
not
Ну а
correct
если ресурс
or their
направлен на
surrounding,
самообвинение, то
but
тогда
if the
человек
resources
чувствует,
are
что он не такой, и
pointed
он во всем виноват.
to
Тут очень много
self-reflection,
можно
then people
рассказывать
feel that
таких
something is wrong with them.
печальных
I
случаев
can
по
tell
этому
many,
вопросу,
many
но мне
sad
хотелось
stories,
бы обратить
but
внимание сейчас
I would want
на
right now
такой
to
момент, на
point
такой
to a
момент.
moment.
Я хотела бы сейчас включить презентацию,
I
если,
would want
как говорится, мне удастся,
to
Марвин
show a
показать
presentation,
вам
if I'm able
результаты
to
наших участников, как
to show the
изменился
results
мир,
of our
в общем-то,
participants, how they were
чувством
changed,
вины.
how they were able to change this feeling of guilt.
Так, скажите мне, пожалуйста, видно на экране что-то,
Can,
правильно ли
can
я
you guys
слайд,
see what I'm
либо
sharing?
кто-нибудь расскажите, вижу ли я сама только то, что у меня?
Все хорошо, спасибо большое.
We can
Да,
see it. We
хорошо,
can see it.
благодарю
Thank
вас,
you.
потому что мой
Thank
такой
you.
опыт не богатый, я больше практика
Uh,
в реальном формате.
my
Смотрите,
experience with presentation is
диагностика на
not
входе. Мы
vast.
маленькую группу выбрали, не всех уже участников. Сейчас мы
So we took a
обрабатываем
small
уже массив
number
данных,
of
которых есть.
participants.
Вот обвинение окружающих. То есть, смотрите,
And this is
нулевое
this shows
ноль это, в общем-то, обвинение окружения,
people that
10
blame
баллов.
the
В
surrounding.
общем-то, 0 то, что кто-то не
So the
обвинял таких
0
очевидцев. То
is
есть
people that nobody
участников,
blamed
5
their
участников,
environment, and
наполовину в малой
there are
степени,
no
а
such people.
основная часть обвиняла
So
окружающих.
the
Есть
main
10 баллов, то есть один из
the
наших
main when we
участников
see the
обвинял
10, that's
окружающих,
the main number of people
окружающий
that
мир
blamed
максимально
the
мощно.
surrounding world, the environment.
Значит, это окружающих, это по чувству вины. Ой, это итоговая, сейчас на входе. Так, сейчас следующий, давайте.
Next slide,
Это обвинение самого себя.
blaming
Давайте
yourself.
немножко помягче по
It's
обвинению к самому себе. Обратите
a little bit
внимание, что
better.
получилось. Уже 5 обвиняли самого себя на
5
бал, то
people
есть
blamed
мягкими были по
themselves.
отношению, 2 на в общем 8 баллов. Ну и где-то
to blame
такое
themselves
распределение, все же они
up
обвиняли
to
себя в
8,
меньшей степени. Это был вход, когда
and
диагностика
they
проходила на
were.
входе, когда они работали у нас с
This was
психологинькой и на которой
when they
было
were
все
starting
видно. А теперь давайте посмотрим,
our
что происходит.
method.
Но хотела обратить ваше внимание, знаете, на что?
But
Что
I
это
wanted
процесс,
to
это люди,
let you know it's a
которые
process. These are
одновременно
people
обучались у нас и жили в
that were
реальной жизни.
studying
То
with
есть
us,
это
but
еще
also lived
показатель о том,
a real
что
life.
наше вот это
So
исследование и их жизнь,
our
они говорили, что
study
сначала это как делилось, а потом они настолько включались, что
in their life,
пытались жить этими
they were saying
принципами.
that they
Но
were
вы понимаете, что в чем
uniting
тут
these
речь, что
principles
да,
and applying in
результат
real
не
life.
получается мгновенно. И для
But of course,
жизни,
the
для
results don't
выстраивания
come
человека, для
immediately.
получения
Mm,
ресурса, ему нужно брать ответственность на себя.
The
Ну,
person
в
needed to be
общем-то, и это один из
responsible
таких мощнейших
for themselves.
правил для любого
And this is
человека, когда
the
это
main
приходит
rule
к
for a
его
person.
сознанию, и как он
And
устроен, и
when
что
it
с ним
comes to
происходит в
their
действительности.
consciousness and
Вот
they
следующее–
realize
это обвинение
what is
окружающих.
happening to them.
Посмотрите,
The next
вся
slide is
палитра, ну, они там,
blaming
видите, нету
the
предыдущего, но я
surrounding.
думаю,
This is
зрительно,
the
визуально
result.
помните, посмотрите. То есть
So
4
if
человека
you
из
remember,
9 ответов, как вы видите,
now
на
4
итоге
people out of
они не
9
обвиняют окружающих. И
are
вся
not blaming the
борьба
surrounding
наших курсантов
environment.
сдвинулась в ту сторону, то есть
So you can see how
минимизировано
more
уже
people,
обвинение окружающих, то есть понимаете, что
less people started
получается, что
blaming the
люди начинают
surrounding environment,
рассматривать свою
surrounding people,
жизнь
but people started
уже
looking at their own
осознавая,
life,
прежде чем кого-то
realizing
обвинить, либо что-то
that
сказать,
before I
начинает
blame
вырабатывать
others,
другой принцип по
a
отношению к
different
окружению.
principle
Но
starts
тут
to
самый
work towards
интересный
the
момент,
environment.
который, знаете, мы тоже с таким интересом рассматривали. Момент был такой.
The next moment,
Посмотрите обвинение
we
самого себя.
we
У
saw
нас
that
оказалось,
blaming
что
themselves,
только один человек ушел от
only
обвинения самого
one
себя,
person
а
deviated
повысилось
from
там,
blaming
если мы
themselves.
вспомним, там было меньше
If you remember,
обвинения себя, больше обвинения
before there
окружающих
was
после
less
работы
blaming oneself,
уже
but more
на
blaming
курсе
of
по
the
ходу
others.
люди, мы,
But during
естественно,
the
так как у нас
course,
работают кураторы, мы работаем все время,
because we're
естественным
working with
образом
them,
начинали рассуждать и предполагать,
we
почему же
started
обвинение у самого себя
thinking
человека
why
повысилось.
a
Так вот,
person of
оказалось,
blaming
что для
themselves was
того,
increased.
что они стали
So we saw that
раскрывать определенные
in
ситуации,
order for them to
которые они
start
как-то
open certain
скрывали для себя как
situation
некую тайну,
that
но
they were
это
hiding from
обвинение
themselves
у них уже
before,
не звучало, это просто, ну, оно, как говорится, называется, а сама параметристика была как то, что
now
человек начинал
the
познавать
person
самого
started
себя, и он начинал взращивать свой ресурс,
discovering
но видел он
themselves,
это, он уже это все
but
осознавал.
they already
Поэтому
saw
мы
that.
считаем, что вот это вот движение к себе
So
позволяет человеку
movement
ну,
towards oneself,
на диагностике это оно выглядит неким образом как увеличение обвинения самого себя.
it
В
looks like
действительности в
an
конкретике
increase of
люди
blaming
начали
oneself,
осознавать себя. Они
but
начали
it's
понимать,
really
знать,
discovering
как
oneself.
практически выход уменьшить. Да, был один человек, как вы видите, который
We had
остался на максимуме.
one
Там были
person that
действительно
stayed
вопросы, с
at a
этим человеком
maximum,
работали. То есть,
but
когда
we
кураторы
continued
сами
working with
видят
that
люди
person,
свою диагностику, они задают вопросы, и
and
это реально меняет
the curators
развитие. Ну,
would
еще из
ask them
жизни, еще
questions,
дальше, что хотелось бы показать, еще более
and
сильно и
we
мощно
also want to
у
show
нас
you
прозвучало это,
that
когда наши участники перешли на второй курс,
when our
и вот мы
participants
использовали
graduated
диагностика,
to the
такая
second course,
ну, колесо баланса, оно называется.
there's a
Чаще всего его
diagnosis that
странным
is called
образом
a wheel
использовали
of balance.
в психологии, просто
They
меряют
use it
его,
in
не знаю для
psychology.
чего. Мы работали постоянно, потому что мы
We
работали здесь осознанно, приводили к осознанности. И вот
we would
диагностика, как вы
work with
видите,
a
у
person and
наших,
bring them
это
to
один
a
только пример.
realization.
И вы
And
видите,
this
у
is just
человека по
one
работе, по
example
финансам,
you can see
духовности
how
в общении с что-то такое острое, как вы понимаете, гармоничности нет, устойчивости нет, такое
this person doesn't
происходит
have
катится. Когда
um,
человек видит, это на входе, когда он
not a
первый
rounded
видит,
wheel, so it can't
ясно, он видит,
spin.
где какие аспекты ему нужно
So the person can see
прорабатывать.
these
Это
aspects and
происходит
where they need to work on
структурообразно.
themselves. And
Этого
what happens
человека,
during
сейчас
this
давайте
work
посмотрим,
of a
вы
person,
запомните, ну, как-то целую
just try to
картину,
remember this
подумавши, ну, как
picture
получилось. Вот смотрите,
of
что
the slide,
произошло по...
and this is what happens
Вот работа
after
человека,
working with the
ну,
person.
вместе с нами.
You can
Обратите
see
внимание
how
человека по работе,
it's
по
becoming,
бизнесе, понятие финанс. И обратите внимание, здесь ну просто так нарисовано,
it,
как человек
it
рисовал сам эту
starts
лишь
looking more
сфера
like a
стала
wheel,
круглой,
like a
колесо
circle.
начинает катиться. Но
So
здесь
this
человек
wheel starts
явно
to
говорит,
turn.
что ему нужно
There are
менять работу, и
still
он решает это.
there are
Это
still areas where
другое
they need to
отношение.
work on
Но
them.
вот знаете, когда
For
говорят о
instance,
духовном,
area
о
of
чем-то
work
высшем, люди
or
начинают
spirituality.
как-то волноваться и 10 баллов себе не
When a
ставить. Суть
person
заключается в том,
starts talking
что
about
вот
spirituality,
экспертиза
they don't give themselves
автоматически прослеживалась у
10
каждого
points,
из наших участников. То есть
and that's
мы
why you see this
понимаем,
dip.
что
And so we
люди
understood
стремятся к
that
целостности. А так как
people
они исходили
try to
из
reach wholeness, but
ресурса любви, встречи со своим внутренним миром, связи с Высшим, мы
but
просто понимали,
once they
что и они нам
look
давали
at
такую
their inner
обратную связь,
self,
когда были выпускные, когда встречались, когда начинали
when
потихоньку
when they were
собственной жизни,
graduating,
оказывалось, у них раскрывались и таланты,
they would
и какое-то осознание
discover
себя,
different
и
talents.
выходы на новые уровни
They
жизни. И это отмечали не только они, но
they
и те люди, которые их
they saw
окружали.
not only they
Поэтому
saw
мне
it, but
что
even the people
хочется
around them saw that.
сказать по на
So what I
завершение,
want
что
to
вот как
say in
работает наша
conclusion
программа,
that this is how
в
our
общем-то,
program works
таким образом. И, в общем-то,
in such a way.
такой у нас получился результат.
This is the result that we
И
got.
мне хотелось бы что сказать? Еще раз сказать большое
I wanted to say
спасибо всем, потому
thank you
что,
to
знаете,
everyone
встречаясь с вами и видя вас,
because meeting with
чувствуя
you
вас
and
и слушая вас,
seeing
я
you and
понимаю,
feeling
что
you and listening
мир
to you,
обязан
we
прийти к миру.
understand that the world
И
needs
пусть
to
наша система еще такая юная,
achieve
маленькая,
peace,
но кто-то
and our
движется в этом
system is still
направлении.
young and
И
small,
та энергия,
but we're moving
которую во
towards
время
it.
релаксационных программ мы излучаем и дарим этому
And
миру, мы знаем, что это тоже
you know,
влияет на их жизнь. Поэтому благодарю
we
вас.
give these programs to the
Большое
world, and we
спасибо,
know
кланяюсь
that
вам
these programs affect the world. And thank you very
от
much
всех нас.
Thank you.
from all of
Thank
us.
you so much for this insightful presentation. Thank you. And yes, I'm sure there are questions about this. And please, Professor Eliav.
Да, огромное спасибо, дорогая Светлана, за прекрасное
Thank you,
выступление.
Svetlana.
Я хорошо помню ваше
I
предыдущее тоже
remember
выступление.
very well.
Очень интересно с моей стороны заключается, то есть вот в чем мой вам вопрос.
This is my question.
Сопровождаете ли вы своих подопечных, людей, которые учились у вас
Do you
на
follow
курсе,
your
если да,
students
если да, то
after
какое
they
время?
graduate?
Потом вот
If yes, for how long?
насколько длительно
And
сохраняется этот эффект вашего курса,
how
если
long
вы
does this effect last
прекращаете
of your course
сопровождать, то есть есть ли какая-то у
if you
вас
stop following them?
информация об этом?
Do you have any
Хотят
information
ли
about
пользоваться той методологией,
people
которую
continuing
вы
to use your methods?
Благодарю за вопрос. Он прямо
Thank you for
действительно
the
чудесный,
question.
в точку, потому что
Beautiful.
мы действительно сопровождаем.
We
И, честно
do
говоря,
follow
наши
our
участники,
students and
вот которые
our
нашего курса, они ведь
participants.
уже выпускники, это 6-й год.
They
Мы
already
знаем обо
graduated
всех все.
after
Некоторые
6
уже
years.
у нас,
We
получается,
know
создавали
everything
семьи,
about
где нас
them. they would invite us to their newly formed families.
Я не знаю,
And
истории нашей системы, сделать такой не альбом, а
we,
такой сейчас
we
современный,
wanted
чтобы мы знали,
to
вообще мы знаем
compile this
сейчас еще
album
более подробно,
that we would
почему,
know more
потому,
about them,
понимаете, благодарю вас, потому что нам
because
тоже
and I
важно,
thank
потому
you
что
because
это
it's
же
very important for
единый
us,
ресурс, о котором мы говорили, это
this resource
механизм,
that
который есть
we
у
talked
каждого
about,
человека. Как он работает, как долго он работает,
to see
действительно,
the person,
как он
how
дает
long it
возможность
works,
реализовываться.
how,
Но я вам
how
скажу,
he
что
realizes.
реализуются, это правда, они другие, они такие живые,
And
они такие настоящие.
these people are
Я,
so real,
понимаете,
so
вместе
alive.
вот сейчас с теми, кто прошел второй у нас уровень обучения, мы хотим вообще развернуть хороший проект на
We want to
именно
start
по интеграции
another project
вообще-то
on
людей,
integration
которые живет на уровне
of
любви, сердца, ну и
people that
божественном
live
уровне.
on the level
Поэтому
of
наш любой участник, мы
love
живем
and
по
heart.
такому принципу им
And
говорим, что
we
душа,
tell our
это
participants
как часть Вселенной. Наше,
that
как
your soul
разум,
is part of the
стремится
universe,
к целостности,
and
а
it
наше высшее
wants
стремится к
wholeness.
Богу. Каким путем мы будем
And
идти? Надо настоящим идти. И нет
we
никаких
want
законов.
spirituality.
Вот это у нас
We,
7-й принцип, о котором мы говорим. Поэтому, конечно, благодарю за вопрос. Он
and
еще
I thank you for your
больше,
question.
как-то указывает на то, что мы на
This question
правильном
points
делаем
to
правильно, что мы
the fact that we're on the
не
right
теряем наших людей,
course,
а мы вместе,
that we're
и
not
пространство
losing our
просто
people. We are all
увеличивается,
together,
будет больше
and we
таких
expand.
людей, потому что
And
то,
we're
что
going to
вы
have more of these
делаете, это
people.
тоже мощная
And
экосистема. И
what you
с
guys
этой
do here is
энергией, и
also
то,
very
что вы
powerful, a
решаете,
powerful
это
system. It's
действительно
energy,
мощно и глобально.
and it's global.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity to deepen our awareness about becoming whole. So, for now, in just a few moments, we will be taking a 10-minute break. So, I hope you've been all enjoying the first part of the conference and the rich discussions we've had so far. And so this is a great opportunity now to stretch your legs, grab a drink or a snack, take a short pause before we continue. During the break, we will be playing a short promotional video presenting our current project, the IHUD Smart Book. We will also share the link in the chat now so you can explore it further at your own convenience. I would also like to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation for this opportunity to moderate the first session on the second day and to be among such a remarkable and diverse group of participants and presenters. It's been truly a pleasure. Thank you so much. And after the break, we will continue with the second part of the second day of the conference, which will be moderated by my colleague, Mr. Gianni Conti, who will guide you through the next sessions and discussions. So please make sure to return in 10 minutes as we will resume promptly at 4:40 Central European Time. Thank you, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
friends. I'm Debbie Surt. I spent many years teaching young children, guided by the belief that every child needs to feel valued. I learned early on watching my sister struggle and seeing how easily a child can feel invisible. In my classroom, children learn through hands-on experiences, play, and collaboration. That's what drew me to IHUD and integral education. It confirmed what I had seen. Learning isn't mechanical. It's shaped by relationships and environment. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to work with the IHUD team to create a smart book on integral education and its impact on classroom instruction. Integral education aligns with the natural process of human development. It helps children come to understand themselves as something larger, as part of a whole interconnected world.
Hello, my name's Amanda Green. I'm a professional couples counselor and a very proud member of IHUD, and I'm so excited to tell you about the book that we're writing, a huge team from all different disciplines across the globe and uniting to make this book because humanity needs this book. We are struggling right now in what seems to be a big ball of chaos and confusion and conflict and suffering, and so excited to tell you that the book has some answers as far as guidance and which direction to go and what your role in it is. And as it turns out, your role is a very special role. Humanity, or humans I should say, have a unique place in nature. We have the capacity to consciously build balance, harmony, and beauty in the world around us when we unite with a common goal. And we will see how this simple message applies across the board and can relate to pretty much any subject and context. And can't wait to share it with you. Please join us. Click when you get the link and come and see what it's all about. You won't regret it.
My name is Ernest Iskovic, and I am very glad and happy to meet with you. Actually, I would like to talk about IHUD. IHUD is a very special organization of friends that is international organization that are willing to make our life better and much more joyful and much more happy. In particular, actually, I would like to mention my article regarding one global community engagement that it actually reflects the level of relationships and the level of friends that we have. I would like to share with you that this upcoming week I was invited actually to run a lecture, run a music performance, okay, with my accordion, and furthermore actually to have run a round table in 3 different languages. And this round table, it was an invitation from a friend of mine who is actually a manager of a program of adults in our community center in my neighborhood. And we are going to talk about every option and every good things that we are able to create together as friends, as community, as family, and the bottom line to have a very nice and beautiful community engagement. This community engagement, okay, it works for everybody because the benefit goes to the friends, to the neighbors, to the community, to the society, to the environment, and definitely for global sustainability. So looking forward for this opportunity. If you'd like to have the opportunity and you have the time, you're very welcome to go through my article. But most important, please browse our website, what is called IHUD World, okay, and you will see not only articles and my best friends from all over the world, but just you will see the miracles.
Hello, my name is Kathy Perello. I am a retired teacher of 30 years in the humanities department of a school in Erie, Pennsylvania. I have been a part of IHUD for about a decade now. Every minute of the work done in IHUD, which is the Institute for Humanities United Development, has been filled with beautiful colleagues, work, yes, but an intention to bring what we have studied to the world. IHUD Integral Education is a most special type of integral education. I think my main message for all of you is to say it is for all ages, even those of us entering our octogenarian years and on up from that. Please make a choice to consider the book that we will be publishing. It will be in a smart book type and also other ways to read it. Please consider this. Thank you.
In an era of constant noise and shrinking attention spans, we face a silent crisis. We have infinite access to information, but starve for meaning. Traditional search engines treat knowledge as a collection of disconnected facts. They provide data points, but offer no context. The result is a fractured picture of the world. Our understanding drifts into isolated clusters, leaving wide gaps in our perception of reality. As global complexity increases, the ability to bridge these gaps is a vital necessity for anyone wanting to navigate the challenges of tomorrow. A fragmented worldview leaves us ill-equipped to solve problems that are, by their very nature, interconnected. Resolving a failure of this scale requires a new architectural approach to how we organize what we know. This is why we built the IHUD SmartBook project, not as another digital library, but as a framework for integrating human intelligence. Our goal is to transform scattered data into actionable meaning by building the connective tissue between disparate fields of study. The base layer of this system is Integropedia, a living encyclopedia developed through 10 years of research into integrative education and science. This system is built upon 40 foundational chapters. These materials form the core layer of our developmental methodology. Each chapter synthesizes cutting-edge science, profound human experience, and global societal development into a single coherent whole. By weaving these threads together, we provide a map that shows how abstract principles actually shape our physical and social reality. Navigation within this map is handled by an active system, the SmartBook agent. This is an intelligent AI mentor trained specifically on our integrative framework to understand context rather than just keywords. The agent's mission is to guide you through vast arrays of content, mapping hidden connections between concepts that traditional search tools often miss. This approach moves the user away from memorizing isolated data and toward a genuine understanding of complex systems. It changes the experience from passive reading to an active interaction with a unified worldview. The encyclopedia and the AI are housed within a global ecosystem designed for continuous evolution. This includes a multilingual learning environment and a dedicated space for social knowledge exchange. These pillars allow for cross-disciplinary collaboration and cultural insights to flow into the system from around the globe. This ensures that knowledge remains a living entity, constantly updated by the synergy of integrative thinking and collective insight. We have already deployed the foundational chapters and the initial SmartBook agent prototype. Our next steps involve expanding the knowledge base and scaling the platform to remove language barriers for a global audience. We are moving towards widespread user testing and establishing partnerships with leading research and educational institutions. This transition marks the shift from an innovative prototype to a global infrastructure for integrative learning. The implementation of this platform provides the tools for a new level of clarity in how we view ourselves and our society.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Gianni. I hold a master's degree in the science of education, and I've had the privilege of teaching it in Washington and New York. And I'm truly honored to be with you for the second part of today's conference. I hope the short break offered you not only a rest, but a moment to gently integrate the ideas we've explored so far. Because what we're doing here is not just attending a conference. We're engaging in a shared inquiry into what it means to be human in an interconnected world and how this understanding can evolve us into a more conscientious, harmonious society. In the second part of our day, we're going to continue expanding this perspective from psychology to social systems to history and beyond. Before we begin, just a few reminders. The conference is available on multiple platforms. Please select your preferred language using the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom, at the bottom of the screen. After each presentation, we'll hold the short Q&A session. You're warmly invited to participate by raising your hand or writing your question in the chat. We encourage you not only to listen, but engage, reflect, and connect with your hearts. Our first presentation is Psychology of Unity, the Path to a Whole Person and Society. This is a topic that lies at the heart of both personal and collective transformation, the psychology of unity. So it's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Helena Rebecca Kabat. She is a psychologist with a background in philology and behavioral psychology. She's worked extensively with children and adolescents in the field of emotional development. Her work today focuses on integrative psychology, combining therapeutic approaches with bioengineering analysis and exploring how inner awareness shapes our connection with others and the wider human system. Through both practical experience and theoretical reflection, she brings a perspective that connects personal development and collective harmony. Please join me in warmly welcoming her.
Всем доброго дня. Я благодарю
Good day
организаторов
to everyone.
за возможность выступить.
Thank you for allowing me to share this subject. For me, it's a personal theme for me. I'd like to share some of the conclusions that I have.
Лана, пожалуйста, слайды.
Please, slides.
Итак, тема психологии единства или путь от самопознания к космическому пониманию.
From self-knowledge to cosmic understanding, an integral paradigm of knowing the human being and the universe.
От самопознания к космическому пониманию. Интегральная парадигма. Познай самого себя, и ты познаешь Вселенную и богов.
Know thyself, and you shall know the universe and the gods.
Эта древняя формула
This ancient formula reflects the fundamental idea of the connection between self-knowledge and understanding the world. The question of how human beings come to know the world has remained one of the central questions throughout the history of science and philosophy, from ancient Greek thought to modern research in cognitive science and cosmology. The same fundamental problem can be traced. Can a person understand the structure of the universe without first examining their own mechanisms of perception and thinking? Modern interdisciplinary research increasingly shows that the cognition of reality cannot be considered outside the context of human consciousness, through which the picture of the world is formed. In this sense, the study of the universe is inevitably linked with the study of the observer themselves. In recent decades, the development of the systems thinking, cognitive science, and integral approaches has led to a formation of a new scientific perspective in which the human being is viewed not as an external observer of the universe, but as an element of a complex system of interconnections. In this perspective, the process of self-knowledge, social interactions, and scientific inquiry prove to be complementary aspects of a single process of knowing reality. This opens the possibility of viewing the path from knowing oneself to exploring the universe as a progressive expansion of the horizon of the human consciousness. In this report examines the relationship between a person's inner self-knowledge and their aspiration to study the external world, including from the perspective of the integral approach and spiritual concepts. Let's consider the human being as a part of a unified system of consciousness. The development of cognitive science, social psychology, and systems theory shows that consciousness is formed through a continuous exchange of information, emotions, and meanings between people and their environment. In this context, individual consciousness cannot be fully understood outside the network of relationships in which it develops. Human thinking and perception are formed through social interaction. Language, slide 3, please.
Развитие когнитивных наук показывает, что сознание формируется в процессе постоянного обмена информацией, эмоциями и смыслами. Человеческое мышление и восприятие формируются в процессе социального
Human thinking and perception are formed through social interactions. Language, cultural models, collective representations, and forms of communication create the space in which an individual's picture of the world is formed. Thus, consciousness can be viewed not only as an individual phenomenon, but also as a result of the interaction of many people within a complex social system. Some researchers describe such processes through the concept of collective or distributed consciousness. According to this approach, knowledge, ideas, and ways of interpreting reality are formed and developed through the collective exchange of experience. A person becomes a bearer not only of individual experience, but also of cultural and social experience formed within the human community.
В ней развитие сознания человека связано не только с индивидуальным опытом, но и с развитием коллективных форм осмысления реальности. По мере углубления взаимодействия между
The
людьми
integral paradigm allows these processes to be viewed in a broader context. In it, the development of human consciousness is linked not only to individual experience, but also to the development of a collective forms of comprehending reality. As interaction between the people deepens, the possibility arises for the formation of more complex forms of collective understanding of the world based on dialogue, joint inquiry, and the exchange of knowledge.
с более широкими процессами развития человеческого общества. Самопознание как основа познания мира.
Self-knowledge as the foundation of knowing the world. Self-knowledge is a fundamental foundation of understanding the surrounding reality. A person studies their thoughts, emotions, behavior, and forms a system of values and worldview. Classical philosophical schools such as Socratic traditions of self-knowledge and modern psychological theories confirm that inner investigation leads to an expansion of the boundaries of understanding the world. The integral approach emphasizes that the human being is an inseparable part of the unified system of the universe, and their inner changes influence the perception of reality. Historical examples of the connection between self-knowledge and the study of the universe. Antiquity. The philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle emphasized the connection between self-knowledge and knowledge of the surrounding world. The Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci combined art and science, basing his work on a deep analysis of human nature. Modern science. Quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity were formed as a result of deep analysis of the principles of perception and the subjectivity of the observer. Methods of self-knowledge and their influence on the study of the world. Meditation and reflection help one become aware of the connection between the subjective experience and objective reality. Psychological research shows that self-analysis promotes the development of critical thinking and the scientific approach. Scientific methods in physics, biology, and cognitive sciences are based on principles of observation and experiments similar to methods of inner analysis. The integral method suggests that a person can achieve a deep understanding of the universe through unification with others, developing a collective perception of reality. The deeper a person becomes aware of their internal processes, thoughts, emotions, reactions, the more complex and subtle patterns they begin to notice in the external world. This is because perception is not a neutral instrument. It is shaped by internal models, accumulated experience, and the level of awareness. By expanding self-understanding, a person essentially tunes the lens through which they look at reality and begins to see not only individual phenomena, but also the connection between them, the dynamics of a system, and the hidden causes of what is happening. One can imagine a person as a sensitive sensor with a large network. The more precisely it turns, a deeper and more holistic the picture it is capable of reading and transmitting into the shared field of interaction. It is precisely this path from studying the inner world to understanding the external one that became the foundation for the development of such fields in neuroscience, cognitive psychology, and the philosophy of consciousness. Due to the large volumes of information, the development of new neural networks and artificial intelligence technologies also contributes. By creating models of thinking, perception, and decision-making, a person essentially reproduces their own cognitive processes, trying to understand now how awareness, choice, and meaning arise. Thus, the study of the consciousness becomes not merely a personal practice. From the perspective of the integral approach, a person is viewed not as an isolated unit, but as an element of a complex, interconnected system, social, cultural, cognitive, and even biospheric. And here the metaphor of the sensor reveals itself more deeply. Each person not only perceives reality, but also influences it through their state, attention, and quality of presence. Therefore, the level of development of society is directly connected to the level of awareness of its participants. When a person begins to realize their internal dynamics, they gradually begin to see their influence on others, on the atmosphere of interaction, and on the decisions being made. And then a new understanding of responsibility emerges, not as an external demand, but as a natural consequence of being included in the overall system. The more people become aware nodes of this network, the more coherent, sensitive, and resilient the entire system becomes as a whole. Modern science has significantly expanded the possibility of studying the universe. Cosmology, astrophysics, quantum physics, and other disciplines allow human beings to penetrate the depth of space and reveal the patterns of how matter is organized. However, in parallel with this, it is becoming increasingly evident that the boundaries of knowledge are determined not only by the technical means or theoretical models, but also by the characteristics of the observer themselves, their perception, cognitive structure, and inner state. In recent decades, the idea of the need to move from a fragmented understanding of reality to a holistic, systemic vision of the world has been voiced increasingly, often in various fields of science. The development of systems theory, interdisciplinary research, and integral approaches shows that complex phenomena of nature and society cannot be adequately described with narrow disciplinary boundaries. Reality appears as a multidimensional, interconnected system in which the human being is not an external observer, but an integral part of it. In this content, the integral approach to cognition takes on special significance, viewing the human being simultaneously as a subject of inquiry and as an element of a broader system of the universe. This approach presumes that a person's internal states, their ways of perceiving, thinking, and interacting with others, exert a substantial influence on the formation of a picture of the world. Consequently, the study of reality inevitably includes the study of the very process of perception and consciousness. The central idea of this work is that the deepening and understanding of a person's inner world opens new possibilities for comprehending the structure and patterns of the surrounding reality. The transition from knowing oneself to study the universe allows us to view the human being as the universe not as opposed entities, but as interconnected levels of a single system. Research methodology. The methodological foundation of this research is the integral approach, which combines the idea of systems thinking, interdisciplinary analysis, and reflective investigation of human consciousness. Within this approach, the human being is viewed simultaneously as a subject of cognition and as an element of a broader system of interconnections that includes natural, social, and cognitive processes. An important element of the research is also interdisciplinary analysis, which combines ideas from philosophy, cognitive science, psychology of perception, and complex systems theory. This approach allows the problem of knowing the human being in the universe to be examined from various scientific perspectives, contributing to the formation of a more holistic picture of the processes under consideration. A special place in the research methodology is occupied by reflective analysis directed at studying the mechanism of human perception and the formation of the picture of the world. This method involves comprehending the role of the subject of cognition and their inner experience in the process of the interpreting reality. In addition, the work employs conceptual analysis aimed at identifying the interrelationship between the concepts of self-knowledge, consciousness, integral thinking, and the study of the universe. Such analysis makes it possible to systemize existing scientific approaches and identify their potential for forming an integral paradigm of cognition. Perceptual reality in the context of integral psychology. We don't see the world as it is. We see it as we are. Anasasnin. One of the key aspects of the integral understanding of the human being is the study of the mechanism of perceptual reality. Perception is a complex cognitive process involving sensory systems, emotional states, prior experience, and cultural models. Through this process, a person forms their picture of the world and determines ways of interacting with the surrounding reality. Modern research in psychology and cognitive science shows that perception is always interpretive in nature. A person does not simply register events as they happen, but actively assigns meaning to them, correlating incoming information with their internal representations and expectations. As a result, a subjective model of reality is formed, which can differ significantly among different people, even when they are in identical situations. Integral psychology views perception is a multi-layer process involving the interaction of internal and external dimensions of human experience. A person's internal states, their emotional reactions, attitudes, and level of awareness influence how they interpret occurring events. At the same time, the social environment, cultural context, and forms of communication also participate in shaping perception. In this context, self-knowledge acquires special significance by becoming aware of one's own mechanisms of perception. A person gains the opportunity to take a more critical stance towards their interpretations of what is happening and to expand the boundaries of understanding reality. The development of reflection allows one to notice the cognitive and emotional filters through which perceived information passes, and gradually to form a more holistic and systematic perception of the world. The classical scientific paradigm, based on breaking phenomena down into individual elements and studying them in isolation, has achieved significant success in the study of nature. However, when analyzing complex systems such as human consciousness, society, or ecosystems, this approach encounters significant limitations. More and more researchers are concluding that complex phenomena requires the integration of various levels of analysis and an interdisciplinary approach. The tradition to an integral understanding of reality inevitably raises the question of developing new forms of thinking and education. If the world is viewed as a complex, interconnected system, then learning processes must be aimed not only at transmitting knowledge, but also at developing a person's ability to perceive interconnections between phenomena, to be aware of their own cognitive processes, and to understand their role in their system of in the system of human relationships. Modern research in education increasingly emphasizes the need for the formation of systemic and integral thinking. Traditional educational models, based primarily on the transmission of specialized knowledge, often prove insufficient for understanding complex global processes. As Edgar Morin notes, the education of the future must teach people to understand the interconnectedness of the world and human beings placed in this interconnectedness. Integral education strives to unite various levels of personal development, cognitive, emotional, social, and value-based. This approach involves the development of not only of intellectual abilities, but also of the skills of reflection, empathy, conscious interaction, and the ability to see broader context of ongoing processes. In this sense, education becomes a space for forming holistic perception of reality. The social dimension of cognition plays a special role in the integral paradigm. A person develops and forms their understanding of the world not in isolation, but with a system of relationships with other people. Joint activity, exchanges of experience, and collective discussion of complex questions create conditions for the formation of a deeper understanding of reality. The human being is observer and participant of reality. Mind is not a thing, but a process occurring with a system of relationships. Gregory Bateson. This idea shows that the processes of thinking and perception are formed not only within a person, but also in the context of their interaction with the environment. In the traditional scientific picture of the world, the view of the human being as an external observer capable of objectively studying the surrounding reality prevailed for a long time. However, the development of the philosophy of science, cognitive research, and system thinking has shown that the observer cannot be completely separated from the observed reality. All knowledge is formed through processes of perception, interpretation, and comprehension that occur within the persons themselves. Modern research in the field of psychology of perception and cognitive science confirms that a person perceives not reality itself in the immediate fullness, but certain models of the world formed in the process of information processing. This model is shaped under the influence of many factors: sensory limitations, cognitive structures, emotional states, cultural context, and social interactions. Thus, the perception of the world is not a passive reflection of external reality, but an active process of its interpretation. It becomes especially important to understand that human perception develops and changes along with the development of the person themselves. As awareness expands and understanding of one's own inner world deepens, the way of perceiving external reality also changes. Thus, the cognition of the world gradually acquires a two-sided character. On the one hand, the person studies the surrounding reality, striving to understand its patterns and structure. On the other hand, They study themselves, their way of perceiving, thinking, and interacting. It is precisely at the intersection of these two directions that the possibility of a deeper understanding of both the human being and the universe arises.
Более глубокого понимания как человека, так и мироздания. Интегральное понимание
Integral understanding of the interconnectedness of the human being and the universe. In nature, there are no isolated phenomena. Everything exists only in relationships. Fritjof Capra. Modern scientific research increasingly points to the fact that reality is a complex system of interconnected processes. From the microworld of elementary particles to global cosmic structures, a deep interdependence of phenomena is observed, where changes in one part of the system can influence its other elements. Such an understanding gradually forms a new specific picture of the world, in which the idea of interconnectedness occupies a central place. An integral understanding of reality presumes that human development is linked not only to the accumulation of knowledge about the external world, but also to the expansion of the ability to perceive interconnections between phenomena. As awareness develops, a person begins to perceive the surrounding reality as a dynamic field of interactions, where each element influences the overall process of the system's development. Consciousness is the key factor in forming the picture of the world. Consciousness arises from the continuous interaction of the brain, body, and environment. Antonio DiMaggio. One of the most important questions of modern science is the role of consciousness in the process of forming the picture of reality. While in the classical scientific paradigm, consciousness was viewed primarily as a byproduct of brain activity, modern interdisciplinary research increasingly draws attention to its active role in organizing human experience and knowing the world. The cognitive science shows that the perception of reality is not a simple reflection of the external world. On the contrary, a person actively constructs a picture of the surrounding reality, relying on existing cognitive schemes, emotional states, and social experience. As neuroscientist Antonio DiMaggio notes, consciousness arises from the complex interaction of body, brain, and environment, forming a dynamic representation of the world and of oneself.
Эдгар Морин, развивая концепцию сложного мышления, подчеркивал, что современная наука...
Representatives of the system approach expresses a similar idea. Gregory Bateson viewed the process of thinking and perception of the broader system of interaction that includes the person and the environment. In his words, mind is not limited to the confines of the brain. It extends to the entire system of the organism's interaction with the surrounding world. The integral approach strives to unite various levels of analysis: physical, biological, psychological, and social. According to Ken Wilber's integral theory, reality can be examined through several complementary perspectives: internal and external, individual and collective. Such a multidimensional vision makes it possible to overcome the one-sidedness of reductionist models and to view the human being as a complex system embedded within the broader structure of the universe.
Интегральная модель познания «я», «мы», «мир». Эта модель показывает...
Integral model of cognition, I, we, world. This model shows how the field of cognition expands from a person's inner experience to the understanding of the universe, self-knowledge, and a study of consciousness, perception, emotions, thinking, awareness, and personal experience. We, the social level, collective consciousness and interactions, communication, culture, education, joint comprehension of experience, social systems. 3. World, universal level, study of the universe, natural systems, global processes, cosmic evolution, interconnectedness of all levels of reality. Global interdependence of humanity in the new scientific picture of the world. Humanity is becoming a unified system of interdependent relationships. Ilya Prigogine. One of the characteristic features of the current state of civilization development is the growing interdependence of people, societies, and cultures. Events occurring in one part of the world can quickly influence other regions, forming a unified space of interaction. Many contemporary researchers view this interconnectedness as a manifestation of a deeper systematic structure of human society. Fritjof Capra notes that modern scientific discoveries increasingly confirm the network nature of reality, where the stability of systems is determined not by individual elements, but by the character of their interrelationships. The integral paradigm of cognition views the development of collective consciousness as a natural stage in the evolution of human society. As interconnectedness grows, the need increases for the higher level of awareness that allows one to take into account not only individual interests, but also the systematic consequences of decision being made. Examining the relationship between the self-knowledge and the study of the universe allows us to take a fresh look at the very process of cognition. Understanding the mechanisms of perception, interpretation, and interactions with the surrounding world becomes an important condition for forming a more holistic picture of the reality. Self-knowledge in this context acquires a new significance. It becomes not only an instrument of personal development, but also an important element of cognitive activity. The integral perspective makes it possible to unite different levels of analysis, individual, social, and cosmic, into a single system of understanding. A person begins to perceive themselves not as an isolated being, but as part of a complex network of interconnections that includes other people, society, and the natural environment. In the perspective of future research, the integral paradigm may become an important direction in the development of modern science, contributing to the formation of a more comprehensive and interconnected understanding of the human being, society, and the universe. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kabat. Let's see if we have questions, first of all, here in the Zoom, and if not, then we'll take questions from social media. So you can raise your hand if you have a question here in the Zoom. Okay, Dr. Eliav.
Большое спасибо, Ребекка, за прекрасный доклад.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. I'm interested in an organization of a new collective level. In the collective consciousness, when from we, a new global I appears, and there's an understanding of a new level of life, level of organization of a matter. Many biologists look at such effects as ant farms, or where a new level of matter exists, where there's still a liquid plasma, but there's a new phenomena of life organisms uniting and forming a system. I would like to find out your opinion, if there's a practical methods to come to this super organism on on the level of humanity. How do you think how can we do it in practice? Thank you very much. Very important question. Basically, this is a collective consciousness, and it's not abstract. It's achievable. We just need to practice it. For example, we have a course where we teach people to form this consciousness. We achieve it through group work, discussing difficult questions. For example, the attainment of this, and the scientists confirm this. We affect the system by our state.
All right, thank you for the question and the answer. And next, we have time for one more question from Dr. Pines. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I'm wondering, in practical application of this integral psychology method to humanity, would you see it as being flat, in other words, a balance across the globe, or would you see it as a hierarchical, let's say different culture, within the slight differences in different cultural groups, balancing them, and then larger and larger hierarchies in relationship? Do you see it as a flat thing with humanity, or as itself, like the human systems up, like a hierarchy in application? I'm sorry if the question is too abstract, but I hope it's more practical.
Можно перевод на русский?
There was no translation into Russian.
Вопрос переведите, пожалуйста.
Can somebody translate the question, please?
Elliot, can you please repeat the question? Does Elliot hear me?
Could you ask your question?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't allowed to open. Yeah, no, just that. I'll try as quickly as I can. In the application of this integral methodology, integral psychology, do you see it as being flat? Let's say at the human level, global level, would be flat across humanity, and it was balancing all the way across, or would you see it as a hierarchical type of thing, local cultural balance? In other words, there's different individuals, and then you balance that within, let's say, one culture, higher cultures, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, you see it as a flat sort of balance, or as a hierarchical type of thing? Again, I'm sorry if the question is too abstract. I meant it to be practical.
Конечно, глобально. Тут даже нечего спрашивать.
Of course, it's global, no question. Everybody can achieve it. Everybody can learn it through practice.
It can be
Absolutely, it's achievable for everyone.
for everyone.
This
That's
is why
we have those courses
we're
that
conducting
teach
these
people how
courses that
to learn
allow people to
without
learn.
differences in
So we
culture
invite
or
everyone
social group.
to attend our
It's all
courses.
ready. Okay.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Ms. Kabat, for this insightful and thought-provoking presentation. As we continue, we're going to move from the inner world of personal awareness to the external dynamics of human interaction. We're going to explore how connection change shapes not only individuals, but also the systems we work within. We now welcome Ernest Itzkovich. Mr. Itzkovich holds a lead auditor certificate for integrated management systems and brings extensive experience in implementing and teaching ISO standards, both in professional environments and educational systems aligned with IHUD principles. His work bridges structured organizational frameworks with a human-centered approach, exploring how trust, shared purpose, and meaningful relationships can transform engagement with teams and institutions. He emphasizes that sustainable performance is not only a matter of systems and processes, but the quality of human connection that supports them. Through his approach, he highlights how fostering genuine connection becomes a key driver for both individual fulfillment and collective success. The floor is yours, Mr. Itzkovich.
Thank you very much, Gianni. Thank you very much, dear organizers. Thank you very much for all the presenters that made just a tremendous job. And really, I feel very, very pleased and it's the amazing feeling, okay, to be part of this operation and gives the opportunity to present this presentation today. Many special thanks will go to Professor Mariam Haidt that will help me with the presentation. And definitely, hopefully, by the end of the presentation, we have the opportunity to maybe to have the time for one example, okay, to see how actually this employee engagement through connection, okay, will be able to bring us to the next and better world and bring the what is called our quality, not only quality of products and quality of service, but bring quality of life to a better place in the world and unite and connect all of us together in one common shared goal, make really joy and happiness for everybody. Thank you so much once again, Professor Mariam. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the definition of the emotional commitment to the employee has no organizational or its goals resulting in the use of the destruction result. It is what is called, being confused with no any other employee happiness and what is called the employee satisfaction and the engagement. Next slide, please. So the engaged employee is actually that is the employee that can see what is the next the extra mile. Show the highlighted level of the ownership, doing whatever they can for the benefit of the internal and external stakeholders, and for the next success organization as a whole, as McMaster notifies us. Next slide, please. So the essential in order to fully realize objectives of the safety, environmental, and quality programs. If you try to go to integrated management systems, we can understand that the human factor is actually the key for the success, both externally and both internally. And if you try to understand what is the meaning of an integrated management system, it actually combines everything from one individual through the organization, through the family, through the global connection, and bring actually up to the level of one global humanity and sustainability. Because when we are engaged and we are connecting together, everything is actually interconnected. Similarly, as was explained by the previous presenters, and excellent presentations. Next slide, please. Thank you. The quality management principles. I'm willing actually to make it a bit shorter from all the paragraphs, okay, what we have. But if you try to see by on the slide, that the quality management system, it's not only the quality of the product or the quality of the service, but the quality of our life. And if we are willing actually to make our life better and easier, okay, most important to see what is called the mutual benefit. The mutual benefit, how actually is the interaction between a supplier, a customer, the environment, and the community actually bring us to the next best degree. Next slide, please. So the principles of what is called the paragraph 3 and 8, okay, that were actually the previous slide.
that a manufacturing work process actually to passes the form to our employees is another internal supplier-customer relationships. Okay, the service provision is supports the employee or the frontline employees and suppliers and customer relationships. So the key here is actually the relationship. Actually, what you project, what you put into the process, and what is the outcome of the process. It's very, very important. So the engaged employee enhance these relationships to the great advantage. And what is the advantage? The advantage goes everywhere. It goes to the employee, it goes to the production and manufacturing process, it goes to the service provision internally into the workplace, and definitely externally with the legal compliance authorities, okay, to the customers, and definitely to the whole world, to the whole global supply chain, if you try to see it in the big picture. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the results of the benefits of the employee engagement, especially in safety, it can be much higher level of consciousness and in compliance. With compliance, it's a legal, regulatory, and standardization compliance. We have many fewer accidents in engaged employees because employees are listening, working together, supporting each other, sharing experiences, and making everything possible to prevent any injuries or accidents at the workplace, especially in the high level or high risk manufacturing processes. Okay, it's typically very complicated. Adding on the automation, the machinery, okay, the computerized system, okay, sometimes you don't have all the engineering controls to prevent a dangerous situation. This cooperation and sharing the knowledge and experience is extremely very, very important. A manufacturer accident of engaged employees definitely significantly lower. Safety incidents are less likely. And the most important is the safety, and this like likely what is called. We can see it for the most of course edited by Kevin Cruz, that we can see that the result of engagement and employee contribution to the shared and common knowledge and experience of the organization gives a huge benefit and definitely saves money, and that what makes the difference between a company or business, okay, that can lose their business or can succeed in their business. So engagement is the key. Thank you. Next slide. So benefits of employee engagement, more productivity. Definitely the production and operation managers will like it. Definitely the general managers. We can see the enhanced environmental awareness. Okay, interest is the compliance with the waste management program. Okay, what is called the waste reduction. Very important to see. There are a lot of time, especially experienced auditors that's coming into first time to or guests that coming to your facility, your manufacturing or business facility, okay, they are actually can get the impression from your business pretty much in 5 minutes. Okay, you watch where is actually the coffee station where you prepare the coffee and the tea for the guests. You see by the welcome, you can see definitely when you are coming to wash your hands, okay, on the sanitary level. And definitely if you look into the recycling or the garbage bins, you can see pretty much the whole management system, okay, and this one is really extremely very important. So the quality improvements, it can be production in the processes, okay, and provision, and greater employee retention. Employees that feel that they are engaged in the products, in the processes, they are treated well, they are getting training, they are getting education, they are giving the opportunity, okay, to participate in different committees like the health and safety committee, environmental committee, quality circles. This definitely helps to the higher level of retention of people. And you can see that it's that in a organization, people are not leaving. People are staying there because they feel committed, they feel that they are treated well, they're working together as a team, and they're supporting each other to succeed. Thank you. Next slide, please. So engagement actually is the key for ISO. Just to explain what is ISO, ISO it's the International Standardization Organization. It's actually located in Geneva, okay, in Switzerland, and they develop a lot of standards internationally for the whole world. Vast majority of the countries in the world accept these standards, okay. And as I mentioned, my expertise in quality, environmental, and health and safety management systems, okay. And to regarding how it actually helps for ISO, so the level of engagement influences the extent which standards or practices make their way into various aspects of the organizational life. And the organizational life, definitely, that will be the indicator if your organization and the management, especially the management, are helping to contribute to good environment and very what is called the healthy relationships and build and empower the employees to help the whole organization to succeed. Next slide, please. Thank you. So they're just selecting challenges to obtaining employee engagement, workplace culture, language barriers, piecework, aging workforce, and the extent of use of temporary labor. Next slide, please. Yep. We have the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I believe that this triangle, which all of us, or at least majority of us, went through in our high school, okay, or university, or any other technical professional institutions. And this actually brings us to the level of what is called the level of the satisfaction of each person and each employee. Bear in mind, each of us, we are part of a family, we have families, and we are working to our workplace, and we have our available free time. But if we are utilizing it to the maximum extent, okay, we can understand that if you are in the positive and healthy environment, okay, that is actually the human motivation. Okay, it will motivate you to do always make the extra mile, do more what you are required. And I greatly appreciate, okay, a lot of my colleagues and friends, when we are working together, you are always ready to give more. You are ready to make the extra mile toward your friends, toward your team, towards the success of the business. And that is the best indicator that you are investing. It's not only on what you're doing your job, but what you are doing beyond your job. And that is actually its unity and connection and building up strong relationship within the organization and outside the organization. Next slide, please. So the desire of the maximum growth. We actually become the fullest needs or lower level and emerging needs, the most level of demand and satisfaction. A set of the satisfied needs is no longer a motivating factor, okay? And employee engagement occurs on the top of these levels, okay? Esteem and self-actualization of needs. The desire to become what is capable, okay, to become. And the top level, it's growth needs. So the meaning of it, when you utilize the potential to the maximum extent, you can work effectively. If you feel that you are part of the team and you are committed to your job, you are committed to your business, you are committed to your company, and are not only filling what is called fulfilling the instructions, but you are doing one step more, okay, you are ready to give more to your organization. And if your work is the effective work, it's not only the sum of one on one, it's one in one, it's not only two. If you are working together, one on one, one in one becomes three. So the meaning the synergy becomes the stronger growth, and that is actually will be the strongest part of our organization to become stronger, become better, and succeed. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide. Thank you. Fulfill, yes, driving the employee engagement. So employee engagement, once again, without going into all the smallest details that you can see on the slide, okay, the engagement actually it's the result of everything all around. Okay, we are talking about the materials, we are talking about the products, we can talk about the processes, we are talking about management systems, we are talking about work practices, we can talk about the connection between people, communication among people, respect among people, and cooperation. That actually is the key. Because what is called the rule of the three C's is definitely the end result of the success. Means communication, that you are open with your friends, okay, and you are ready to share. Collaboration, you are adding on your expertise and you are working with others in order to create the best result that you can. Okay, and the connection should be at the top and highest level, that must be actually driven and initiated by the top management. If the top management feels that understand that the human factor and the employees engagement, that is the key, the commitment of the management in order to invest in the training, in education of the employees, it should be one of the top priorities of the business. That will drive success, that will drive motivation, and will bring your business successful, much better, and be definitely a leading manufacturer or leading business in your field. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the driver that promotes what is called the employee engagement, you can see the confidence in the organization future. We can see the promising future for the employees. We can see what is called the support of work, okay, work and life balance. It's extremely very important not to be exhausted. A priority place on safety, definitely safety is number one. Okay, a person, employees that feels that comes to the safe workplace, he can concentrate completely on his job, on his work, and the results. If the employee has concern about his safety or the workplace safety, okay, it's reducing the concentration, okay, reducing the focus, okay, and the employee cannot be fully engaged and fully gives the maximum what the employee is able to do for his capacity. We can be external about the work teams that can be done. We can say confidence in the organization, senior leaders, extremely important. Satisfaction actually with the recognition is that is actually it's accorded. Satisfaction and with the joint related training, okay, definitely important. Okay, and being treated with respect and dignity, okay, that is it's not happening in these days, unfortunately, not in all organizations, okay, and because the main reason is the competition. But competition, you can do also excellent competition, okay, if you're strong, if you are professional, and you are making actually the competition for the benefit of the environment and the benefit of the business, okay. But this competition should be positive and not actually be on actually to destroy somebody else, but come together with a competitor and build together something new on the next degree, on the next level. So competition becomes actually positive and the driving force both for the business and both for the success of the business, for innovations, okay, and different improvements that you need in order to bring your product and service just perfect. We have also what is called being treated as respect. We identified that respect and dignity, corporate or social environmental responsibility. It must be only by working together, and employee perception is with the importance. Okay, and the employee about toward the joins the what is called the importance of the goal and the importance of the success of the business. So once everything is united and combined together, the success comes only through employee engagement and the contribution of each employee towards the whole, towards the group, towards the friends, and towards actually the success of the business. Next slide, please. Thank you. So if you're talking about social connections, that actually is a secret and what I call it the soft skills. Typically, like especially manufacturing, okay, the company is concentrating on the training programs, okay, for legal compliance, to know actually the product, know the processes, know the service, okay, but less importance is given for the what is called the social connections, okay, and these social connections by the organization and can be only with experience with what is called with experiences with employees. And if the employees are working together and feeling the confidence and trust in each other, the keyword here is the trust, okay, definitely this one can be more altruistic and basic human needs, feeling connected and being as important part of something bigger. So once again, when you trust your environment, you trust your employees, you trust your colleagues that you are working together, okay, once again, the success is there, but most important is human relations and what you invest in your friends. The bottom line that you are getting what you are getting back. You invest one what is called the extra mile, add on more, and that is expectation from everybody. That is definitely the result of good and excellent relationships, okay, among the friends or among the teams. So we have we can see a few examples like Sylvia Warhauser Smith, okay, exactly explained what is the meaning of the real connection, okay, and how being important part of something bigger. And if you are able to make it, it's really you must have the vision and the feeling and the desire that you are willing to do so, okay? Because if you have like a hostile environment and the employee or worker can be different various position is not given the opportunity express himself freely, okay, it comes to the point that actually even can be the most smartest or experienced a professional, okay, he will simply like close or shut down himself and will contribute the minimum instead of contributing the maximum. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, the developing the employee engagement. I would actually will shorten these slides a bit less, even though they are most important. The roundtable, okay, since I don't know if everybody is from the beginning of the sessions yesterday and today, the roundtable methodology actually is the key for success. I will give you one example, and that actually will reflect and a lot of stuff around. Just consider, for example, you have a customer complaint. Okay, you used to work as a quality manager for a long period of time, both consultant, project management. Okay, and once you are the company experiencing one example like a customer complaint, the first thing that everybody start to panic. Is some of the previous presentations were presented, the most important how you are actually reacting and how you are actually learning and how you are actually relating to this customer complaint. If you are part of a strong team, you know how to manage. You're getting this customer complaint is cool, okay? You are checking all the details. You are verifying every small detail to the maximum extent, okay? You will understand, okay, and see what actually is this customer complaint is justified or to which extent is justified, okay? And if the customer is complaining for nothing or complaining if the customer is 200% right. Now here's the point. You have to be very careful and very professional to be what is called impartial. You have to come to this point to make this analysis of the customer complaint because your decisions as a quality manager, okay, and your reaction will dictate either you will get money for the business or you will lose money for this order. But if you are not managing this process, this customer complaint correctly, you may lose not only this order, you may lose the customer at all. And that sometimes can be 20-30% of your business. It's not a joke, it's very serious. So here comes in the experience to which extent your team is strong and how you are able to organize your team in order to reply and respond effectively. So as I mentioned, if you respond in professional, cool manner, you are actually taking the customer as your partner. You are taking this problem of the customer complaint into an opportunity. Some of the previous presentations exactly showed about this one. And you may bring from this customer complaint not only to fix the problem, but get a thank you letter and get a referral and get a plus order in order to get more business. However, if you are going to panic and you start to react negatively and you start to blame the whole environment all around and you start to destroy your relationships that you built with your team for years, okay, you're not only not responding to the customer complaint, that is actually the key, okay, how to lose this order, how to not to get money, and how to lose the customer. So it's a lot, as there was the previous presentation, it was definitely like I highlighted out, the professionalism, the personality, and the human factor of each manager and decision maker, including the teams that working together, that is the key for success. And if you're actually working in unity, in collaboration and connection, the success definitely not questionable, it is granted. Next slide, please. So development engagement, okay, we see that we have like a few ways, okay, what we have, the development can be what is called a two-way communication, motivation, recognition, relationships with the managers and the peers, okay, knowledge of the organization goals and the values. Next slide, please. More parameters we can see here for them for this employee engagement, and if you try to see the most important parts of these paragraphs, we can see that we can come out with the environment of like living like with the different own stories, and gives the employees the opportunity, okay, to express themselves and be and work together. And if you making actually building that, go to the bottom line, to the building the team spirit, that is the most important one. Because if you are bringing something positive into the system, definitely the system grows. If you even it's enough in the team that one person is actually it injects negativity, it's a complete destruction of team work and their result. And definitely you can see it in the bottom line of the business. Okay, so it's very important once again to keep a very strong and positive environment, especially with the friends and the work with the teams together. Next slide, please. So once again, developing employee engagement. Okay, Lisa Quast, okay, also tells us the objective to ensure actually that everyone is understand gives a key role, okay, and plays the most important to the success of the organization, and you are willing actually to come to the point that is that the group will succeed. The success of the group is actually the success of each individual and the engagement in the group and working together. Next slide, please. Thank you. The employee engagement as a roundtable. No, roundtable, I'm not willing to go too much into details, but I will summarize it like in a key points. Roundtable actually is the best the best methodology to resolve problems. If you come to the roundtable, you are working together with it. You give the opportunity to everybody to add on to the previous person. You are not negating nobody. You are not going to go against, but adding on to the previous person that gives his professional opinion. Sometimes what you get for somebody, okay, you get the exactly opposite opinion for yourself. No problem. Listen to everybody, take a note, put everything together, and let's see what will be actually the result of the center of this connection. Because this is the truth, it's not I am right or you are right, it's only when we are right. And we are right is actually the center of this connection, the center of the roundtable. And that is extremely very important. Next slide, please. Yeah, roundtable, it's actually was not invented yesterday. As you can see, it was already for a long time ago. And people understand that the truth, it's only in the center of the connection, is the center of the roundtable. Next slide, please. Yes, rules of the roundtable, as I mentioned before, it's very important that we respect each other, we add on or gain to different opinions. Okay, we are not negating, but we are working together. If you remember and we want to know that our goal is commonly shared, and the success will be only through our communication and collaboration, okay, everything but you are doing positive and you are adding on to this to the system will reflect it immediately. Next slide, please. And to see actually the circles method, okay, we can see with the circle, you can see that everybody has an equal opportunity to share and add on to the common. And that is the key. Okay, if you want to actually to see the success, okay, of what is called the employee engagement, Okay, so by the end of the day, you make the congratulation and celebration, and the incentive doesn't go to an individual. The incentive goes to the team that works together. Because behind every individual, there is a supporting team, and in every system, it works exactly the same. Next slide, please. So congratulations and celebration. I believe that there are various methods, a lot of opportunities if you want to appreciate somebody. Best example I can take for the IHUD organizers, IHUD friends, all the presenters, okay, both in the previous day, yesterday and today, and to see the time and the effort of the people and friends and colleagues that are taking their own time instead of spending with their families or other activities. They see the importance to which extent, okay, this volunteering time and this sharing the expertise and experience, okay, will actually bring the whole humanity to a better level, okay, to a better step or better degree of success, joy, and happiness. And we can see it if we are working together, the success is in our hands. Next slide, please. Incentives, I really don't want to go to very small details. I believe that everybody can see the slide, but the bottom line, the incentive, it's clear when you get a chocolate, or you get a present, or you get a bonus, or you get an opportunity, or you get a ticket to a theater or to a show. Okay, you're getting like a tickets, okay, to be have a visit in another company, okay, or business trip. Okay, definitely, it's very nice to have. And but if we are talking about the volunteers, okay, we are able to make it only together, and that is very important. Yep, next slide, please. And the references, you are able to see it on the slides. And let's see where we are on time-wise. If the time will allow, you are very welcome to ask questions. If not, I would like to appreciate once again. Thank you very much. Okay, all the participants for this opportunity, IHUD management, IHUD organizers, okay, and Professor Mariam Haidt helping me to run through this presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Variety is really the name of the game today, because these integral principles really touch all parts of reality. We are out of time, though, so we'll shift to our next presenter, Dr. Limor Regev. It's my honor to welcome Dr. Regev, a research fellow at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, specializing in international affairs and conflict resolution with a PhD and multiple advanced degrees in this field. She's also the author of The Boy from Block 66, an international bestseller based on true historical events, and a lecturer who speaks to diverse audiences around the world. Her work brings together academic research, historical inquiry, and deeply human storytelling, exploring not only political realities, but the moral and emotional dimensions of human experience. Today, she's going to share with us a powerful and deeply moving account that invites us to reflect on both the darkest and most humane aspects of society. Please join me in welcoming her.
Hi, thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to speak in this conference. And I will present to you today not only the story of Mr. Moshe Kessler, who is a Holocaust survivor, the boy from Block 66, but also how the story came into being. And we will begin at the very beginning.
אבל אין לך את המצגת.
אתה צריך לעמוד על המצגת. Sorry, just 1 second, please. צריך לעמוד על המצגת, נראה לי, אבל כן.
כאילו נקשוב עליו את רגע. Files.
I'm sorry, just one moment, please. בסדר. אתה לא יכול להעביר את זה מפה?
לא. שמה הוא לא נותן וידאו סקרין, שמה כל הסקרין, open system, allow zoom, okay.
Do you need us to share the presentation from a
Yeah,
different?
if you have it available,
Okay.
it will be.
Yeah,
very
I'll share it.
helpful.
I'll share it.
Thank
No
you. I'm
problem.
sorry, technical
No
issues.
problem.
Thank you so much.
Do you need sound, Limor?
Yeah,
Yes.
well,
Yes?
just for to hear me, not for the
Just you.
presentation.
Okay, good,
Yes.
good.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we will start at the very beginning. So you will have to pass the slides for me as well. Or, oh, okay, I can do it. Okay, so the beginning of the story is actually this minute when the book was born, and this is a bar mitzvah party of Roy, the grandson of Moshe Kessler, the boy from Block 66. And Roy was one of the best friends of my son, Omer, and I was here at this minute when Moshe called Roy to give him books that survived the Holocaust. And this was a very emotional moment. And I walked up to Moshe after this event and told him that if he ever wanted to tell his story, it would be my honor to write it. I'm an academic researcher. I have never written a book. I've written a lot of academic essays, but somehow I was really motivated to do something meaningful to commemorate the Holocaust and document this story. Please go to the next slide. Thank you. So Moshe was really not sure that he would be able to go back to the past after so many years of silence. And what persuaded him to do that was actually memories from his own bar mitzvah, which was in 1943 in September, in a very different world than the one that he was now at with his grandson. Please pass forward. So Moshe was born here in Berehove, which later became Berxus after Hungary conquered the area in 1939. And on the left picture, you can see the big synagogue of his hometown. It was very central. It was the center of the very vibrant Jewish community that was living there. And Moshe was really looking forward to the moment when he would be 13 years old and have his celebration in his bar mitzvah at that big synagogue. You can see from the map that his hometown was on the borderline close to Hungary, and in 1939, as I mentioned, because of the Munich Agreement, Hungary invades that part of Czechoslovakia, and Moshe's life began changing. Please move to the next one. These are Moshe's parents and his brother, little brother Arnold. They have a very happy childhood, and this was taken in 1940. Hungary's already conquered the area, but Moshe's life is still very much the same, and things begin to change gradually. Please forward. And you can see that his father, in 1942, he's drafted into the Hungarian battalion forces, fighting with Nazi Germany in the front. These are very dangerous tasks that were given to the Jews. Every man from 18 to 40 had to leave home and join the army to fight with Hungary. Please go forward. Thank you. This is Moshe at his bar mitzvah. It was a very sad moment for him, very different from what he expected and hoped that would happen when he turned 13. He was alone in the synagogue with his mom, and these memories that were triggered by his grandchildren's bar mitzvah were the actual reason why he agreed to sit with me and to document his story. So when you hear about what happened to him next, just imagine this young boy, 13 and a half years old. Please move forward. This is the last picture that the family took before being separated and being deported. His father was home for a very brief vacation from the military, and this is the last time they will be together until the end of the war. This is like the last souvenir that they would have of each other. Please go forward. In March 1944, Nazi Germany invades Hungary and invades Moshe's hometown as well. The Nazis are determined to send all 500,000 Jews, Hungarian Jews, to Auschwitz-Birkenau to exterminate them before they lose the war. It is already evident that Germany is going to lose the war, but they are still very determined to try and get all those Jews to Auschwitz. And so you can please move forward. In May 1944, 2 months later, Moshe's and his mother and his little brother are given the order to leave home, go to a temporary ghetto, and board a train, a cattle train that takes them directly to hell. Please move forward. This is the Auschwitz album, and all the pictures that you're about to see are authentic, real pictures that were found after the war. And so the only transport that was ever documented arriving into Birkenau is Moshe's transport. And so you can see that these pictures are completely real and historical. Please pass forward. This is the moment where Moshe arrives into Birkenau Death Factory. These are real pictures of his train, and that they are given the order to divide into two sections, men and women on one side, and women and children on one side, and the men on the other side. Please pass. You can see on the picture on the left, a man with a uniform. These people saved a lot of young boys like Moshe, and they did that by going to them and telling them to leave the line of the women and children and move to the line of men, because they knew that if you were in the line of men, they could suspect you as a candidate for work and let you live. So Moshe, from that recommendation, passes very quickly to the line of men. Please pass forward. And you can see the young boy. It's not Moshe, it's another boy, but that's the way it was. He was standing there surrounded by many big men around him, all alone. And he did not know that was at the end of the line, there was waiting for him the decision whether he would live or die. Please pass. At the end of the line, this man is waiting for Moshe. His name is Dr. Mengele. I'm sure you all know his name. And he selects who gets to live and who is sent immediately to the gas chambers. Luckily, Moshe tells him that he's 16, following the recommendation of the man that saved him. And so he passes onward, and please pass forward. And he finds himself with the men that were selected to live, going to the process where he would lose his identity and become a number. He gets a uniform, striped uniform, and he's again all alone. The next day, please move forward. They're taken to Auschwitz, to the main camp from Birkenau, and with a famous inscription on the gate, Arbeit macht frei. And that's where something really good happens to Moshe. Please pass forward. Moshe meets a friend. His friend is Shani, who is the father of Mr. Ernest Iskovich, who spoke just before I did. And Shani and Moshe are childhood friends. They are also related, and they are very, very happy to meet each other. And from that day forward, they will be together until the end of the war. Their consecutive numbers show how close they were, and these are two friends with two numbers and just one destiny. Please move forward. The two friends are sent to Lagisha labor camp. They have to work very, very hard for many hours a day, very little food, very like a life threat on every single day. They lose a lot of weight and they are very weak, but somehow they manage to survive, and they find themselves in January 1945, please pass. deported from Auschwitz, Auschwitz III, from the labor camp to the death camps, the death marches as we know them today. The Nazis knew that the Red Army was approaching Auschwitz, and in order to hide what they were doing and also to use all the people who were slaves in the camp as slaves in Germany for hard labor, they evacuated Auschwitz and all the other camps and sent them on death marches into Germany. Please pass forward. So Moshe and Shani are taken with these open trains. It's January 1945, minus 24 degrees. It's freezing, and they're sitting there with very thin uniform. It is unbelievable that they survived this journey into Germany. And at the end of the journey, they have no idea what is expecting them. And then they reached their destination. Please pass. This is Buchenwald. On Buchenwald gate, the inscription said, Jedem das seine. Jedem das seine means to each his own. Everyone gets what they deserve. But the Nazis did not know that the joke was on them because they were trying to be very cynical and very cruel. But behind these gates was one of humanity's best performances of solidarity. Thanks to this man on the right, Antonin Kalina. He was a prisoner, a political prisoner, not Jewish, and he was a member of the political underground, which in Buchenwald was determined to save all the Jewish children that were coming into the camp from the death marches. This is a very big and unknown story of World War II, and hopefully it will be known because I have just finished writing the story of Antonin Kalina, hopefully to be published this year. Please move forward. One of the most moving moments of Moshe in Block 66 was a prayer that he conducted together with Elie Wiesel. Elie Wiesel was also a child in Block 66. Antonin Kalina, the Czech shoemaker, saved the children by putting them together in a block, which was called Block 66. It was at the edge of the camp, and he protected them, doing everything in his power to save them with the assistance of the underground. The underground was formed from prisoners from all over Europe, and they all gathered together to save the children. Please pass. Thanks to Antonin Kalina and the underground, Moshe and Shani are alive on Liberation Day when the American army enters Buchenwald on April 11th, 1945. You can see in these very famous pictures from Buchenwald the two friends marching out of the camp for the first time. The first one is Moshe, and behind him is Shani. And they are two walking together with all the children to the SS barracks to recover and to gain their strength after the horrible time that they have suffered. Please move forward. The children have nowhere to go and they're given options. If they choose to go home, then they go home. If not, then they are taken to France, to Switzerland, to the United States, and they find adopted homes for them. Moshe decides that he wants to go home to find out what happens to his family. Because we don't have time to go into all the details, if you want to find out what happened to them, you'll have to read the book. But just saying that Moshe was happy to come home, but very sad to discover his hometown, which was completely different now with most of the Jewish community gone. Please pass forward. Moshe decides that he no longer wants to stay in Europe, and he immigrates to Israel. His biggest recovery is serving in the military in the IDF, the Israeli army, where now he can defend himself and not be helpless again if somebody wants to hurt him. Moshe meets Eva, the love of his life, and they get married. Please pass forward. And these are the moments of his victory with his two daughters, son-in-laws, and 4 grandchildren. Moshe and Eva decide that they are going to raise their daughters in a healthy and peaceful house, and they don't talk about what happened to them during the war. And for years and years, the memories are shut down until Moshe decides that he will tell me his story. Please pass. For his 90th birthday, which was September 21st, 2020, I give him the first edition of the book. This was a very primitive edition, which was just something that I wanted to prepare for him as a birthday gift. And I gave him the book, and I was very hopeful that he would love it. And he actually thought that the story really reflected his life and in a really good way. And he was really looking forward to have Shani read the book and hear what he thinks about their journey together. But sadly, a month after the book is published, self-published, Moshe gets a phone call saying that Shani passed away. Please pass forward. This is the last picture of the two friends together. I took this picture in March 2020 when I was interviewing both of them for the story. Moshe was heartbroken that his friend had died, and he was really, it was very hard for him to recover. 3 months afterwards, his wife Eva died, and we were thinking what would motivate Moshe to go on living and to find a new something new to hold on to with his life. And the story that was written was the one thing that really was important for him after losing so much. And so he decided that we would go with us to Buchenwald in the name of him and Shani to say that he had won. Please pass. Because in Buchenwald he saw the kindness of men and not only the cruelty of men as he has witnessed it in Auschwitz. And Channel 12 from the Israeli TV is escorting us going to Buchenwald after 77 years. Moshe returned and gave the archives a picture of him and Shani for eternal memory of their victory. Please pass. Circles are starting to close because the boy who refused to speak for so many years and who was deported from his house when he was 13 and a half now gets attention from German students who rise up and cheer for him after they hear his story in the Weimar University. Please pass. Our families are very closely together. We are celebrating Moshe's birthday here, and on the picture on the left, you can see my children and Moshe's grandchildren who are very, very good friends until this day. Please pass. The small gift that I gave to Moshe for his birthday somehow became an international bestseller, sold in many, many copies worldwide and translated. Please move forward. This is not updated. It is now to 13 languages with over 130,000 readers worldwide. It was so amazing for Moshe to find out that his story will not be forgotten and that so many people worldwide are reading the story and talking about what happened to him. Please pass. Moshe and I traveled places together to tell his story. This is our favorite place, the airports. And here you can please pass forward. One of the biggest moments in our traveling was Moshe's return to his homeland, the Czech Republic. And in Prague, they welcomed him like a hero. His story became a bestseller in the Czech Republic. Now the new edition is about to come out in Prague in a few weeks, and next week actually. And you can see he was interviewed and we were interviewed by different television networks, radios, podcasts. It was a very emotional moment for him. Please pass. We also went to pay our respects and gratitude to Antonin Kalina, Moshe's savior, who is buried in Prague. On the left, you see Moshe putting flowers, and we lit candles on Antonin Kalina's grave. The picture on the right is Moshe meeting Antonin Kalina's family members, his nephews and niece, in Kalina's hometown, Trebich. You can see the tree in the back is a tree with leaves that mark the names of the children that Antonin Kalina saved. Their official number is 904, but we know that Antonin Kalina saved over 1,000 children, approximately 1,200 of them. We found the leaf with his name on that tree. Please pass. These are 3 generations of Moshe's family with one message that is very, very important. Whoever saves one life, it's as though he had saved the entire world. And Antonin Kalina saved so many more lives than one. He saved over 1,000. Please pass. These are 5 children from Block 66 in October 2023. And these are just 5 out of these 1,200. Please pass. The book also becomes a play. I went to see it in Florida in January 2025, and Moshe could not believe that some children, American children, non-Jewish, were playing him, playing Shani, playing what happened to him. And the theater was full of people who were coming to see the show, and it was a very meaningful moment for Moshe and for me, of course. Please pass. Moshe's story became mandatory reading in some Israeli schools, and it is also taught in Arizona, in Texas, and in other places. I know because I'm getting letters from students, from teachers, saying that this is the first time that they actually understand what happened to Jewish boys in the Holocaust. And for Moshe, this was really the most meaningful thing, to know that children his age worldwide would know what happened when he was a boy. Please pass. Sadly, Moshe passed away last Yom Kippur. It was just 10 days after his 95th birthday. But we're very happy, and I promised to him on his deathbed that his story and his message will live on, and we're happy that we're able to do it. And the message is, please pass. Always remember how much one person can do for others when refusing to look away. And Antonin Kalina refused to look away. And so many people in Buchenwald from the underground did not look away and helped the children survive. And this is Moshe's story. I hope that you found it interesting and inspiring. And hopefully you will also find interest in Antonin Kalina's story when it is out, because it is really, I think, one of the truly remarkable places where the Jewish Holocaust meets the tragedy of the political prisoners who are arrested for thinking differently. And I know that Moshe would have been very happy and pleased to know that this conference heard his story. And thank you so much for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Regev. That was a very compelling story and very well told. If there's any questions in the Zoom, please raise your hand. If not, we'll go to social media. First of all, could I just ask, you had some pictures that looked like they were actually Moshe entering the camps. And I was wondering, I was surprised that, you were able to find that, first of all. Why was this so well documented, I guess is my question.
Well, the Nazis, I think they succeeded in their task because they were so well organized, but also because they were fanatic and obsessive about documentation, they were able to document the Jews well enough to send them to the camps, but they were also documenting everything in the camps, so that a lot of archives, and I'm an academic researcher, so I live in archives, so a lot of the archives have unbelievable documentation from World War II, especially the Arlsen archives in Germany. And so regarding the question about the pictures, this was actually really accidental how I found this album, because the Auschwitz album was taken by two Nazi, I don't even know if they were officers. They were working in Birkenau, and they took cameras. I think somebody probably ordered them to document, because they would not have done it. The Nazis usually did not want any documentation of the extermination camps. And they took cameras and they documented the whole transport from the minute they arrive to the platform until the platform is completely empty. This Auschwitz album is horrifying. You can see people, there are children sitting in like a forest by the crematorium waiting to be called to the gas chambers. They're looking at the camera and they have no idea that they're going to be dead within an hour. It is really unbelievable that they actually filmed and pictured all these people just before they died. And so when I found this album, it was, by the way, discovered by a Jewish woman who survived the camps. And after she was taken to the Nazi barracks, to the SS barracks of her camp to recuperate from and to recover, and she was looking for clothes, and she opened a closet, and she found out this album. And when she opened it, she saw people who she knew. So she took it with her to the United States. And when Moshe saw these pictures, he saw people that he knew. I think he even recognized Shani's grandfather, yes, grandfather from his hometown, and he recognized a cousin of him. And when I made the research a little bit deeper to see where the trains came from, it is documented that these trains came from his town.
Wow, thank you. Dr. Pines, want to ask?
Yes, I'm just wondering, in what way was the underground able to help the children? Were they able to smuggle in food or somehow divert the Nazis from, how did they manage to help them?
Well, the Nazis did not want to manage the Jewish blocks because they were completely scared of typhus and other epidemics. The Nazis did not care about dirt and disease as long as it was not approaching them. So what they did is they appointed other people to manage the blocks. The other people were political prisoners. And so the one who asked to be appointed for the block manager or the block Ältester of Block 66 was Antonin Kalina, the shoemaker, the Czech shoemaker. And he actually protected the children with his own life. He did a lot of things to protect them. But even if you look at daily stuff, this was winter, the roof was leaking from snow. He went up to fix it for them. He tried to make sure that the food is divided equally so that the younger children will have an equal chance to survive. He made sure that he put a sign outside the block saying typhus beware, and so the SS did not come to the barracks to look for them. I'm now really in initial contact with Hollywood to have this done into a feature, because this story of the Buchenwald Underground saving the children, the Jewish children, should be known worldwide. It is really unbelievable everything that they did. In Kalina's story, you can read all about it when it's published.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's very important with everything going on today, indeed. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
We have time for one more question. So, Dr. Alexandrova.
Thank you so much. Dear Limor, thank you so much for sharing with us this incredible story. I have a question. Whether Moshe, being your friend, shared with you his internal intention, what made him alive while going through all those terrible moments?
Well, it's a very good question, because when I wrote the story, I wrote a lot of Moshe's feelings and thoughts, even though he did not really go into that detailed description with me, because it was difficult for him. And I tried to read between the lines and tried to guess what he was trying to tell me without saying it. And when I gave him the story, the printed version, for the first time, I told him, Moshe, listen, I tried to understand what you were thinking. I tried to imagine what you were feeling. But if I was wrong in any way, please correct this. This is your story. This is your book. I'm just the person who's telling it. And I was really nervous when I gave him the copy to hear what he thought. And then he called me and he said, I felt like I was watching the movie of my life without ever being able to tell it like that myself. And so if you read the book, you will find out that a lot of it is emotions and thoughts and feelings of a young boy trying to handle the horrible, unbelievable reality that he was thrown into.
Okay, last question, Dr. Notkin. You're not unmuted.
Да, спасибо, спасибо. Ну, во-первых, хочу поблагодарить, такая тяжелая история.
I would like to congratulate about this hard story and about how strong those people were, how they survived the circumstances, and how much, and also respect to people who save the kids. We very often say never, never more.
Что все-таки можно сделать, по вашему
But мы
мнению,
все равно
чтобы это в самом деле стало никогда больше не повторилось?
to
Ни с Израилем, ни с еврейским народом, ни с
we say never, never more.
Ведь
But
накоплено огромное
what
количество ядерного оружия.
can we do to stop that? Because we have so much wars going on. How can we stop all this situation about the wars, about the nuclear weapons that collected in the many countries? How can we help with all that? Thank you for that question.
Well, thank you. And I wish I had an answer. I wish we all had an answer. In my opinion, well, the most important thing to do is really not to be a bystander. And this is Moshe's, the lesson, the biggest lesson from Moshe's story is to try and do, each of us, what we can do to not look away when somebody near us is needs help, and to try to support countries that need help, and to try to do whatever we can to, to make this world a little better. Hopefully by telling Moshe's story, by hearing Moshe's story, and by knowing what happened to him, the message will go on. I'm giving presentations in schools and in different audiences worldwide. If you have any, you have my contact, and if you have any interested audience, please let me know. And hopefully by sharing the story, we can really make this world a little more peaceful. And I wish there was an answer, but it's not an easy thing to find a solution to, unfortunately. Well, in my other occupation, I'm actually, my PhD is in international studies, trying to examine this exact question, but that's a completely different lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Regev, for this profound and deeply moving presentation. As we continue, we now expand. Thank you. We now expand our perspective, moving from historical reflection to a broader interdisciplinary exploration of reality itself, where science, perception, and human understanding begin to converge. We now welcome this interdisciplinary team of researchers and educators. The panel brings together experts from diverse fields, including physics, medical science, philosophy, education, and the humanities, each contributing a unique perspective to a shared exploration of reality and perception. Among them is Dr. Elliot Pines. He has a BA in physics and a master's degree and PhD in electrical engineering. Over the course of his distinguished career, he's worked as a senior scientist and engineer across a wide range of industries, including semiconductor technologies, communications, aerospace, and bio-inspired systems, contributing to innovation and advanced technological development. Alongside his industry work, Dr. Pines has been deeply committed to education, teaching in STEAM fields, and supporting the development of future generations of scientists and thinkers. Even after retiring from formal teaching, his dedication to learning and mentorship continues to have a lasting impact. He currently serves as head of natural sciences sub-department at IHUD, where he contributes to advancing integrative scientific perspectives. Dr. Martin Leshane is a medical physicist with a PhD in physics from McGill University, whose work focuses on advanced imaging and radiation therapy technologies. Professor Grace Ledbetter is professor of classics and philosophy at Swarthmore specializing in ancient philosophy, Greek literature, and the foundations of human thought. And Miss Mary Kathleen Perello is an accomplished educator in humanities and Holocaust studies with over 3 decades of teaching, research, and academic leadership. A summa cum laude graduate in English secondary education and theology, she's pursued advanced studies in Judaic thought and Holocaust studies, including specialized training at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. Throughout her distinguished career, she's served as chair of the English department and educator of International Bachelorette Humanities, developing and teaching a dedicated Holocaust Studies course. Her work has been recognized with the Teacher of the Year Award, and her students have received national literary honors. She presently serves as educator of IHUD's social media editing and content department, and contributes as pedagogical researcher and curriculum developer within the IHUD Education Department. She's also a member of the board of directors of IHUD Switzerland. And finally, Miss Jasmine Flum is a founding member and president of IHUD Switzerland with a background in communication and business administration. Raised in a multicultural environment, she's developed a strong commitment to social impact and human connection. After beginning her career in intellectual property in Geneva, she became actively involved in humanitarian and social projects across Europe and Africa, focusing on integrative approaches to societal development. Alongside her work in IHUD, she's also engaged in cultural initiatives as an event organizer and promoter of artists, contributing to the creation of meaningful connections through integrative art and community. Her work's driven by a deep dedication to improving human relations and fostering a more interconnected and sustainable world. Together, they represent a truly interdisciplinary dialogue, bridging science, philosophy, education, and human experience. Their work proposes a new framework that connects these domains, suggesting that reality itself may be understood as an interconnected system shaped not only by matter, but also by perception, information, and meaning. This promises to be a rich and thought-provoking exploration at the intersection of science, philosophy, and human understanding. So, guys, the floor is yours.
Thank you, I hope. Let's see. Okay, I hope everything is visible here. And to begin, welcome to both a new theory of universal academic language as well as a new approach in team presentation. The presentation is but a taste of the research, but we're planning a full paper or separate ones as a series for hopeful publication later in the year. This, as well as adding to the continuous growth and expansion of IHUD and its new AI book. What you're about to experience is an ordered sequence of 5 Google Notebook LM overview videos based upon parallel seed writings connected through brief themed interludes using Google Vids. In this, some minor loss in precision due to the AI's take on the original writings has been played off against a hopefully more engaging and simplified yet standardized presentation style whose general continuity with spice breaks is likely to prove more informative and interesting to the viewer. The first, in joint effort by Elliot Pines and Martin Leshane, is an introduction into a remarkable history cojoining psychology with physics. This process, beginning a century ago with the collaboration between the psychologist Carl Jung and the quantum physicist Wolfgang Pauli, has evolved into what may well be an understanding of our reality as a story. This concept has a deep resonance with the universal monomyth legend that is simultaneously personal biography, known as the hero's journey. From this, there is an expansion into multidimensional interactivity with other participants and perspectives, becoming the dramatica theory of mental relativity, and possibly a still more far-reaching possibility regarding present research into AI autoregression, language as a guiding structure independent of the particulars of sensory perception. The second, again a collaboration by Dr. Leshane and Dr. Pines, looks at physics described as a story, in fact, best understood as an ever-unfolding one. The purpose here is a first entrance of the subject into the proposed universal language mode, not to be confused with its role in the introductory video as part of the history leading to a story view of reality. The third goes to philosophy in story through the deep insight of Grace Ledbetter into the foundations of Western philosophy itself in Plato's dialogues. Professor Ledbetter demonstrates that across Plato's works, touching on what philosophy and philosopher are all about, particularly regarding his allegory of the cave, is itself a fundamental hero's journey related also to Carl Jung's concept of individuation. This individuation is the universal becoming the individual that implies integral unity as the next level up in the evolution of being. This is also the dramatica concept of the story's immanent and transcendent story mind. Professor Ledbetter demonstrates that universal story mind structure can appear not only as a linear biographical narrative, but also, as in the case in Plato, as key elements in a large corpus of work. The fourth is the eye-opening analysis by Kathy Perillo that follows foundations of Western literary culture by revealing the classic Odysseus in the language of the hero's journey. Here, Jung's underlying individuation concept is brought directly to the surface. One may be surprised to discover that the prose depicting the mythical exploits of an ancient Greek character are as well a foretelling of the stories of our own lives millennia later. The fifth, by Jasmine Flum, draws out the full creative and psychological depth of diverse brain function and unity of mind in all this through the arts. This in a manner that, as it were, demonstrates the individuation of our internal human community of varied perceptions into a unified mental model of interpretation. This brings us full circle in our universal story language concept, back into the cradle of psychology and physics, completing and unifying our presentation. The five of us wish you all a most informative, interesting, and enjoyable journey.
You've probably heard the idea, right? That our entire reality might just be an incredibly advanced computer simulation. But what if that's the wrong metaphor? I mean, what if the universe isn't built like a computer at all, but more like a story? Today, we're diving headfirst into a really mind-bending hypothesis that reframes everything we think we know about reality as one giant unfolding narrative. So let's start with the big one, the simulation hypothesis. This idea has seriously leaped from the pages of science fiction into some pretty intense academic debates. You've got people like Elon Musk talking about it, and the philosopher Nick Bostrom really gave it weight, arguing that statistically, the odds are we're not in base reality. It's a super compelling thought, for sure, but is it the only way to look at this? Okay, here's our game plan. First, we're going to unpack that popular simulation hypothesis and look at the actual scientific hunt for
I'm sorry, I had to check. I was afraid that you weren't getting the audio, but I see that you are.
Elliot, do you need help? Elliot, do you need help? Do you want me to take over? You're muted?
Okay, are you hearing it okay?
Now it's not playing. You have to reboost it. We are not seeing.
Okay, let me stop the okay, let me stop the share momentarily. What was was it playing before and then it stopped?
Yeah, everything was fine. You just need to do what you were doing in the beginning.
Okay, so I'm going to, I hate to do this because I'm running out of time. Okay, I'm just going to go to the beginning of it one more time and let it just play, hopefully without any incidents. Are you hearing it okay now?
No, we don't hear it yet.
You don't hear it. Okay, let me see if I can fix that. Okay. Why are you not hearing it?
Okay, now we see it.
You hear it?
Good.
You've probably heard the idea, right? That our entire reality might just be an incredibly advanced computer simulation. But what if that's the wrong metaphor? I mean, what if the universe isn't built like a computer at all, but more like a story? Today, we're diving headfirst into a really mind-bending hypothesis that reframes everything we think we know about reality as one giant unfolding narrative. So let's start with the big one, the simulation hypothesis. This idea has seriously leaped from the pages of science fiction into some pretty intense academic debates. You've got people like Elon Musk talking about it, and the philosopher Nick Bostrom really gave it weight, arguing that statistically, the odds are we're not in base reality. It's a super compelling thought, for sure, but is it the only way to look at this? Okay, here's our game plan. First, we're going to unpack that popular simulation hypothesis and look at the actual scientific hunt for a glitch in the matrix. Then we're going to pivot to an even bigger idea, reality as a story. We'll explore the universal grammar that might run this story, connected to everything from ancient myths to modern AI, and finally, we'll talk about what this all could mean for our future. All right, so let's kick things off with the concept that's really dominated this whole conversation for years, the simulation hypothesis. And, this isn't just some late-night thought experiment. It's treated as a serious concept in both philosophy and science. So the basic idea, laid out by Nick Bostrom, goes something like this. Any civilization that gets advanced enough to simulate its own past probably would. And since you can have a ton of simulations, but only one base reality, the chances are we're in one of the simulations. But here's the key assumption, and this is important. It assumes that the base reality is physical, material, stuff. Our world would just be a computational layer running on top of that. Right, so if our universe really is a computer program, then it has to have some kind of limitations, right? It should have, pixels. So physicists launched a serious hunt for evidence, basically searching for those telltale glitches in the matrix. And the main thing they were looking for was something called a space-time lattice. I mean, if reality is being computed, it can't be infinitely smooth. It would have to be built from tiny, discrete points, kind of like the pixels on your screen. And a grid like that would have effects we could actually see. For example, physics should behave a little differently if you're moving along the grid versus, say, diagonally. There'd be a sort of directional grain to reality. To test this, scientists looked at these ultra-high-energy cosmic rays, particles that have traveled across just unbelievable cosmic distances. They figured that if this grid existed, it would mess with the distribution of these rays. It would reveal the underlying structure. So after all this rigorous searching for the universe's pixels, what did they actually find? Yep, absolutely nothing. The search came up completely empty. The cosmic rays showed no evidence of a grid, no directional preference, nothing. As far as we can possibly tell, our universe is perfectly, weirdly smooth and uniform. And this slide really lays it out. A computer grid would be anisotropic, meaning physics would depend on your direction. You'd have a grainy reality. But what we actually see is perfect isotropy, a totally smooth reality where the laws of physics are the same no matter which way you look. The fact that we can't find this grid, well, it strongly suggests we might need to think about reality in a completely different way. And this is where we make our big turn. The failure to find any physical evidence for a simulation pushes us to think beyond a purely computational model. So, if reality isn't a computer, what could it be? Let's explore a model that's based not on processing information, but on meaning, participation, and narrative. The famous physicist John Wheeler had this great phrase, "it from bit," meaning that at its core, the universe is made of information. But what if that's only half the picture? This new idea takes it a step further. It suggests reality isn't just raw data, or bits, but meaningful, responsive information, or wit. The universe isn't just a computer crunching numbers, it's a story that we are actively participating in. Cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman's interface theory helps make a really crucial distinction here. He argues that our senses didn't evolve to show us objective reality. Instead, they gave us a simplified user interface. Think of the icons on your computer desktop that helps us survive. Now, this is totally different from the simulation idea. The simulation assumes there's a physical material base reality running the code. Hoffman suggests what's fundamental might not be material at all. It might be a network of conscious agents, and what we call spacetime is just our headset. This whole idea of a mind-like reality actually brings to mind the historic partnership between Wolfgang Pauli, a physicist, and Carl Jung, the psychologist. They were fascinated by the link between mind and matter, which led to Jung's concept of synchronicity, meaningful coincidences. Now think about it. In a computer simulation, a synchronicity is just a bug, a random glitch. But in a narrative reality, oh, it's a feature. It's a plot point, an event that's required to keep the story coherent and moving forward. So, if reality operates like a story, does it have a grammar? Is there a predictable structure? This brings us to this really remarkable theory called dramatica, which might just be a map of this narrative reality. Okay, the core concept of dramatica theory is the story mind, and this is wild. It proposes that a truly complete story isn't just entertainment, it's an actual functional model of a single human mind working its way through a problem. Every single element, the characters, the plot, the theme, they all map directly onto a specific cognitive function. A story is literally a blueprint for how a mind thinks. And to build this complete model of a mind, Dramatica says you need to explore the problem from 4 essential perspectives, or through lines. You've got the objective, they perspective, the big picture. You have the personal, I perspective of the main character. Then you need the challenging, you perspective from an influence character. And finally, the relational, we perspective that explores their dynamic. Only when you have all 4 can you have a complete story, or a complete understanding of a problem. Now, this whole narrative framework didn't just appear out of thin air. It actually stands on the shoulders of a long history of holistic thinking, and pretty amazingly, it connects directly to some of the most cutting-edge research in artificial intelligence today. If you look at the 20th century, you can see this clear shift away from breaking things down into tiny pieces and a return to looking at the big picture. You had general systems theory searching for universal principles. You had chaos theory showing us how amazing complexity can emerge from simple rules. It's right in the middle of that wave that Dramatica came along. And now, research into large language models seems to be independently discovering these very same ideas. A fantastic way to understand Dramatica's depth is to put it next to Joseph Campbell's famous hero's journey. The hero's journey is an incredibly powerful pattern, no doubt. But it's really a deep dive into just one of Dramatica's 4 through lines, the main character's personal journey. What Dramatica does is expand that single biographical path into a complete cognitive architecture, a full model of a mind at work. And this is where modern AI comes in and things get really fascinating. Research by Alan Barinholtz on large language models is showing us something incredible. These AIs create meaning not because they understand the outside world, but because they recognize the patterns and the structural relationships inside the language itself. Meaning just emerges from the structure. And that is the exact same principle that Dramatica proposes for stories. A story feels true because its internal structure is sound, not because it's a perfect photo of reality. So, where does all this leave us? Well, this isn't just some abstract philosophical game. The researchers behind this framework actually see it as the very beginning of a new practical science of communication. They see this as a tiny seedling that has some unbelievable potential. By understanding the universal grammar of this story mind, we might be able to create a kind of Rosetta Stone for communication, a way to bridge the gaps between fields as different as physics, art, and psychology, letting them all speak a common structural language. But, and this is really important, they're quick to add a crucial note of humility. They stress that this is all highly theoretical. They're taking baby steps into a brand new field of research. It's a bold, amazing proposal, but it's not a final, settled fact. So we've gone from a universe of bits to a universe of meaning, from a reality that's computed to one that's narrated. This idea really stretches in 2 directions. It shows how a complex model like the story mind can contain simpler frameworks, like the hero's journey, as just one piece of the puzzle. And it looks forward, showing how the principles Dramatica found in human stories are now being rediscovered in the architecture of AI. This shift in perspective, from seeing ourselves as data points in a program to characters in a story, it changes everything. It reframes the big question from what is real to what is meaningful. And if our universe truly is a story, it's an invitation to be an active participant, not just a passive observer. So I guess that leaves one last question. What part will you play?
Today, we're diving into a pretty wild idea, What if the universe itself is shaped like a story? It sounds out there, I know, but let's see where the evidence takes us. So, what could possibly connect the weirdness of quantum mechanics with, say, the plot of your favorite movie? I mean, on one side you've got hard science, particles, forces, objective reality. And on the other you have the world of human storytelling, characters, conflict, all that subjective stuff. But what if they're just two different languages trying to describe the very same thing? Here's the plan. We'll start by looking at this unlikely connection, then jump into some hidden parallels. We'll see what happens when the math itself hits a wall. And then we'll look at the history of science as its own story. After that, we'll ask if maybe this is all just a trick of the mind, before we weigh the three most likely possibilities. Okay, so let's just start with how totally different these two worlds seem on the surface. Physics and storytelling. I mean, you couldn't really pick two things that feel further apart, right? You know, one is all about math, universal laws, stuff that's true whether we're here or not. The other is all about us, our psychology, our emotions, our search for meaning. They seem to exist in completely separate realities, but do they? Well, here's a thought. What if physics isn't just a pile of facts about the universe, but is actually a story we tell ourselves to make sense of it all? It's a classic hero's journey, really. We start with a problem, a mystery we don't understand, and we search for a solution. An elegant, beautiful theory. All right, let's get to the really interesting part. The evidence. We're going to look at 4 specific parallels between the fundamental laws of physics and a really deep, comprehensive theory of storytelling called dramatica. These are our 4 big clues. First, how things are organized, from the huge to the tiny. Second, how everything seems to be moving towards some kind of resolution. Third, the critical role of information itself. And fourth, why you always need more than one point of view to see the whole picture. So, first up, hierarchy. Both the universe and stories are kind of built like those Russian nesting dolls. In physics, you have fundamental forces that govern particles, which make up atoms, which make molecules, which, eventually make us. And in a story, you have big overall themes that break down into smaller plot points, which then break down into individual character choices. It's this fractal pattern, where the shape of the whole thing is echoed in all of its little parts. Now, this brings us to a really, really weird coincidence. You've got this dramatica theory, which is trying to build a complete model of a human mind, how it processes a problem. And then you have this powerful neural network, D3M, which was built to simulate the formation of an entire universe. So 2 completely different projects, but both are trying to do the same thing: create a complete, self-contained model of a super complex system. And somehow they both landed on this exact number, 32,768. The dramatica theory says there are exactly 32,768 unique complete story structures. And the D3M simulation, it runs best when it uses 32,768 particles. And that number, by the way, isn't just random, it's 2 to the power of 15. Now, is this just a crazy coincidence? Yeah, almost certainly. But it's the kind of coincidence that makes you go, It makes you wonder if any complete model, whether it's of a mind or a universe, just naturally runs into the same kinds of limits. And the parallels just keep coming. Think about resolution. A story always starts with a problem, an imbalance, and moves toward a new state of balance at the end. Well, physical systems do the exact same thing. They always seek the lowest possible energy state, or equilibrium. Then there's information. A lot of physicists now think information isn't just something in the universe, it's what the universe is made of. And of course, stories are pure information. And finally, you have perspectives. You can't have a good story without different characters' points of view, and quantum physics has famously shown us that you can't measure something without becoming part of the experiment. The observer changes the observed. Okay, so what happens when our really elegant, beautiful models of physics, our stories, just hit a dead end? Well, it turns out this is bound to happen because the very language we use for physics, math, has its own built-in limits. See, physics uses what are called finite mathematical models. You can basically think of it as drawing a box around a piece of reality. Inside the box, you have a set number of rules and pieces that all interact in a predictable way. But that's always just an approximation, right? Because the real world doesn't live inside a neat little box. And over the centuries, mathematicians started finding these deep cracks in the whole idea of a perfect model. They ran into infinities hiding in simple equations, and they discovered these totally bizarre mathematical functions, like lines that were so jagged they were basically infinite in length. This whole wave of uncertainty eventually led to the work of a logician named Kurt Gödel. And this is the real kicker. Gödel proved that any logical system you can create, including mathematics, will always contain statements that are true, but that you can never, ever prove are true using that system's own rules. There will always be truths just over the horizon of what your model can see. Our story can never truly be complete.
So what does this all mean for physics? Well, it leads to a pretty stunning conclusion. The so-called theory of everything, that single, beautiful equation that explains the whole universe, is actually a mathematical impossibility. The very language we use to describe reality is guaranteed to be incomplete, and that means every story we tell about the universe will eventually need a sequel.
So if our scientific models are basically just incomplete stories, why don't we look at the entire history of physics as one big, sprawling epic? I mean, it's got all the right ingredients: heroes, villains, conflict, major plot twists. You can see a clear 3-act structure. Act 1 is Newton. He sets the stage, gives us the basic rules of the game. Act 2 is all about the huge conflict between Einstein and Bohr over what reality even is at the quantum level. Then comes a major turning point, this idea that more is different, that you can't understand a complex system just by looking at its tiniest parts. And that brings us to today, which feels like a classic Act 3 crisis, where the old ways of thinking just aren't working anymore.
And that central conflict between Einstein and Bohr is just perfect. You've got Einstein, our protagonist, who is desperately clinging to the idea of a logical, orderly universe where God does not play dice. And then you have Bohr, the classic influence character who shows up to challenge everything the hero believes, saying, essentially, the world is way weirder than you think. Their debate was more than just science, it was high drama. Okay, we've laid out a pretty compelling story here. But let's be good scientists, good thinkers, and pump the brakes. We have to introduce the big counterargument. This is our moment of doubt.
What if this is all just in our heads? I mean, human brains are pattern matching machines. That's what we do. We see animals in the clouds. We see constellations and a random scatter of stars. So are we just forcing the universe into a story-shaped box because that's the only shape our brains know how to use? The brilliant physicist Richard Feynman had a great warning about this exact kind of thinking. He said that explaining how magnets work by comparing them to rubber bands is basically cheating. Why? Because then you have to explain how rubber bands work. And if you dig deep enough, you find out they work because of electromagnetic forces, the very thing you were trying to explain in the first place. It's circular. So we have to ask, are we doing the same thing? Using stories to explain physics and physics to explain stories without actually getting anywhere new?
So where does all this leave us? We've got the weird parallels, the limits of math, the history, and a big dose of healthy skepticism. When you put it all together, there are really 3 different ways you can look at all of this.
First, there's the deflationary view. This says it's all us. The patterns are a reflection of our minds, not the universe itself. Second is the inflationary view. This is the big one. It says, no, this is real. The universe actually has a narrative structure, and we're just now discovering it. And third is the pragmatic view, which basically says, who cares if it's real or not? Thinking this way is a super useful tool. It helps us ask better questions, communicate complex ideas, and push science in new directions.
In the end, we just don't know the answer. But exploring the question itself is what's really valuable. It forces us to look at the universe and our place in it in a completely new light. So I'll leave you with this final thought to chew on. If the universe really is a story, what's the plot? Thanks for joining me.
You know, when you think about philosophy, you probably picture dusty books and complicated arguments, right? But what if I told you there's more to it? What if, hidden inside Plato's famous dialogues, there's actually a story, a powerful universal narrative about struggle, transformation, and finding wisdom? And that's the wild idea we're going to explore. What if the world's most famous philosophy is secretly an adventure story? We're going to look at all of Plato's work, not as a bunch of separate conversations, but as one single epic meta-narrative that follows the classic hero's quest. All right, so here's our game plan, our map for this whole quest. We'll start with this idea of Plato's hidden story. Then we'll follow the journey from the very beginning through the tough inner battles, the big climactic trials, and finally, how our hero returns to the world with some hard-won wisdom. Okay, so you're probably wondering, how is this even possible? I mean, Plato's dialogues aren't exactly a chapter book, right? They're philosophical conversations. But here's the cool part. When you start piecing together the big moments from all his major works, a pattern starts to emerge. And this pattern, it looks a lot like a universal story of transformation. And that framework, that pattern, has a name: the hero's journey. You might have heard of it from Joseph Campbell, but it's really based on the work of Carl Jung. Think of it like a symbolic map, a blueprint for this incredible arc of transformation that you see in myths and stories from all around the world. It's all about awakening, facing trials, and finally integrating what you've learned.
So the first half of this journey follows a really clear path. It always kicks off with the call, that moment that wakes the hero up. That leads to the departure, where they leave their old world behind, and then this descent into a deeper, kind of confusing reality. This is where they have to face their shadow, the darker parts of themselves, and the anima, which is all about integrating new, maybe even opposite perspectives. All of this is building up to the really big tests.
And then we get to the final, absolutely crucial stages. This is where the hero has this profound, life-changing encounter with the self, which leads to the death of the old ego. But hold on, the journey's not over yet. The last, and honestly often the hardest part, is the return to the world and figuring out how to integrate all this new wisdom into everyday life.
Okay, so let's get into it. How does this whole epic journey actually start in Plato's philosophy? Well, like any great story, it begins with a call to adventure. All right, stage 1, the call. This is that moment that basically defines the hero's destiny. It's often described as a prophetic call, something that just pulls them onto a new path. And for our philosopher hero, Socrates, this call was, well, pretty literal. So in Plato's Apology, we basically get Socrates' origin story. His buddy goes to the oracle at Delphi, which for the Athenians was like the most sacred place on earth, and asks if anyone is wiser than Socrates. The oracle's answer? Nope. Socrates is completely floored by this. He's like, me? Wise? No way. So he takes it as a divine mission from the god Apollo himself. He figures he has to spend the rest of his life questioning people to figure out what true wisdom even is. And boom, that's the moment his whole philosophical quest begins.
Okay, so once the hero answers that call, the next step is to leave their ordinary world behind. And look, this isn't always about packing a bag and hitting the road. Sometimes it's about departing from the values and ideas of your own society.
And Socrates does this in a big way. He's constantly criticizing how his fellow Athenians think about things. For instance, in the Republic, he calls them out for teaching their kids to just look just in order to get a good reputation, while secretly doing whatever they want. For them, justice is just a tool for social climbing. By challenging this stuff, Socrates totally separates himself from the hoi polloi, or the many. He's basically leaving home by rejecting its core beliefs.
Now, the next phase of the journey, this is where things get really tough. The hero has to turn inward and go down into a kind of symbolic underworld. This is a journey into the unconscious, right? A place of total disorientation and crisis, where reality itself gets called into question.
So this is stage 3, the descent into the unconscious. In stories, this might look like entering a dark forest or a confusing labyrinth, or in Plato's most famous example, a cave. It's that moment where the hero's conscious mind starts to lose its grip, and they're forced to face a reality they never even knew was there. And Plato gives us the perfect image for this in the Republic, the allegory of the cave. You've got these prisoners who have been chained their whole lives, just staring at shadows on a wall. That's all they know. They think it's reality. When Socrates' friend says, "Wow, what a weird image," Socrates delivers the absolute knockout punch. He says, "They are like us." And that's the descent. That terrifying moment of realizing that what we call reality might just be a shadow of the actual truth.
So while you're down in this inner world, you have to confront a couple of key figures or archetypes. First up is the shadow, all the unacknowledged kind of negative parts of your own personality. And then there's the anima, or animus, this archetype of the opposite gender that you have to integrate to become whole.
And believe it or not, Plato gives us really clear examples for both. The shadow, that shows up in the Republic, where our appetites are described as a hydra, this multi-headed monster of destructive desires that if you let it will totally enslave you. Then, for the anima, you look at the Symposium. Here, Socrates, a man, learns the true nature of love, or eros, from a wise priestess named Diotima. And what's wild is, she's the only female character who actually gets to speak in any of Plato's dialogues. He has to integrate her wisdom to complete his own philosophy.
All right, every good journey builds to a climax, right? That final defining test where the hero faces their biggest trial and is just fundamentally changed by it. This is the moment the whole quest has been leading to.
And that brings us to stage 6, trials and transformation. This is the ultimate ordeal. It's a moment of incredible struggle, often involving a symbolic death or even a literal one. And the hero emerges on the other side with a totally new understanding and a new purpose.
For Socrates, this stage wasn't symbolic at all. It was his actual historical trial. Athens put him on trial for corrupting the youth and not believing in the city's gods. And, well, he was found guilty and sentenced to death. But the way Plato tells it in the Apology, this wasn't a defeat. It was the ultimate philosophical victory, because even though he lost the legal battle, his defense basically created the blueprint for philosophical investigation that we still follow today. He was transformed into a martyr for the truth.
So after surviving the ultimate trial, the hero gets the ultimate reward, a direct encounter with some kind of divine or ultimate truth. And this experience is so powerful, so profound, that it leads to the death of the old self, the ego, and the birth of a completely new one.
Plato calls this a numinous experience. It's this encounter with what he calls the eternal forms, like the form of goodness, or as you see in this quote from the symposium, the form of beauty. This isn't just about learning a new idea. It's this awe-inspiring, mind-blowing revelation, what he calls a highest mystery that's way beyond our normal perception. It's like getting a glimpse behind the curtain, at the divine, unchanging reality that's behind our world of shadows.
And yeah, an encounter like that, it changes everything. As Plato puts it in the Republic, this isn't just about adding a new piece of knowledge to your brain. It is a complete and total reorientation of the soul. The person who goes through this is fundamentally transformed. Their old way of looking at the world, their old self, it dies. And it makes way for a new consciousness that's centered on this higher truth.
But here's the thing. The hero's journey doesn't end on the mountaintop with that amazing revelation. The final and, often the most treacherous part of the whole quest is still ahead. Coming back to the ordinary world and trying to integrate that cosmic wisdom into a normal human life.
So now we're at stages 9 and 10, the return and integration. The hero has to bring the treasure back home. They have to go back to the cave they fought so hard to escape. But this return is full of danger. See, the hero has changed, but the world hasn't, and that leads to a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of conflict. The final challenge is to actually live this new wisdom, to embody it.
And Plato paints a really vivid picture of this. The philosopher who escapes the cave, he says, has a duty to go back and help the others. But there's a problem. His eyes are now used to the brilliant light of truth, so when he goes back into the darkness, he can't see properly anymore. The other prisoners just laugh at him. They think he's gone crazy. He is completely and totally misunderstood. And who does that sound like? Socrates, a guy who is viewed with so much suspicion by his fellow Athenians. But through that struggle, he achieves that final stage, integration. He becomes the wise elder we see in Plato's dialogues, calm, okay with paradox, and embodying the wisdom he gained from his incredible journey.
So when you look at it this way, Plato's philosophy isn't just a bunch of arguments. It's a timeless map for the journey towards moral clarity. It was a guide for escaping the cave of his time, which, of course, leaves us with one last big question. What are the shadows being projected on the walls of our cave today?
You ever feel lost? Like you're on this long, hard journey, not just to get to someplace, but to get back to the person you're supposed to be? Well, for thousands of years, one story has been the ultimate map for that exact feeling. I'm talking about Homer's Odyssey. And today, we're going to see how this ancient epic, this story you probably think is just about monsters and gods, is actually a timeless, powerful blueprint for psychological transformation, for finding your way home to yourself.
I want to kick things off with this incredible thought from the philosopher Simone Weil. What she's saying here is that the really big achievements, the deepest truths, they're not about one person's ego. They're essentially anonymous. They tap into something universal. And that, right there, is the secret power of the Odyssey. Odysseus' journey isn't just his story. It's a reflection of every single person's struggle to become whole. It's our story. And that's why it's stuck around for millennia.
So here's our game plan. First, we're going to uncover the timeless blueprint that all great stories seem to follow. Then, we'll meet our hero Odysseus and see how his epic trip was really all happening inside his own head. We'll come face to face with his inner monsters and we'll track his incredible change from a reckless warrior to a wise man. And finally, we'll talk about how you can use this ancient map to navigate your own life. Okay, let's get into the big idea that really unlocks this whole thing. To see the Odyssey for what it is, we got to look at it through the eyes of Joseph Campbell. Now, Campbell was this brilliant mythologist who studied stories from all over the world, from ancient Greece to Native American folklore, and he found something amazing. Underneath it all, humanity is basically telling itself the same story over and over again. He saw it as proof of the psychic unity of mankind, with the blueprint for it hidden in our greatest myths.
He called this universal pattern the monomyth, but you probably know it as the hero's journey. And it's a cycle, just like you see here. A hero gets called away from their normal world. They face a bunch of terrifying trials, and they finally come home. But they're not the same person. They've been transformed. They bring back some kind of wisdom or gift. Campbell said the whole point of this story is to make the world transparent to transcendence, which is just a beautiful way of saying it helps us see the epic, the divine, right here in our own messy human lives.
So this journey pretty much always happens in 3 big acts. First, you've got the departure, that call to adventure that rips the hero away from everything they know. Then comes the initiation. That is the long, dark road of trials where they get tested, broken down, and forced to face their biggest fears. That's the real heart of the story. And finally, if they make it through, there's the return, where they come back home, but with new eyes, carrying the wisdom they earned in the darkness. This is the skeleton key to basically every story we love, and the Odyssey is maybe the most perfect example ever.
So, let's turn to our guy, Odysseus. His 20-year quest to get home from the Trojan War is the classic hero's journey. But here's the real genius of the story. The physical journey across the sea, it's all a metaphor. The real story is the psychic journey. It's the painful, difficult, and totally necessary transformation of one man's soul.
You know, about a century ago, the psychologist Carl Jung actually gave this process a name: individuation. He said it's the lifelong journey we are all on to become our true, authentic selves. It means bringing together all the parts of you, the good parts you show the world, and the shadow parts you try to hide. It's about becoming whole. And Odysseus' story, it's the ultimate literary example of this exact process. The slow, painful, and incredible transformation from a one-note warrior into a complete, wise, and real human being.
This slide lays it out perfectly. You've got these 2 journeys happening at the same time. On the left, the external one. His goal is the island of Ithaca, and his obstacles are literal monsters and angry gods. But look at the right. That's the real story. The goal isn't a place, it's a state of being, wholeness. And the monsters aren't in the ocean, they're inside his own head. It's his ego, his pride, his impulses. His quest to get back to his house is really a metaphor for learning to become the master of his own inner house. Okay, this is where the story gets really, really deep. We can now look at all of Odysseus' famous adventures in a whole new light. Those monsters and goddesses he runs into, they're not just random obstacles. Psychologically, each one is a perfect physical representation of his own inner demons, the flaws and issues he's been trying to run from. To get home, Odysseus has to face his biggest enemy, himself. At the start, yeah, he's a brilliant warrior, but he is a deeply flawed man. He's got this toxic arrogance, this hubris. I mean, after he blinds the Cyclops, he just has to shout out his own name, a dumb boast that brings down the wrath of the sea god Poseidon on him for a decade. He has no self-restraint, this desperate need for control, and it's constantly putting his crew in danger. And maybe biggest of all, he's emotionally cut off, totally disconnected from the feminine, intuitive side of his own soul. So every monster he meets is like a custom-built test designed to make him face one of these demons.
His entire 10-year trip home is basically one long, forced therapy session. In the Cyclops' cave, his muscles are useless. He has to learn humility and rely on his wits and his team. On the islands with Circe and Calypso, he faces a totally different kind of monster, the temptation to just give up. He could forget his quest and live in paradise forever. For a man of action like him, that's a huge threat. By saying no, he starts to integrate the powerful feminine energy he's always pushed away. But his toughest trial was still to come.
The absolute lowest point of his journey, his rock bottom, is his literal trip down to Hades, the underworld. This is really a journey into the darkest corners of his own unconscious mind. There, he has to confront death itself. But the biggest blow comes when he sees the ghost of his own mother. He finds out she died from a broken heart, just waiting for him to come home. That's the moment it all changes. The full weight of his ego, of his journey, just comes crashing down on him. It's that grief that finally shatters his old warrior identity and makes room for a new, wiser man to be born. This intense internal struggle leads to a total rewiring of his personality, and there's this really cool modern story theory called Dramatica that gives us a powerful way to see this change.
Dramatica theory says a great story is basically a map of a single mind trying to solve a problem. It's not just that the character changes, it's that the very logic they use to see the world gets fundamentally rewritten. And in the Odyssey, we see a perfect picture of that exact leap.
So, this is the crucial shift. The guy who left for Troy had a warrior mindset. His answer to every problem was just hit it harder. His whole identity was about being a somebody, a famous king, a legendary hero. But the man who comes back has a sage mindset. His new approach is all about wisdom, patience, and knowing when not to act. And the irony is, his new strength comes from embracing being a nobody, a humble person who gets his real place in the universe.
This transformation gets this beautiful, perfect symbol the second he finally gets back to Ithaca. The goddess Athena, his guide, doesn't make him look like a mighty king. Nope, she disguises him as a frail old beggar. And this isn't just a costume for sneaking around, it's the physical proof of his new, humbled self. The great irony is that to get his kingdom back, he has to completely let go of being a king. He has to win not with force, but with the quiet power of a nobody, humility, patience, and wisdom. And when Odysseus finally reveals himself to his son, Telemachus, the change is so shocking his own kid doesn't think he's human. He cries out, "Stranger, you are no longer what you were. You are one of the gods." Telemachus isn't just talking about a magical makeover. He's seeing with his own eyes a change in his father's very being. The inner journey Odysseus took was so profound it just radiates off of him. The warrior is gone. The wise king has finally, truly come home.
So let's bring it all back home. Why should we care about a 3,000-year-old story today? Because the ideas we've been using to understand it, like Campbell's hero's journey, they aren't just for analyzing books. They are incredibly powerful psychological tools that we can use to understand and reframe our own lives.
This ancient blueprint gives us a whole new way to look at our own lives. It helps us find meaning in our toughest struggles. We can actually learn to reframe our life story not as just a random series of bad things happening, but as our own heroic journey. Think about a time you had a major setback, a job loss, a tough breakup. The victim story says, "This happened to me." The hero story asks, "What is this trying to teach me? How am I supposed to grow from this?" By seeing our challenges as trials meant to make us stronger, we map our own transformations. This is a powerful idea, and it's at the heart of everything from kids' fairy tales to the therapy adults do to find meaning. So, what's the ultimate lesson here? The Odyssey teaches us that while we can't always control the storms life throws at us, we have the power to control the ship. It shows us that true heroism isn't about beating monsters out there, it's about conquering the ones in here. By facing our own pride, our own fears, our own shadow, we can stop being victims of our story and finally become its hero. And that leaves us with one last big question. For Odysseus, Ithaca was his home, sure, but it was also a symbol for wholeness, for peace, for becoming the man he was always meant to be. So as you navigate the storms in your own life, the question isn't if you'll face monsters. The question is, what Ithaca are you journeying towards? Because the journey home starts the moment you finally know where you're going. All right, let's jump right in. Have you ever had that feeling, that really weird, powerful connection you get with a piece of art? You know, something that was made like centuries ago or in a totally different culture? It's a wild question when you stop and think about it, isn't it? How can something from so far away or so long ago feel like it was made just for you? I mean, you could be sitting there watching a play by Shakespeare, we're talking 400 years old, and you feel that gut punch of betrayal like it's happening to you right now. Or maybe you're standing in a museum staring at some Renaissance painting. You don't know the artist, you don't know the backstory, but something about the way it's all put together, it just lands. It feels right. You know that feeling? And then there's music, a song with zero lyrics, a crazy jazz solo, or a sweeping symphony that can somehow tell this epic story and make your heart ache without using a single word. So what's the secret? Well, it's not magic. It's architecture, the architecture of our own minds. See, here's the big idea. The really great art, the stuff that lasts, it's not just about showing us something beautiful or making us feel something. It's literally showing us a blueprint of how our own minds work. It's like we're all running on the same basic operating system. And that brings us to this really cool concept, cognitive architecture.
Seriously, just think of it like the OS for your brain. It's this incredible, invisible process that takes all the raw data flying at you, light, sound, smells, and it turns it all into, well, into your life, into understanding and feelings and stories. And art is what happens when a creator manages to take that internal process and put it out there for all of us to see.
Okay, so how does this actually work? Like, what's physically happening inside your brain when you look at a painting or listen to a song? Let's peel back the curtain.
It's basically a three-step process. First, you've just got raw data. Photons hitting your eyes, vibrations hitting your ears. It's just noise, right? No meaning yet. Then, step two, your cognitive architecture boots up. And this is where the magic happens. Your brain is this amazing pattern-finding machine, and it just starts sorting and structuring all that chaos. And then finally, boom, step three, a meaningful experience. Your brain puts it all together and creates an emotion, a thought, a story.
So why is this important? Well, because our brains are basically prediction junkies. They love to guess what's coming next. If a piece of art is way too predictable, we get bored, yawn. If it's total random chaos, our brain just gives up. But that sweet spot, that's where the good stuff is. The art that really grabs us gives us just enough of a pattern to hang on to, but then it throws in enough surprise to keep our brains on the edge of their seats, guessing and totally hooked.
All right, to make this less abstract, let's actually look at this in action. And what better example than one of the most famous scenes ever written? We're talking about the to be or not to be scene from Shakespeare's Hamlet. Because what makes a story truly great, truly complete, is that it hits us from 4 different perspectives all at the same time.
These are what you could call the 4 voices of a story's mind. And what's so cool is that they perfectly mirror how our minds think through a problem. You've got the big picture, they perspective, the personal, I perspective, the challenging, you perspective, and the relationship, we perspective. And Shakespeare, being the genius he was, packs all 4 into this one incredible scene. Okay, first up, the objective story. This is the they view. It's the stuff anyone watching can see, the basic facts of the situation. So, while Hamlet is off in his own world, what's actually happening? The king and his advisor are literally hiding in the wings, spying on him. The fate of the entire kingdom is hanging in the balance. That's your big picture plot. Then we zoom way in. We get the main character's perspective, the I view. And Shakespeare gives us this incredible, direct line into Hamlet's head with that famous soliloquy. We're right there with him, feeling his agony, his total paralysis, as he tries to think his way out of a problem that's all about feeling. Next, we get the you perspective. This comes from the obstacle character. When Ophelia walks in, she is the complete opposite of Hamlet. He's all in his head, she's all in her heart. He thinks, she feels. Her very presence is a challenge to him, and it forces this collision between 2 totally different ways of seeing the world.
And finally, the subjective story, the we. This is the real emotional gut punch of the scene. It stops being about Hamlet's internal drama or the kingdom's politics. It becomes about the 2 of them and the absolute destruction of their relationship. We are watching trust and maybe even love just crumble into dust right in front of our eyes. And the reason it's so powerful, so devastating, is because all 4 of these viewpoints are hitting us all at once.
So there you have it. This 4-part structure is kind of the secret sauce in a masterpiece story. But here's where it gets really wild. This isn't just about plays or stories. This exact same blueprint, it's everywhere. The medium changes, sure, but the underlying architecture, it stays the same. So let's check out how it adapts. In theater, right, it's temporal. It happens over time. The 4 voices come at you one after the other. But in visual art, it's spatial. It all hits you at the exact same moment. Think about a classic painting, a portrait. The look on the person's face, that's the I story. The dark, stormy background, that's the they story, the world they're stuck in. That one weird object in the corner, like a skull that feels out of place, that's your you, your obstacle. And the overall feeling you get from it all, that sense of sadness or dread, that's the we story. It's the relationship between all the pieces, telling one cohesive emotional story. And yeah, music does the exact same thing, but with sound. The main melody, that's your I perspective, the character you're following. The chords underneath, the harmony, that's the they view, the whole world of the song. And then suddenly, bam, a really jarring, dissonant chord hits you. That's the you perspective, the conflict. And the journey the song takes from that ugly sound back to something beautiful and resolved, that is the we story. It's the emotional journey. And I promise you, Once you start listening for this, you will hear it everywhere. So what's at the core of all this? Tension, pure and simple. Art works by creating tension through a visual imbalance, a conflict in a story, a jarring sound in music. It basically poses a question that our brains become obsessed with answering, and that's what hooks us. That's what grabs our attention and just won't let go.
And on the flip side, what our brains crave more than anything is resolution. That feeling of, you get at the end of a great movie, or when a song hits that perfect final chord, that's the feeling of returning to balance. The tension is gone. The question has been answered. And that journey from tension to resolution is one of the most satisfying feelings we can experience. Okay, so what's the big takeaway here? Why does any of this matter? Because this whole system, this cognitive architecture, this deep human need to make patterns out of chaos, it isn't just something for Shakespeare or Picasso. It's for all of us. It's for you.
There's this quote that I think just nails it. It says, "We are all artists, composing the stories of our lives while participating in larger narratives of culture, species, and cosmos." It's just perfect, right? Being alive is a creative act. We're all just composing our own personal stories, trying to figure out how they fit into the giant stories being told all around us.
And really, that's the point of this whole thing. This toolkit we've been talking about, the 4 voices, that dance between tension and resolution, we use it every single day. You use it to make sense of your job, your friendships, your family. Every moment, you are taking in the raw, messy data of your life and you are shaping it into a story that makes sense. And once you understand how that process works, well, that gives you the power to write a better story for yourself.
So that leaves us with one last really important question. If you are the artist, if your mind is the canvas, and you're constantly shaping your reality by the patterns you create, what story are you telling yourself right now? And more importantly, what story will you choose to create next?
When we all truly connect and communicate, all our stories interweave into the great book of humanity's future.
All the world's a stage.
You've been a wonderful audience, very happy endings to your stories.
Your questions now, please. Ваши вопросы, пожалуйста. Sorularınızı alabilir miyim?
I sure hope that all came through. I was invisible to what was going on here.
It all came through. Thank you, guys.
Right. And I'm sorry if I'm a couple of minutes over.
That's perfectly fine. Do we have any questions in the Zoom? All right. Mr. Averbach. Okay, now I don't see you. I saw you were trying to speak, but...
Я хотел сказать огромное спасибо за такое феерическое представление.
I'd like to congratulate and say thank you very much because it's a very rich presentation. It's definitely not enough to only listen one time because there is so many details.
По-настоящему серьезный разговор. Я думаю,
Two aspects. One very serious conversation, probably not enough physical time.
совсем маленькое замечание. Значит, было сказано, что на сегодняшний день не обнаружена зернистая структура реальности.
It says that up till now we don't have
множество мнений на эту тему. Но одно из них это то, что на масштабе меньше планковского просто нет возможности ничего больше обнаружить ни с точки зрения теории, ни с точки зрения экспериментальной. Там заканчивается, законы физические не работают. И
I don't think I'm able to translate that.
такой
It's too technical for me. I'm sorry.
реальности это планковский масштаб, а его ячейка
Pixels of reality is a Planck's mashtab, and it says in the beginning that it was not discovered. And I would like to say it's not true.
в черную дыру, его площадь там меняется на 1 бит, в зависимости от того, в какую сторону он идет. Так что, по крайней мере, этот вопрос, мне кажется, просто открытый. Нельзя сказать, что ничего не обнаружено, потому что нет возможности
Maybe
обнаружить.
Professor Ephraim will help me out to translate this part.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite. I don't know, Jasmine, Kathy, did you catch in that? I'm trying to understand. Was it a question or just a comment?
Ask Ephraim if you could just reformulate because the
Because it's very technical.
It is still the open question if our universe is just like make from small quantum pieces. It includes both the space and time, or it's not. The point is that Alex point about the Planck size. We have no any theoretical or experimental instruments to go inside this size. So there is it's the point that because we cannot solve it, so this is the open question still. Okay.
Right. Yes, I mean, agree that the whole point. The point is that the theory itself fails because even if we could go on and we had the experimental ability or the theoretical capability, I mean, a very simple thing which mentioned before. If you think about it, if I do a mathematical formula of it, so I have, let's say, a simple thing, mx plus b, like a line, right? Well, the truth is, m can't be infinitely constant because otherwise it's not. There's no rules. So m itself has to be a variable. It has to be a function. B has to be a function. It goes on and as we get closer. I remember once years ago, I was challenged on this by somebody online. We were discussing it, and he said, well, don't be ridiculous. For example, the Maxwell equations, right? Everything is set. The speed of light is constant. No, not really. There's something called double or deformed special relativity because there's a problem. If the speed of light was really constant, then the Lorentz transformations would apply also to the Planck length. The Planck length consists of only an algebraic combination of the speed of light, the gravitational constant, and Planck's constant. So we're saying in order to keep C constant, the combination of three constants has to vary. Impossible. So the entire thing deforms in the nature, especially when you get smaller. And they've already working that theory, but it becomes more and more complex. But you're right. Basically, there's a problem. Ultimately, we don't really know because right now because we're limited. We can't go further experimentally. But as far as even if we could, theoretically, it would go on and on and on and on. I'll try not to though.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Pines. And then a question from Aviva.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for honoring me in being able to participate in this beautiful symposium, beautiful conference. So much heart, so much mind, so much cohesion. Amazing, very, very, very inspiring. I wanted to know, how do we make it more widely known to the public? Is this can we download this beautiful YouTube? Thank you.
Well, I think Jasmine can speak on that, but this will all be archived. It'll be available on YouTube later and through the IHUD website. But Jasmine, maybe you could comment on it.
Thank you very much, Aviva, for your thoughtful comment and being present here with us. Yes, of course, we will. As of now, it's our dissemination work that we have made promotion, each one on their side, on social media. And after the conference, we will prepare for each of these presentations the link, and we will continue. It's all voluntary effort. And of course, you're all part of that effort, of the transmission of what you liked in here. So it's also part of us, of you now. So you can participate in delivering that message. And we thank you very much for all you will do. Thanks. I hope it answers your question.
Okay, and Dr. Eliav, you'll have the last word.
It's not my last word still, but well, I have a question from your perspective. That what we have just listened this wonderful story. What do you think? Is it worthwhile to re, rewrite or reformulate all the natural sciences like physics and chemistry, etc., as a story, not as mathematical, difficult to understand for many people, instrumental blueprint, but like a human-based story. What do you think?
Well, I'll Jasmine or Kathy want to take over on it. Basically, no, I mean the language of mathematics that works in science works, but translation, talking to their disciplines, it can be translated into story. And in fact, it's interesting. The writers of Dramatica developed this. The Dramatica software has actually been around for 40 years. They've been developing it. They began to realize, as mental relativity, the depth of what they had discovered. And it's sort of very parallel in certain sense with what we're doing too. That's what's struck us. So the idea is that they were even showing ways that you would reinterpret. In fact, you'd learn something that you'd get feedback from the humanities, from the arts, ways of thinking about it. Perhaps you're not describing it in the proper sense, in other words, in the most useful sense for popular use or even in certain applications. It was interesting. It's a long development that they did. I'm not so perfect. I have to really go through it myself. But they were already thinking along these lines. Yes, Jasmine, do you any?
Yes,
You were
yes,
doing the art, and
thank you. I totally support this direction because I still think that we are really at the beginning of what human potential can bring out, and specifically in relating to all aspects of humanity in terms of a story. I think we will get out of it much more than what we are getting out of our way of living and existing right now, because right now we see that we are still on a very, let's say, retarded level of development, or maybe retarded is a bit harsh, but let's say it's very minimalistic towards what human can bring out. Yes. So if we relate to each other, to life, more in terms of story, we come also closer to our nature, because everything we perceive is organized in terms of a story. Yes, it is all constantly communicating, constantly shifting, constantly reorganizing. So we are already in such a performance, let's say, all the time. Yes, even nature is constantly making like a symphony, like music, this pattern organization. And if I think if we really tap more into that, more into our creativity, into playfulness. Sorry, my little chicken is also talking. So yes, so it's here. It's okay. So I will really think that we will understand also life in more harmony. Yes, and we will create even out of that. I think much more science will develop. Everything will develop out of that. Thank you.
you know, as it's hinted, it's actually much more complicated. Dramatic it does is much more complicated. There's many thousands of interrelations. You really need artificial, which I started to do originally, computer programming, artificial intelligence to start dealing with it. Also with large language models, where that's going with this theory on that, which would go vastly more complicated, as complicated as scientific development. Of course, what we could use is manpower and the capability with AI, which involves grant money, but I know IHUD will be working on that particular issue very shortly. Kathy, I'm sorry, we blocked. What would you like to comment on it? Because I know that especially you're the heroine in the hero's journey, that you're the greatest expert in that, which is the whole lead into this.
If I could just conclude with, it's very interesting, all of us in the IHUD, many of us, instead of writing our autobiographies for purposes of publication or whatever, people wrote their own hero journey. And it was stellar. It was magnificent to hear the pattern of each one. So just know that that will be available in the future. And Professor, I would say, I think we're on to something, but it needs more development from all of you. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, as we contemplate our place in the story of reality, let's reflect on what we've been through, the depth and richness of what's been shared, and also the variety. Across these sessions, we've explored health, responsibility, perception, wholeness, psychology, collaboration, history, and the nature of reality itself. And perhaps what connects all these is the understanding that reality is not fragmented, but deeply interconnected. Each level of our expertise reflects something of the whole. And the question of how we live, relate, and evolve is something we're invited to explore together. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to our speakers for your depth and generosity, to our participants for your presence and engagement, and to everyone behind the scenes who made this possible. And now I'll turn it over once again to our director, Professor Ephraim Eliav, to offer the closing reflections on this day.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Gianni, for your really great work. Without you, it will be not so brilliant, I believe. So let me share my last short presentation. Okay, so dear friends, we have spent 2 days together, roughly 25 voices, 14 countries, 3 live languages, and remarkable things has happened. We have actually done what we were talking about. We were a small, integral world for this weekend. This is not nothing. I want to leave you with one thought. This year's theme called us to be a bridge, and bridges aren't built by one engineer, however brilliant. They are built by many hands holding many planks at once, while trusting the others one drop theirs. That is what these 2 days have been. Thank you for non-dropping your plank. Now, gratitude to every one of our speakers for the courage of presenting work in progress, often in a second of thought language on a weekend. First of all, I would like to really inspire great thanks to Jasmine Flum, our president of IHUD CH and the conference co-chair, and Professor Mariam Abgasea-Hayt, our journal editor and co-chair, for steering this whole organism of an event. To our wonderful moderators, which were really great, all of them. Joachim, Michael Wenlet, Gianni Conte, who is with us now, Chris Dawson. To our translation team, led by Larissa Colomb, with Sergei Tokubayev, Maria Shamich, Жанна Allen, Gleb Bogatsky, Zarema Seidjanova, Vitaly Bolotsky, Ertug Gronhan Ustuk Koglu, Ozgun Turer, Asli Kumari. This team was handling English, Russian, and Turkish in real time, holding the conversation together across these three languages. I have really a great thanks to the technical and broadcast team, which was led by Marek Silas-John, and this team includes Inna Kameneva, Pavel Sviridenko, Ruslan Amirov, Arkady Domin, Bernd Barchet, and everyone working quietly behind the scene. And I would like to thank all of you for your great participation, for writing charts, and for great listening. You are the bridge. The IHUD remains your home for this week between the conference. Stay in touch, and you know our great site, IHUD.world. So please continue your journey and your work in our groups, in our departments. We hope to see you at every IHUD event going forward. Until we meet again, may we keep growing together toward humanity, unified development. Be well, and goodbye for now.